Chapter 1. The Beginning. I am the sole super-level ability user on Earth. Codename Master of Engraving, Tang Yuntian. No, I should be known as Tang Jianji, the Sword Master of the Qian Koan Sword Sect, holder of the title Sword Extreme. Who am I, truly? On the bed lay a pale-faced youth, his countenance marred by a look of dullness and confusion. The more he pondered, the more chaotic his mind became, until he began to strike his somewhat swollen head repeatedly. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a young woman. Upon seeing the boy in distress, her expression shifted dramatically. "Young master," she rushed to the bedside, tears brimming in her eyes, and embraced the youth tightly. "Young master, do not blame yourself, it is all in the past. Your defeat was not your fault, that woman is simply too cunning and ruthless." The boy paused, his expression frozen. Defeat. As the woman spoke of this, clarity began to dawn upon his chaotic mind. It turned out that just 3 days prior, the Wujia Sword Domain had hosted the triannual Qianhu Luanjian. As the esteemed sword master of the Qian Koan Sword Sect, Tang Jianji was expected to participate as one of the sword masters. The Qian Koan Sword Sect was indisputably the foremost sword faction within the Wujia Sword Domain, and Tang Jianji was the youngest and most formidable practitioner of his generation. He was, without a doubt, the most favored candidate for the title of Wujia Sword Master. However, due to a clandestine romantic entanglement with Lu Cixi, the daughter of the leader of the rival Yaoyu Sword Sect, the two had made a secret pact before the battle commenced. They agreed not to exert their full strength during their match, ultimately resulting in a draw, allowing them both to share the glory of becoming the sword master. The Qianhu Luanjian was a grand event attended by all major forces within the Wujia Sword Domain, and earning the title of Wujia Sword Master was synonymous with being recognized as the foremost young master of the Sword Domain, a nearly unparalleled honor. On that fateful day, when the two battled, Tang Jianji honored his commitment, and initially, Lu Cixi did the same. Yet, just when everyone anticipated a draw, Lu Cixi unexpectedly unleashed a deadly attack, catching Tang Jianji off guard, resulting in his grievous defeat. The true cruelty of Lu Cixi lay not only in snatching the title of Sword Master, but in rendering Tang Jianji's Danfu useless, stripping him of a decade's worth of cultivation and leaving him a mere shell of his former self. "I am Tang Jianji. No, I am undeniably Tang Yuntian," the youth mused inwardly. He distinctly remembered being the only super-level ability user on Earth. Could it be that mirror? A spark of realization lit up in his eyes. In the realm of abilities, he bore the title of Master of Engraving, a name derived from his extraordinary skill set. He recalled that he had been in the process of restoring an ancient bronze mirror when, at the very moment of restoration, a blinding white light enveloped him, and he lost consciousness in an instant. The youth appeared lost in contemplation. The girl beside him, sensing his deep thought, dared not interrupt. As Tang Yuntian's disordered thoughts began to untangle, he was astonished to discover just how closely his fate mirrored that of Tang Jianji. Not only were they of the same age, but they were also born on the same day and hour, with their life experiences aligning remarkably. To ascertain whether it is Tang Jianji who has acquired Tang Yuntian's memories or vice versa is not a daunting task. With this thought, the youth settled into a meditative position, closing his eyes in concentration. After several breaths, he suddenly reopened his eyes. At that moment, he had found his answer. It is the spiritual eye. My spiritual energy remains, indicating that my soul resides within this body. I'm not dead, rather. I have been reborn in another form. The abilities Tang Yuntian had cultivated in his previous life were unlike the elemental powers of ordinary ability. Users' strength stemmed from the power of the soul. He possessed this unique soul power because his soul manifested as an eye, granting him capabilities beyond the ordinary. In his perception, all things existed as symbols. His spiritual eye allowed him to see and draw with spiritual energy. Thus, in his past life, he utilized this power to permanently engrave symbols representing various elements onto individuals' bodies, allowing them to manifest superhuman abilities once these symbols took root in their bones and veins. It could be said that 99% of the ability users in his previous life were created through his craftsmanship. Having unraveled the condition of this body, a smile crept onto Tang Yuntian's face. Regardless of the circumstances, life was certainly worth celebrating. Young Master Yu, the girl, who had been watching the youth intently, felt a chill run down her spine as she witnessed the mysterious smile on his face, which held no joy but rather a sense of eeriness. Consider that just 3 days prior, he was a figure of immense power, and now he had been reduced to a powerless, lowly existence. Such a smile should not grace the face of someone who had just experienced such a drastic fall from grace. The girl's soft call roused Tang Yuntian from his reverie. Mingqing, you have been quite loyal despite my being ensnared by that wretched woman's scheme. You have not abandoned me. Young master, how could Mingqing do such a thing? I am your sword servant. The girl appeared somewhat anxious. Sword servant? Tang Yuntian, in this new life, was utilizing Tang Jianji's body, and his mind was filled with both his memories and emotions. In truth, he was now both Tang Yuntian and Tang Jianji. Hearing the term sword servant, Tang Yuntian inexplicably smiled. The girl noticed the familiar twinkle in his eyes, for this smile was not one of imagined self-deprecation, but rather the serene smile of the East Mountain sword master from the Qian sword sect. I am now left with a shattered sword Dan, 10 years of cultivation lost, and my Danfu irreparably damaged, rendering me incapable of further cultivation. How could one who cannot cultivate deserve a sword servant? He spoke with a lightness that belied the severity of his circumstances, as though such a tragic event had not befallen him at all, leaving the girl beside him in stunned silence. Tang Yuntian now understood the nature of the world he had entered. It was one of swords and chivalry, where cultivation was a reality. Before his downfall, he had been an authentic swordsman, one who had even attained the formidable status of a sword hero with a sword Dan. To achieve a sword Dan, one must first undergo 2 stages. The first is body forging, which entails strengthening one's physique. The second is qi refinement. Only those who have refined their qi can truly be called sword heroes, and upon reaching the completion of the 9th level of qi refinement, those with sufficient fortune and aptitude may have the chance to forge a sword Dan. This world is indeed intriguing. Although my sword Dan is shattered and my Danfu is damaged, rendering my future in qi cultivation bleak, I, Tang Yuntian, have never relied on qi cultivation. My carving knife is a path of cultivation unto itself. Tang Yuntian had already determined his course of action. What excited him the most was that this world differed from Earth. It was home to myriad powerful beings. Where there are powerful beings, there are powerful symbols, and he could certainly carve for himself a sword bone, infusing his entire being with sword energy, which might prove no less effective than the qi refinement methods of this world. Master, this is a red essence pill I procured from the Dan room for you. Given your grave injuries, you must take it immediately. The girl carefully produced a yellowish red pill from a delicate pouch at her waist. Tang Yuntian frowned slightly upon seeing it. Mingqing, did you purchase this? How many spiritual pearls did you spend? The girl appeared somewhat sheepish. Speak freely. I shall not blame you. Master, it cost 10,000 spiritual pearls. Ha ha ha, 10,000 pearls. Those old geezers are indeed a bunch of opportunists. An upper-grade red essence pill is worth no more than 1,000 pearls, let alone this one, which is hardly even classified as inferior. What? An inferior pill? Mingqing was taken aback. To her knowledge, inferior pills not only failed to heal ailments, but were also highly toxic, and misusing one could easily lead to death. Master, I did not choose this, the elder clearly said. Enough. I am well aware that it was not your doing. It is only natural that someone wishes for my demise. Before his downfall, Tang Yuntian had risen to the rank of East Mountain Sword Master, hailed as the foremost young master of the Qian sword sect, having climbed to such heights over the corpses of many. Now that he had fallen, Those who once harbored resentment against him would undoubtedly scheme to take his life. With a flick of his fingers, the red essence pill, purchased with countless spiritual pearls, was crushed to dust, revealing a charred, ash-like interior. This scene made Mingqing break into a cold sweat. She felt fortunate that her master had awakened before her arrival otherwise. Had he recklessly consumed the pill, it would have truly been a matter of life and death. Mingqing, how many spiritual pearls do we still possess? Spiritual pearls, akin to small gemstones, not only served as a means of cultivation, but also functioned as currency. Master, we have just under 50,000 left. Tang Yuntian nodded slightly. That is a considerable sum. Fetch me paper and ink. I shall sketch something for you to take to the craftsman in the sword sex equipment room. Have them forge it from the finest pure jade. Even if our spiritual pearls are depleted, the purity of this item must be guaranteed. Although Mingqing was perplexed, she did not dare to question further and hurried to retrieve the paper and ink. After a brief moment, a pocket-sized design of a miniature carving knife vividly emerged on the paper. Take this with you. Remember my words. If they demand exorbitantly, the spirit jewels may be exhausted, but this knife must be hastily crafted with the jade as pure as possible. Rest assured, my lord, I shall diligently ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. There will be no room for error. The girl displayed a serious expression as she took the blueprint with both hands and swiftly exited the room. Tang Yuntian gazed at her departing silhouette, a smile gracing his features as he murmured to himself, "My rise, Tang Yuntian, shall commence with this very carving knife." Chapter 2. A complete transformation. The news of Tang Yuntian's remarkable victory over Ma He on the Thunder platform, where he single-handedly defeated his opponent and severed one of his hands, swiftly spread like a gust of wind to every corner of the Qian Kuan sword sect. That moment, everyone began to realize that although Tang Yuntian was no longer Tang Jianji and had his cultivation utterly obliterated, he still possessed the formidable strength of a fully realized body-tempering practitioner. Moreover, due to his past mastery in the sword path, it was understood that even ordinary body-tempering cultivators, let alone sword masters who had refined their sword energy, could easily fall victim to him if they were careless. Yet, this did not elevate the public's perception of him, as all were acutely aware that he could no longer cultivate, and what he had achieved thus far was merely the limit of his capabilities. Meanwhile, having settled Miqing, Tang Yuntian had already embarked on his endeavors concerning the Beast Mountain. Miqing, having once been the sword wielder of the Qian Kuan sword sect under the name of Tang Jianji, possessed considerable aptitude. Following Tang Yuntian's counsel, he formally entered the sword sect, becoming an inner disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, with unwavering focus. Tang Yuntian devoted himself entirely to observing the fearsome evil-scale Azure Dragon. On the first day, having heard numerous tales of the Azure Dragon's ferocity, he hesitated to enter its lair directly, instead leaving the feed at the cave's entrance. This feed consisted of specially crafted medicinal pills, tailored by an alchemist to enhance the Azure Dragon's cultivation, each as large as a bowl. Over the following days, he gradually moved a barrel containing dozens of these sizable pills away from the cave entrance, ensuring each movement was minuscule so as not to arouse suspicion. The 7th day arrived. Tang Yuntian finally beheld the terrifyingly massive head of the Azure Dragon protruding from its lair. However, his spiritual vision did not reveal any bloodline symbols. Days turned into weeks, and as he approached the end of the month, he noted that the Azure Dragon's body had extended fully halfway out of the cave. Concealed behind a distant boulder, Tang Yuntian closed his physical eyes and activated his spiritual sight to search. Eureka! Under the sweep of his spiritual vision, he discerned a multitude of intricate patterns on the small white scales adorning the creature's abdomen, which were unmistakably the bloodline symbols of the Azure Dragon. Drawing upon the wisdom of his past life, he recognized that the complexity of these symbols was indicative of the creature's immense power. This particular symbol was exponentially more intricate than any he had encountered among beasts such as lions and tigers. With bated breath and unwavering focus, Tang Yuntian began to imprint this symbol into his spiritual memory. This process of imprinting transcended mere recollection. It was an indelible engraving within the soul, requiring both method and time. Once etched, it would never be forgotten, and the precision and clarity of this memory would surpass any ordinary recollection. akin to experiencing the moment firsthand. This was a unique ability that belonged solely to Tang Yuntian. However, at that very moment, the Azure Dragon, having just consumed a large pill, suddenly exhibited signs of agitation. A roar erupted, echoing like a dragon's bellow. The entire body of the Azure Dragon emerged. Its head, larger than a millstone, began to scan its surroundings. Tang Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically. This was dire. The Azure Dragon's cultivation was far too potent. It seemed to possess an inexplicable awareness of his spiritual sight. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in his previous life. Suddenly, the head of the Azure Dragon, adorned with eyes as large as bowls and a mesmerizing shade of emerald green, fixated upon the boulder where Tang Yuntian concealed himself. A sense of dread enveloped Tang Yuntian as he realized he had been discovered. Most critically, he had yet to imprint the intricate symbol onto his soul's memory. Its complexity rendered it impossible to commit to memory in less than half a stick of incense's worth of time. Recognizing the futility of his situation, he swiftly turned and fled. In that instant, an overwhelming force of terror surged from behind him, a suction so fierce that it felt as though an insatiable abyss sought to consume him. Against his will, he was propelled backward. The gaping maw of the Azure Dragon expanded to an exaggerated degree, its terrifying hunger emanating from its vast jaws. And just as Tang Yuntian seemed destined to be devoured, the voracious pull abruptly ceased. He landed, rather unceremoniously, within 10 paces of the mighty dragon. Tang Yuntian had gravely underestimated the Azure Dragon's prowess. In his previous observations through his spiritual eye, he had never encountered such a predicament, and thus had not contemplated the possibility of being detected. The two frigid emerald eyes fixated upon him, stripping him of any courage to fabricate a lie. Gathering his composure, he spoke. "I do not wish to deceive you, esteemed elder. I was merely observing your bloodline symbols." "Bloodline symbols? What is that?" the Azure Dragon inquired with evident perplexity. Tang Yuntian, his words a blend of truth and artifice, replied, "This stems from a unique ability I possess, one that is innate to me, allowing me to perceive the bloodline symbols of various beings. I was astounded by the complexity of your symbols, which is why I momentarily lost my composure. I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my audacity. Such an ability exists in this world?" The Azure Dragon, having lived for countless ages, was taken aback, never having encountered such a phenomenon. Tang Yuntian continued, "To be candid, I am endowed with this ability not only to perceive bloodline symbols, but also to memorize and depict them. My purpose for visiting is to study your bloodline symbols, so that I may inscribe them upon myself and undergo a transformation." What? The dragon appeared to have heard something utterly astounding, its excitement palpable. Before the mighty Azure Dragon, Tang Yuntian dared not engage in subterfuge, opting instead to retain certain information. Bloodline symbols. How astonishing that such an incredible ability exists in this world. Why, after eons of existence, have I never encountered this? With a lowered gaze, the dragon turned to Tang Yuntian and asked, "You claim you can inscribe bloodline symbols and alter one's lineage?" Tang Yuntian nodded. "While I cannot guarantee a change in lineage, I can indeed facilitate a profound transformation." "Excellent." The dragon's voice betrayed a hint of exhilaration. "Boy, quickly. Here I stand. Use the bloodline symbols you have perceived from me and inscribe them upon your body. Let me see if you truly possess such an ability." From the dragon's fervent tone, Tang Yuntian sensed that there was more to come. "Indeed," the Azure Dragon added, "should your abilities meet my expectations, not only will I refrain from ending your life, but I shall also bestow upon you a fortuitous opportunity. However, that is a matter for later. For now, you must proceed as I instruct." Having come to memorize the bloodline symbols of the Azure Dragon, Tang Yuntian found no reason to refuse the elder's invitation to observe. "As you command, esteemed elder. I shall comply without hesitation." He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes once more, channeling his spiritual energy to activate his spiritual sight. Continuing to etch the intricate bloodline runes of the Zonglong into his memory, the glimmer of human-like astonishment flickered in the eyes of the Zonglong. This young man's soul was indeed peculiar. As he murmured to himself, he scrutinized Tang Yuntian intently. After approximately half an incense stick's worth of time, Tang Yuntian reopened his eyes, without uttering a word, under the watchful gaze of the Zonglong. He retrieved the carving knife he had used before and began to meticulously carve into the area where his heart lay, stroke by stroke. The bloodline runes of the Zonglong were the most intricate Tang Yuntian had ever encountered. And this carving endeavor consumed a full 3 hours. As he pressed on, beads of sweat began to pour from his forehead, and his entire body emitted creaking sounds. Ultimately, a foul, fishy odor wafted from him, accompanied by an eerie black blood seeping from his being. An hour passed. When the final stroke was complete, a brilliant rune suddenly illuminated the area over his heart. The rune seemed to come alive, transforming into a surge of dragon energy that penetrated his body. Tang Yuntian let out a wretched scream, feeling as if his entire being were being crushed. This is not good. This lad's physique is far too frail to withstand my potent bloodline power. His body is on the verge of shattering. That Songlong discerned the impending crisis. A flicker of conflict crossed his eyes, and ultimately, as if making a resolute decision, a drop of purple blood oozed from the protrusion on his head, falling onto Tang Yuntian's body. The body, which had been on the brink of fracturing, seemed to gain strength from this drop of purple blood, visibly healing at an astonishing rate, accompanied by Tang Yuntian's anguished cries. Time drifted by for another incense stick's duration. His voice gradually weakened, and he collapsed limply to the ground, as if utterly drained. It was unclear how long had passed when Tang Yuntian gradually regained consciousness from the haze. "You're awake, lad." Upon seeing the grotesque head looming before him, he was instantly struck with terror, only to quickly remember his current circumstances. "That you've preserved your life, boy. As you claimed, your body has undergone a profound transformation, acquiring the power from my bloodline. You should have perished. Do you know why you survived?" The Kanglo Chapter 3. Secrets. Upon hearing Tang Yuntian's words, Songlong's anger began to subside. At this juncture, I shall speak frankly. My motive for saving you is solely because you possess great potential. Otherwise, I would have taken your life instead of rescuing you. Please, senior, continue. Indeed, Songlong nodded and added, this matter pertains to the hidden secrets of the Qian Kuan Sword sect. Within the main mountain of the sect lies a dragon locking well, beneath which is imprisoned a seven-headed malevolent dragon. A malevolent dragon? Tang Yuntian exclaimed in astonishment. In his past life, even as an extraordinary individual, he had merely known of the existence of such creatures as legends. And in this life, Tang Jianji was no different. These beings were purely mythical. If your wits are sharp enough, you should have guessed what I require of you, Songlong remarked. Upon hearing Songlong's words, Tang Yuntian pondered for a moment, and an understanding began to dawn within him. The senior intended for him to locate this malevolent dragon, absorb its bloodline sigils, and subsequently utilize his abilities to assist Songlong in refining his bloodline, transforming from a flood dragon into a true dragon. Tang Yuntian's heart raced inexplicably at the thought that if he succeeded, he would be the primary beneficiary, for this would undoubtedly allow him to undergo a profound transformation once more. The dragon's bloodline sigils were of a caliber far beyond what the current Songlong could offer. If he were to achieve this, the strength of his body would reach an astonishing level. You are not entirely dim-witted. This is indeed the purpose of my saving you, Songlong stated, fixing his gaze upon him. Without hesitation, Tang Yuntian nodded affirmatively. I am willing to embark on this quest, but how shall I reach the dragon locking well? Songlong replied, I cannot assist you in this matter. You must devise your own means. The reason I remain within the Qian Kuan Sword sect is due to the presence of this malevolent dragon. The higher-ups of the sect are well aware of it, which is why the elixirs they provide me are infused with the dragon's aura. Should I assist you, they would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Songlong then said, Young man, take a look at your palm. Tang Yuntian, perplexed, opened his hand to inspect it, only to be taken aback as his expression changed dramatically. The black line resembling a severed snake appeared on his palm. Serpentine curses are particularly adept at maledictions. This is the curse I have placed upon you. You must visit me once each month, or else you shall suffer a decline in vitality and perish. To be frank, there is no one within the Qian Kuan Sword sect capable of breaking it. Tang Yuntian's heart sank. Songlong was indeed cunning, fearing that he might escape and refuse to comply. However, with the curse now cast, any anger he felt was rendered meaningless. After bidding farewell to Songlong, Tang Yuntian departed from the treacherous Beast Mountain, from which he had just narrowly escaped with his life. My current physique has reached an unfathomable level. As he descended the mountain, Tang Yuntian familiarized himself with his newly transformed body. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch, with a resounding crack. The trunk of a tree 5 paces away shattered into splinters, and a massive tree that 2 men could scarcely embrace toppled with a thunderous crash. Incredible. This is merely raw power. Witnessing the devastation wrought by a single punch, Tang Yuntian could hardly contain his elation. Striking the void, the terrifying force unleashed an invisible shockwave that shattered the tree trunk 5 paces away. Such feats were simply beyond the realm of human capability. 0.5 paces, and destruction followed. From this moment forth, I shall refer to you as Wubu Lingkong Jia. Tang Yuntian could not help but ponder that once he acquires the bloodline symbols of the 7 fiendish dragons, his power will undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. At that time, not merely 5 steps, but even the possibility of killing from 100 steps may become feasible. My current strength is already incomparable to what it once was. The agile sword techniques I practiced previously no longer suit me. And thus it is time to seek out a more fitting sword style. After exiting the Demon Beast Mountain, Tang Yuntian made his way directly towards the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion consists of 9 levels, reputed to house all the sword techniques of the Qianquan sword sect. Naturally, the higher the level, the more extraordinary the sword techniques contained within. When Tang Yuntian arrived at the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, he once again attracted a flurry of curious glances. This individual had been in hiding for over a month, and rumors suggested he had ventured to the Demon Beast Mountain to tend to the beasts. He was indeed clever. After losing his horse and a hand in the last encounter and offending Chao Ming, he wisely chose to conceal himself, though it was said he had vanished without a trace. Yet, how astute of him to take refuge in the Demon Beast Mountain, a place relatively safe from the outside world. Paying no heed to the whispers around him, Tang Yuntian remained impervious. The elder of the Sword Pavilion, lounging carelessly in his chair, furrowed his brow upon seeing Tang Yuntian approach. Just as Tang Yuntian was about to cross the threshold, a sheathed sword extended from the table, blocking his path. Turning to face the elder behind the table, Tang Yuntian was met with the elder's nonchalant remark. Have you forgotten your own status? You are but a servant, expelled from the ranks of sect disciples. This is no place for you. Tang Yuntian replied with measured dignity. As far as I know, even servants possess the right to enter the first level. That I have entered the first level, and whether I proceed to the second level is a matter for the elder in charge there to decide. It is no longer within your purview. The elder's expression darkened. Servants do indeed have the right to enter the first level, but you are no ordinary servant. Today, I declare that you lack the qualifications. Depart at once, or when my sword is drawn, it shall taste blood. Tang Yuntian fixed his gaze upon the elder, recalling vividly how this man had previously risen to greet him with a face full of smiles. Now that he had fallen from grace, the elder took pleasure in his misfortune. Moreover, this so-called elder had merely relied on seniority to rise through the ranks. In terms of swordsmanship, he was inferior even to some inner disciples. Ha ha ha! To think he has become a cripple and still dares to approach the Sword Pavilion. Truly a self-inflicted humiliation. Amidst a chorus of mocking laughter, a man approached from behind. He. Someone recognized the newcomer. Feeling the hatred emanating from his gaze, Tang Yuntian suddenly laughed. He, you truly cannot change your nature. After I severed your hand last time, it seems you've replaced it with a prosthetic and forgotten the pain. Returning here to seek your demise, recalling that battle from a month prior, Mahi's severed limb throbbed with phantom pain. Ever since that confrontation, he had become the subject of ridicule within the sect, as people mocked him for being defeated by Tang Yuntian, who had been rendered powerless and devoid of sword aura, leaving him utterly humiliated, unable to lift his head in public. You bastard, the last time I was momentarily careless. I was bitten by your dog, but it was also fate. After that incident, I experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation, achieving the second layer of qi refinement, and I have also cultivated the Liao Yun sword technique to a minor completion. Chapter 4. A kind word of advice, alas. That is indeed a cause for celebration. How about this? You offer me 30,000 spirit pearls, and I shall assist you in severing your other arm. Perhaps, in doing so, you might even attain a breakthrough and elevate your cultivation to the third layer of qi refinement. Since you take such pleasure in fighting, why not engage in a match with me? As the words fell, a swordsman approached from afar. Upon seeing the newcomer, Tang Yuntian smiled calmly. Chao Ming, you should be aware that not everyone possesses the fortune of Ma. He lost but a hand. In your case, it could very well be your head. Chao Ming's expression shifted. You ungrateful wretch, bereft of even sword intent, dare to act so brazenly. Do you believe that with a single strike, I cannot send this useless being to his demise? Given your confidence, it would be remiss of me not to grant you this opportunity. What? Chao Ming could hardly believe his ears. Are you suggesting that you are willing to duel me on the Hengxi arena? Tang Yuntian appeared unfazed. You and Ma He are of the same ilk. To eliminate you, I need not even make a second move. Since you seek death, I have no reason to deny you. Xiao Ming, in a fit of rage, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Very well. If that is the case, let us not delay. The weather is splendid today. It is indeed a fitting day for your departure. However, I have matters to attend to today. Let us postpone until tomorrow. I shall grant you a night to arrange your affairs, prepare your coffin, garments, and such, so that you are not caught off guard. Xiao Ming seethed, grinding his teeth. You foolish wretch. Since it is so, I shall allow you to live another night. However, you would be wise to gather a few individuals to assist in collecting your remains, for tomorrow I shall dismember you. Meanwhile, Mahi chuckled, pursuing Xiao Ming, and shouted with glee, You wretch, await your death tomorrow. If you survive this, then I shall perish. This Tang Yuntian is truly deranged. How dare he provoke Xiao Ming? Does he believe that Xiao Ming is as inept as Mahi? At that time, Mahi was at the first layer of qi refinement, while Xiao Ming was a genuine master at the sixth layer. Within the same realm, our sword sect rarely encounters adversaries. Is Tang Yuntian not courting death? This is indeed true. Xiao Ming's most formidable technique is his Ziksha sword art, which he has perfected to an extraordinary degree, oftentimes. His opponents perish without even comprehending the manner of their demise. Would you not agree that his sword is swift? This individual, now rendered useless yet still brimming with arrogance, is destined for an early death. However, to perish beneath the blade of a sixth-layer qi refinement master would indeed be a fitting end. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed the surroundings fall silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. He turned slightly and beheld a coldly beautiful woman clad in white. Sword. Miss Sand. The man trembled, his voice quavering, his legs buckling. Tang Yuntian also noticed her arrival, a hint of discomfort flickering across his face. Though he claimed to be the soul of Tang Yuntian, he simultaneously bore the memories and emotions of Tang Jianji, which rendered him somewhat uneasy upon encountering the woman before him. The Qinkuan sword sect boasted the 7 sons of the sword sect, and the former Tang Yuntian possessed the sword title of Jianji. The woman who stood before him was none other than Feng Yingying, ranked 3rd among the swords, commonly referred to as Miss Jin San. Moreover, what truly commanded respect for Feng Yingying was her lineage. She was the sole daughter of Feng Wuji, the revered master of the Qinkuan sword sect. I have heard that you have changed your name to Tang Yuntian, the woman inquired with an impassive expression. Tang Yuntian nodded slightly, affirming her statement. Did you not just agree to a life-and-death duel with Xiao Ming? She pressed further. Tang Yuntian continued to nod. Xiao Ming, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement, could kill from 5 paces away with his sword energy, a feat far beyond that of Mahi. Are you aware that this is tantamount to courting death? The woman's demeanor remained cold, yet a glimmer of anger flickered in her eyes. Tang Yuntian, however, appeared entirely unconcerned. What is Xiao Ming? Can he truly be my rival? Worry not. Killing him will be no more challenging than slaying a chicken. A flicker of astonishment crossed the woman's face at such foolish words, which she found difficult to believe could come from the lips of the man before her. You fool, with your current loss of cultivation. I cannot fathom where you derive your confidence. I solemnly warn you. It would be best not to let me see you on the arena tomorrow. Tang Yuntian shook his head. That is not an option. I have always been a man of my word. I shall never go back on what I have said. The normally composed visage of the woman revealed a rare glimpse of fury. Very well. Then prepare to meet your demise tomorrow. I can assure you that no one will be there to collect your remains. Tang Yuntian's indifferent demeanor only served to further stoke Feng Yingying's ire. Her character was typically as cool as water, and she could scarcely recall the last time she had felt such anger. It was certain that it had arisen because of this man. Elder Liu, how may Miss Jian-san command me? The elderly man, who had been seated at the table, rose to his feet upon her arrival and now stood attentively, ready to obey. Is this Tang Yuntian truly qualified to enter the sword pavilion? Given his current status as a servant, the elder answered without hesitation, naturally. Our sect has regulations stating that even servants possess the right to enter the first level of the sword pavilion. With me present, no one dares challenge the rules of the sword sect. His expression was one of unwavering conviction, as if his earlier words to Tang Yuntian had been spoken by another. Please allow me to see Miss Jin-san off. The elder bowed respectfully until Feng Yingying had vanished from view, at which point he straightened his hunched form, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Yuntian. He coldly remarked, You may enter. Tang Yuntian strode into the sword pavilion with calm resolve. That moment, mocking voices echoed from behind him. Relying on a woman. This Tang Yuntian is truly a disgrace among men. But tomorrow shall mark his end. Tomorrow will witness the dismemberment of the once revered Dongshan's sword master. Such a spectacle is one I cannot afford to miss. Hearing the derisive comments, a cold smile curled at the corners of Tang Yuntian's lips. You wish to see me meet a tragic end, a commendable aspiration, yet it shall not be so easily realized. Due to his demotion to menial tasks, he could only meander within the first level of the sword pavilion. However, this first level was, by nature, a domain frequented solely by the lowest of the low, thus all the sword techniques within it were, without exception, of the most inferior caliber within the sword sect. In this world, sword techniques were classified into 4 distinct grades: Lower Xian, Middle Xian, Upper Xian, and Heavenly Xian. Chapter 5. Hatred. The sword techniques present on this first level were predominantly of the Lower Xian grade. Items that the formal disciples of the sect would never deign to glance at. It was evident that this level held nothing of value. Tang Yuntian turned about, musing to himself as he prepared to depart, when suddenly an exceptionally worn and ancient tome captured his attention. In this first level, nearly all the Lower Xian sword techniques were hand-copied, with uniform paper quality, yet this particular tome appeared to be quite old, which struck him as unusual. He casually pulled it out and began to examine it. Upon opening to the first page, he was met with the bold inscription Ding sword technique emblazoned across it. Tang Yuntian continued to leaf through the pages. Oddly enough, the characteristics of this sword technique did not resemble the style of the Qian Kuan sword sect. Moreover, it was not only dissimilar to that of the Qian Kuan sword sect, but also seemed to originate from the distant Baiwei sword domain. As he reached the halfway point, he sensed the exceptional nature of this technique, for it diverged entirely from the principles of the Wuji sword domain, which emphasized the sharpness of sword qi, instead advocating for the notion of a heavy sword without an edge. According to his knowledge, the distant Qian Yu Baiwei sword domain practiced precisely this kind of heavy sword, eschewing sharpness in favor of cultivating sword momentum, prioritizing the notion of an unstoppable sword force akin to a mountain. This technique was likely abandoned in the first level due to its stark contrast with the style of the Wuji sword sect. Perhaps a relic from a master of the Wuji sword sect who had ventured abroad to confront foreign sword heroes. Tang Yuntian continued to peruse the tome, his eyes growing increasingly bright. He discovered that the Ding sword technique was remarkably suited to his current capabilities. The fundamental premise for mastering this technique was a natural endowment of divine strength. The greater the power, the more formidable the technique became. It was said that only by achieving the sword force capable of lifting the 9 cauldrons could one claim to have reached the pinnacle of this art. However, according to the records, this realm of lifting the 9 cauldrons seemed merely theoretical, with no one having truly reached such heights, as it was fundamentally a fanciful notion. This sword technique was beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners, as it could inflict irreparable harm upon the body. Yet for him at this moment, it was the perfect fit. Although the grade of this technique was not specified, based on his previous experiences with sword arts, it could at least attain the status of Middle Xian. It is noteworthy that in his former identity as Tang Jianji, when his cultivation was at its peak, he had only practiced a mere lower Middle Xian sword technique. With the tome in hand, Tang Yuntian strode directly out of the sword pavilion. The Ding sword technique. Outside, the elder responsible for recording observations furrowed his brow upon seeing the tome Tang Yuntian had produced. In his memory, he had never encountered this particular sword tome before, pondering where Tang Yuntian had unearthed it. However, upon a cursory glance, he began to understand he had never seen it because no one had ever borrowed it. The content inscribed within was enough to deter any would-be practitioner at first sight, even evoking thoughts of self-destructive training methods. It appears that the words spoken were indeed true. You have truly lived long enough. The old man cast a mocking glance at Tang Yuntian, choosing not to further harass him. After casually making a note, he tossed the sword manual to him, as if discarding refuse. Unfazed, Tang Yuntian took the book and made his way towards his residence. That night, he sat by the window, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, repeatedly contemplating the borrowed sword manual. Only when the first rays of dawn streamed through the window did he finally close the manual. Letting out a long sigh, the technique of the great sword was indeed somewhat extreme, requiring only a single strike. Yet mastering this strike proved to be more challenging than anything else, according to the instructions. To practice this sword technique, one must first forge a 1,000-pound cauldron, then delicately balance it with the sword tip for 7 hours a day over the span of 49 days. Only then would one feel as if the sword tip were insubstantial, marking the true beginning of one's journey. And this was merely the commencement. Thereafter, one must progressively increase to balancing 9 cauldrons with the sword for the technique to be considered truly perfected. Such a method of cultivation, in the realm of the infinite sword domain, which revered the sharpness of sword energy and the lightness of sword play, would be viewed as a deviation, utterly unrecognized and impossible to practice. What an exquisite sword technique it was, seemingly tailored just for me. Tang Yuntian's heart surged with excitement. He glanced at the rising sun outside the window and murmured to himself, before practicing this great sword technique, I must first resolve today's matters that that moment. The arena was densely surrounded by a throng of people, blocking any chance of escape. Why had Tang Yuntian not yet arrived? Could it be that he anticipated his demise today and thus felt too timid to show up? If this man were truly so cowardly, he would not be worthy of serving as a mere attendant in our Qinquan sword sect. Look, Chao Ming has arrived. Amidst the clamor, Chao Ming, donned in white, approached with sword in hand. Yet, what drew the most attention were the 4 individuals trailing behind him, each bearing a black coffin, following in lockstep. They were bringing a coffin. It seemed that Chao Ming was brimming with confidence, evidently indicating that he was here to deliver a funeral. What need was there for confidence? Chao Ming, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, was set to battle a completely incapacitated opponent devoid of any sword energy. Was that not a foregone conclusion? The outcome was already determined. Tell me, if Tang Yuntian were to show up today, how many moves could he possibly survive against Chao Ming? Such a question is redundant. Chao Ming excelled in the killing breath sword technique. It was said that not long ago, he single-handedly infiltrated the lair of the notorious bandit, Bloodhand Batu, at Niuwang Ridge, slaying the bandit leader with a single strike. It should be noted that the leader was at the 7th level of Qi refinement, yet he could not withstand even a single sword strike from Chao Quan. The strength of this individual was not mere hearsay. Amidst the surrounding discussions, Chao Ming ascended the arena, facing westward, leaning on his sword as the sun climbed higher. The heat intensified. Chao Ming stood on the stage, drenched in sweat. The arena offered no shelter, and now with the blazing sun overhead, anyone would find it unbearable to endure such exposure. Yet, before Chao Ming could unleash his anger, the spectators waiting below could no longer contain themselves. Why had that wretch not yet arrived? A soon-to-be dead wastrel. And yet he kept so many of us waiting here. When he finally arrives, we must ensure he does not meet a peaceful end. Indeed, one must ensure that his corpse is left to rot under the sun for 10 days. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart shall never be alleviated. Amidst the cacophony of curses from the crowd, a piercing howl suddenly rang out. Look, that beast approaches. A murmur of commotion swept through the onlookers, all of whom turned their gazes. Tang Yuntian glanced up at the sun, lazily stifled a yawn, and with his hands cradled behind his head, strolled leisurely towards their direction. But on the platform, Chao Ming was drenched in sweat from the relentless sun, resembling someone just pulled from a river. Yet, in a bid to maintain his dignity as a skilled warrior, he stood resolutely with his sword throughout, and upon seeing the target of his vengeance finally appear, a look of malevolent satisfaction crossed his face. Chapter 6. Gloating in misfortune, Tang Yuntian observed the direction in which the trio had departed, stroking his chin in contemplation. Mingqing, are you aware of the events unfolding within the sword sect? The haste of these individuals resembles that of a frantic rush for riches. Mingqing offered an awkward smile, sensing a significant change in her young master compared to his former self. He was far less restrained in his speech now. Your insight is truly remarkable. What? Are they genuinely after money? Tang Yuntian was taken aback by the revelation. Not quite. Merely 3 days prior, a traitor emerged within our sword sect, seizing the opportunity while Master Situ was absent from the alchemy chamber. He plotted against his disciple and made off with a vial of breaking barrier pills. Now, the experts of the sword sect are relentlessly pursuing him. According to Elder Situ, whoever brings back his head shall claim the pills as their own. Tang Yuntian nodded in understanding. So, it is indeed the breaking barrier pills. No wonder that individual would risk everything. For a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, such a treasure is incomparable, significantly increasing the success rate of pill condensing. Bing Yue concurred. These pills command a price no less than 10,000 spirit stones in the black market. For an ordinary disciple, acquiring such a treasure is utterly unattainable in a lifetime. Spirit stones are far more precious than spirit orbs, with an exchange rate of 1 to 1,000. Thus, 10,000 spirit stones equate to 10 million spirit orbs, a staggering sum indeed. Tang Yuntian's eyes flickered as he inquired. Mingqing, Do you happen to know where that traitor has fled? Mingqing nodded. I heard it rumored that he escaped into the Dark Sun Forest, where he has reportedly slain no fewer than 10 disciples attempting to pursue him. Consequently, those lacking sufficient cultivation dare not venture forth recklessly. Tang Yuntian acknowledged with a slight nod. With increased numbers, greed and bloodshed may ensue. Mingqing, remain within the sect and do not involve yourself recklessly. My lord, you do not intend to. Tang Yuntian assured her with a reassuring glance. I shall exercise caution. I will not act impulsively. He ceased further conversation, grasped the black sword in his hand, and made his way towards the mountain gate. Mingqing watched his retreating figure, her eyes filled with concern, murmuring softly, My lord's cultivation is not what it once was. It is imperative that he returns unscathed. The dark forest, a realm dominated by beasts, often harbors various rare materials and treasures. Thus, it has naturally become a haven for swordsmen seeking fortune. However, countless bloody lessons have taught many that those who truly seize opportunity are few and far between. The vast majority face a grim fate, entombed within its depths. Yet on this day, the once desolate and shadowy jungle buzzed with an unusual vibrancy. News of a traitor from the Qinkuan sword sect who had absconded with a vial of breakthrough elixir and sought refuge deep within the forest spread like wildfire throughout the sword domain in a mere 3 days. As the tale grew more extravagant with each telling, it transcended the singular elixir to encompass a plethora of rare and precious potions, even leading to rumors that the traitor had plundered the sect's alchemy chamber, carrying away a fortune of 100,000 spirit pearls. Such distorted reports attracted a myriad of individuals from all walks of life, who flocked to the dark jungle like moths to a flame. Tang Yuntian did not harbor any illusions of fortune, believing he would stumble upon the sect's traitor, slay him, and seize the elixirs for himself. His purpose for venturing here was merely to take advantage of the ensuing chaos. Currently, he found himself in a precarious situation, as he needed 30,000 spirit pearls to forge a single cauldron. To reach the level of sword challenging 9 cauldrons, he would need to create 8 more, amounting to a daunting total of 240,000 spirit pearls. This was no trifling sum, yet today, undeniably presented him with a rare opportunity. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Where there is conflict, there lies profit. Thus, Tang Yuntian's intention was to play the role of a hunter. Amidst the jungle, Tang Yuntian navigated with keen awareness, his eyes scanning every direction and his ears attuned to every sound. Suddenly, a buzzing resonated from behind him, akin to a swarm of hornets being disturbed. The hive crossbow. In that instant, Tang Yuntian recalled a formidable weapon. Such hidden projectiles unleashed a torrent of death, leaving no means of evasion. Moreover, they could easily pierce through protective sword energies, instantly transforming anyone below the 6th level of chi refinement into a mere pincushion. With a swift movement, Tang Yuntian pivoted and unleashed a powerful swing of his sword. The blade howled through the air, and the hornet-sized bolts, within mere 10 paces, were scattered like leaves in a tempest. A startled cry erupted from a figure concealed behind a tree, with a resounding crash. The air rippled violently. The individual, taken aback by the ferocity of his opponent, erupted in a mist of crimson, hurtling away like a rag doll, struggling momentarily before falling silent. Approaching the fallen figure, Tang Yuntian unfastened the storage pouch from the man's waist. Indeed, the hive crossbow lived up to its reputation as a weapon of mass destruction, for within the pouch lay an astonishing 50,000 spirit pearls, an amount likely acquired through countless lives lost. Adding this to the 10,000 he already possessed, he had now gathered enough to forge 2 substantial cauldrons. It seemed robbery was indeed the quickest path to wealth. Tang Yuntian muttered this to himself. His ears perked up, and he discreetly tucked the storage pouch into his robes. So, they are aware of my presence, and still dare to conceal their treasures. A haughty voice echoed from 100 paces away, atop a grand tree. Turning, Tang Yuntian beheld a man clad in a blue robe, sword in hand. This individual bore an unmistakable air of distinction, evident from the arrogance etched upon his features. As Tang Yuntian turned, the man atop the tree revealed a look of surprise upon seeing him, followed by an uproarious laughter that resonated with both delight and schadenfreude. Tang Yuntian's gaze fell upon the jade talisman hanging from the man's waist, and he instantly deduced his identity. To think that my name, Tang Yuntian, has spread so far that even a nameless disciple of the inviting Moonsword sect is aware of my former title. At the mention of his name, the man's expression shifted. Tang Yuntian, is that your new name? However, regardless of how you attempt to alter your name, you cannot change the undeniable fact that my senior sister was dispatched to render you a mere shell of your former self. Your daydreams of coveting my sex, Sister Lu, are no different from a toad's aspirations. Tang Yuntian discerned that this person's cultivation was akin to Chao Ming's, yet there remained a discernible gap when compared to Gulun. Chapter 7. Grateful Salutations, Mad Beast. It appears you have lost your mind. You are nothing but a worthless wretch devoid of any sword energy, yet you dare to boast so audaciously, risking the very tongue you speak with. This individual seemed to suddenly recall something, an inexplicable smile gracing his lips. Let me share a piece of disheartening news with you. Just a month prior, my sect's Sister Lu advanced to the late stage of Dan condensation. Revenge, for one such as you, it will forever remain an impossibility. The man believed that upon hearing this revelation, Tang Yuntian would surely be struck with astonishment. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Tang Yuntian did not display shock. Instead, he broke into an uncharacteristic smile. What are you laughing at? You worthless fool. Lu Cici's breakthrough to the late stage is indeed delightful news. The higher one's cultivation, the more devastating the fall. I can already envision the profound misery that will accompany your downfall once I render you powerless. The man's excitement grew with each word, his desire to grasp Tang Yuntian's head almost palpable. He unleashed the Liwa, sword sex Chang Fei sword technique, moving as one with his sword, soaring through the air to strike from 100 paces away. Tang Yuntian stood firm as a mountain, disregarding the man's lethal strike. Fool, on the brink of death, you still feign composure. Watch as I claim your head. As the man soared through the air, his sword traced an arc, resembling a crescent moon, aimed directly at Tang Yuntian. Tang Yuntian raised his sword to defend, and with a resounding clash, the unyielding crescent sword energy met his black blade, producing but a gentle chime. The scene the man had envisioned, of his sword severing Tang Yuntian's head, failed to materialize. What a remarkable sword! Without even employing sword energy, relying solely on the weapon itself, it is capable of withstanding my razor-sharp sword energy. I must have this sword. The man executed the Chang Fei sword technique to its zenith, conjuring a flurry of sword shadows that surged towards Tang Yuntian. Intent on annihilation. 5 paces ahead lies your very own gateway to the underworld. Tang Yuntian executed an upward thrust, reminiscent of the time he had effortlessly sent a 1,000-pound cauldron flying. The sword shadows conjured by the man vanished without a trace, swiftly followed by the man's body being sent soaring. Alongside his defeat, the man's hand, grasping the severed sword, was also lost. The pride he once possessed had dissipated entirely. His body sprawled on the ground as he clutched his severed hand, letting out a harrowing scream. Just moments before, Tang Yuntian had not employed any intricate sword technique. He had merely executed a simple thrust from the sword's essence. Yet, to the man, it felt as though he faced an impenetrable mountain. Utterly unable to find a foothold, and just as a boulder descended, slow yet forceful, it struck him with overwhelming might at my hand. The man's cries echoed in stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Silence! Tang Yuntian's commanding shouts silenced the man instantly, who now gazed at him with palpable terror. He could not comprehend how one stripped of their cultivation could still possess such unfathomable strength. Convey to Lu Cici everything I previously expressed, leaving not a single word unspoken. Let her ponder deeply how she shall endure the latter half of her life, once I have stripped her of her cultivation, ensuring she does not succumb to despair. Now, bow twice and depart. Upon hearing the command to bow, the man's countenance turned a deep shade of iron. Tang Yuntian, do not overstep your bounds. Do you know who my father is? The man felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gripped by the fear that Tang Yuntian might indeed act on his threat, scanning his surroundings and noticing the absence of witnesses, he thought to himself, if no one sees it, then it does not count as bowing. He knelt on the ground, executing 3 bows, then hastily fled into the thicket. Once the man vanished, Tang Yuntian's expression shifted. This is bad. I forgot to secure him in my storage bag. It was a grave oversight. A lapse in caution, he shook his head in vexation, feeling a tinge of regret within. This individual hails from the Yaoyue sword sect, and the treasures he possesses are certainly beyond the comparison of someone who resorts to ambushes with a honeycomb crossbow. Alas, he has already slipped away without a trace. I can only hope for better fortune in the encounters to come, perhaps crossing paths with those of substantial wealth. Tang Yuntian murmured to himself, drawing his black sword and striding purposefully into the depths of the forest. Time progressed to the 4th day since Tang Yuntian entered the Anri forest. Throughout these 4 days, he encountered no fewer than 20 waves of assaults and highway robberies, with the cultivators involved predominantly ranging from the 4th to the 7th level of qi refinement. Those of insufficient cultivation lacked the courage to venture in, while those of higher cultivation, at the 8th or 9th levels, were too preoccupied with tracking down the traitor from the Qiankuan sword sect to engage in petty thievery. After all, a single breakthrough pill is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, or even millions of spirit pearls. Should fortune favor him and he manage to uncover the whereabouts of such a person, the rewards would far surpass the gains from mere robbery. Consequently, when faced with such cultivators, the outcome was nearly always the same. They were thoroughly defeated by Tang Yuntian. As night fell, in a clearing of the forest, beside a flickering campfire, he meticulously counted his spoils from the past 4 days. 350,000. Satisfied with his haul, he gathered his treasures. For him, the objective of this expedition into the Anri forest had largely been accomplished, with considerable surplus to boot. Crafting 8 grand cauldrons requires 240,000 spirit pills. Yet he had already amassed 350,000. As Tang Yuntian reflected on his fortune, a figure approached from the shadows, leaning on a bloodied broken sword. Upon spotting Tang Yuntian by the campfire, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in the stranger's eyes, though it quickly faded. He staggered forward, addressing Tang Yuntian. Esteemed friend, I have been ambushed, and my companions were all slain. I am gravely injured and have fled for an entire day. May I rest here for a brief moment? I assure you I shall depart before the incense burns out. Hearing the man's plea, Tang Yuntian cast a casual glance in his direction. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. This place is not mine to claim, and the fire was not kindled by me. I am but a latecomer. You are truly a paragon of chivalry. The stranger's face lit up with gratitude as he clasped his hands in thanks. Slowly approaching Tang Yuntian. Chapter 8. Overjoyed accepting the unfamiliar man's praise with composure, Tang Yuntian replied, acting with righteousness is the fundamental principle by which I live. I see that you are gravely injured. Yet if you have needs, do not hesitate to speak. I am willing to offer appropriate assistance, so as not to squander the kind words you've bestowed upon me. The man had advanced to within 5 paces of Tang Yuntian. A smile graced his face as he let out a soft sigh, saying, to be honest, my friend, you must know that the sword I wield has broken. For us sword cultivators, the shattering of a sword equates to the loss of half a life. I wonder if you have a spare sword. It need not be anything special. Just any sword will suffice, and I promise you will be generously rewarded. Tang Yuntian laughed heartily, gazing skyward. It is merely a sword. What significance does it hold? Take it. As he spoke, he retrieved the black sword that was planted beside him and casually tossed it over. Initially taken aback, the man's face soon lit up with joy as he reached out eagerly to grasp it. Yet, at the very moment the sword was about to be within his grasp, he bellowed, "Fool, your stupidity is beyond even the god's salvation." However, as he finally secured the sword, his expression morphed into one of sheer horror. He realized that what he held was not a sword at all, but rather the weight of a mountain, pressing him down towards the earth. Tang Yuntian, who had been seated on the ground, sprang to his feet and unleashed a powerful punch. The incoming assailant was no ordinary foe. Sensing the shift, he swiftly abandoned the sword and retreated with agility. A thunderous sound erupted as Tang Yuntian struck with lethal precision. The air itself resonating with the force of his blow, the man moved with remarkable speed, a testament to his prowess, narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. Yet, he was still thrown into disarray, his blood surging and his ears ringing. What allowed you to see through my ruse? The man inquired as he continued his retreat. Your foolishness, Tang Yuntian retorted, closing the distance with a swift dash, seizing the black sword and delivering a fierce slash. The great sword sliced through the air, summoning a howling wind that lashed against the man, causing him pain even before the blade reached him. He leaped back another 5 paces, exclaiming in terror, Tang Yuntian, how can you possess such terrifying strength? This is beyond human capability. Who are you, and how do you know my name? He shouted, panic evident in his voice. Hearing his name called out suddenly caused Tang Yuntian to falter for a brief moment. In the chaos of battle, even the slightest opening could lead to catastrophic consequences. Go to hell and ask King Yen, the man retorted, gripping his broken sword. Seizing the opportunity presented by Tang Yuntian's momentary hesitation, he executed a strange maneuver, vanishing in an instant. Such speed was unprecedented, even for Tang Yuntian. However, Tang Yuntian had intentionally feigned a weakness, waiting for him to step into his demise that he retained 3 parts of his strength. And as the man lunged at him with such velocity, he twisted his wrist, transforming the slash into a thrust. A piercing scream erupted as the man's arm, still clutching the broken sword, soared into the air. Almost simultaneously, Tang Yuntian closed in, his left hand propelled like a cannonball, unleashing a punch infused with his full power. The two were now merely a step apart, and the man, having just lost an arm, had no capacity to evade the impending blow, which landed squarely on his chest. With a resounding crash, the man was sent flying, crashing through 3 large trees before collapsing to the ground like a ragged doll. Despite his formidable vitality, blood gushed from his mouth. His eyes, "Why you are so foolish that when I leave you a loophole, you dive right in. If you do not perish, who will? What a pity for your cultivation. Were it not for your sheer stupidity, I would have found it difficult to spare you today." Upon hearing Tang Yuntian's words, the man let out a gasp and fell lifeless to the ground. His body was utterly shattered by Tang Yuntian's strike, leaving him devoid of any chance of survival. This individual likely possessed a cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Had I not feigned a weakness to lure him in, killing him today would have been no easy feat, let alone injuring him. The instantaneous killing sword technique he had exhibited seemed to be the elusive Shunling sword technique from my Qiankuan sword sect, a technique that had not been mastered by anyone in over a decade. Could this man be the traitor? Otherwise, how would he know my name? As Tang Yuntian pondered this, he was taken aback and quickly turned over the man's corpse to scrutinize his features. With a swift motion, he grabbed the man's face, revealing a mask as delicate as a cicada's wing. Zheng Xiong. Recognizing the true identity of this individual, Tang Yuntian immediately recalled his origins. Zheng Xiong was notoriously low profile within the sword sect, rarely revealing his presence or engaging in conflicts. Who would have thought he was so deeply concealed, audacious enough to covet the elixir chamber? Tang Yuntian rummaged through Zheng Xiong's belongings and retrieved a storage pouch. After searching, he uncovered a small white jade porcelain vial containing 3 elixirs, clearly visible without needing to open it. The breakthrough pill. Overjoyed, Tang Yuntian exclaimed, "Fortune favors the bold, while others scour the earth for me in vain. This individual has delivered himself right to my doorstep." At that moment, Tang Yuntian's expression shifted as he heard a flurry of sounds approaching from all directions. The commotion from the battle had undoubtedly attracted attention. "You scoundrel! How dare you leave the sect? Capture him. I shall make him wish for life and death." The first to emerge from the forest was Guluan, followed closely by Chao Ming and another individual, racing towards him with fervor. "Scoundrel, die!" Chao Ming, far from alarmed, surged forward to engage. All along, he had believed that a month prior, during their duel, he had simply fallen into Tang Yuntian's trap. Now, in the shadowy depths of the forest, unbound by sect rules, he was free to unleash his fury. Yet, as Tang Yuntian maintained his speed, he met Chao Ming's sword strike head-on. The impact felt as if he had struck a colossal mountain. Unyielding and resolute, in a split second, Tang Yuntian deflected the attack and, with a deft twist of his sword, sent Chao Ming and his weapon flying, accompanied by a shriek. With the obstacle removed, Tang Yuntian accelerated even further. Leaving Guluan trailing behind, Ji Yuluan cast a grim glance in the direction Tang Yuntian had fled and approached the shattered corpse. Upon recognizing the face of the deceased, his expression changed drastically. "This is bad. The traitor has been slain by that scoundrel." He hurriedly searched the body, but found nothing of value. Ji Yuluan's face turned ashen. "Impossible. Zheng Xiong's cultivation was equal to mine. Even I would have had little chance of defeating him directly. How could this scoundrel accomplish such a feat when Zheng Xiong was utterly incapacitated?" His disbelief was palpable. From another direction, a subordinate rushed over and whispered, "Boss." Chao Ming was swiftly eliminated by Tang Yuntian, and his situation is dire. Upon hearing this, Guluan abruptly raised his head that he cannot be spared. This wretched spawn must be eliminated, or else. The unspoken words lingered in his heart. Chao Ming's fate today could very well be his own tomorrow. Regarding Tang Yuntian's slaying of the traitor Zheng Xiong, Guluan, for reasons unknown, chose not to publicize the matter. Everyone knew Zheng Xiong had perished, yet the identity of his killer remained a mystery. And the whereabouts of the broken barrier pill had become an unsolvable enigma. In the following month, Tang Yuntian, having made significant progress in the Ding sword technique, advanced rapidly in his training, progressing from Sword Challenge 2 Dings to Sword Challenge 6 Dings. During this time, he ventured out occasionally and learned that his exploits in treasure acquisition had not been broadcast by Guluan. This revelation set off alarm bells in his mind. The only rationale for such discretion was a sinister motive, brewing a larger conspiracy. Though he paid Gulun little heed, he was acutely aware that behind Gulun stood Jianji Yefan. Despite being the least among the 7 sons of the sword sect, Yefan had still attained the mid-stage of the condensation pill realm. Based on his understanding of the strength he wielded at the peak of his swordsmanship, Tang Yuntian realized that until he sculpted his sword bone, he would not stand a chance against Yefan. One day, the elder from the Beast Mountain, whom he had once bribed, approached him. Tang Yuntian, you need not come to the Beast Mountain for your duties starting tomorrow. Elder, what is the reason? Tang Yuntian exclaimed in surprise. The elder replied, because someone has found you a better position. As for the specifics, I'm not entirely certain myself, but someone awaits you at the foot of the mountain. Just follow him. Tang Yuntian's expression darkened. He sensed that this could not bode well. Upon arriving at the base of the mountain, he indeed found someone waiting. However, when he discerned the individual's attire, he was taken aback. The clothing was reserved for the core disciples of the main mountain, which was the residence of the sword sect's master, implying that this person was likely a highly esteemed disciple of the sect leader. Without further ado, the individual led him towards the central main mountain. Senior brother, may I inquire where we are headed? Tang Yuntian asked tentatively. The person pondered briefly before responding. This pertains to the secrets of our Qian sword sect. However, since you have been chosen, you will inevitably learn of it eventually, so it matters little to share it with you now. Our Qian sword sect possesses a well known as the Dragonlock Well. True to its name, it indeed seals a wretched dragon within. However, this dragon is immensely powerful, constantly threatening to break free from its seal, necessitating reinforcement every 3 years, and you are one of the chosen for this task. Tang Yuntian's face paled at this revelation. He was well aware of the Dragonlock Well, as it was a task entrusted to him. By Tsong Long failing to complete, it would mean that the serpent's curse would become his death sentence. Yet, he had not anticipated being afforded such an opportunity to enter the Dragonlock Well. Senior brother, is the reinforcement of the seal dangerous? The individual smiled slightly. Let me put it this way. The chosen ones, apart from yourself, comprise 11 attendants. A decision grounded in historical precedent. It is customary to descend with 12 individuals in order to ultimately seal the binding. Tang Yuntian is certainly no fool. To send down 12 implies that 12 shall meet their demise. He contemplated. The scheme devised by the likes of Gu Luan is laid bare, yet it is evident that such power could not solely emanate from Gu Luan himself, but must instead be orchestrated by his backing. Yi Fan, Chapter 9. Unforgivable sin in the forbidden zone of the sect. Those who intrude shall meet their end. A towering stone tablet, standing over 2 meters high, loomed before Tang Yuntian, its surface emblazoned with crimson characters inscribed in cinnabar. Forbidden grounds of the sect. It dawned on him that the dragon-locking well resided here. At that moment, he realized the truth. In his past life as Tang Jianji, he had indeed heard of this sacred ground, yet he had never fathomed that its designation as a forbidden area was solely due to the presence of a dragon-locking well. A nearby man, noticing Tang Yuntian's pause, gave him a shove and declared, "Stop dawdling. Move swiftly. Your current predicament is of your own making. You cannot blame others, since your cultivation has been rendered ineffective. You ought to retreat like a mouse and live quietly, yet you remain unrestrained, offending others. Now you reap what you have sown." Upon hearing this man's words, Tang Yuntian immediately confirmed his prior suspicions, the task of entering the dragon-locking well. A perilous endeavor fraught with the likelihood of death was undoubtedly the result of someone's covert machinations. He chose not to engage further and proceeded directly into the forbidden area of the rear mountain. The dragon-locking well appeared, at first glance, to be an utterly ordinary stone well, a mere dry pit that would attract no attention were it placed in any corner. However, today, a complete row of individuals surrounded this unremarkable well. Among the 11 attendants was a figure who stood out prominently, an elder clad in flowing yellow robes, with a long white beard that brushed against his knees, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. At that moment, a flicker of impatience crossed the elder's eyes. Where is the last attendant? What audacity to keep me waiting here for a full incense stick's duration. A subservient elder, dressed in traditional garb, hastily approached and cupped his hands in respect. Elder Situ, please quell your anger. The final attendant possesses a unique identity. We await his arrival because he is no ordinary attendant, and his descent will yield a greater chance of success. Almost as soon as the elder's words fell, Tang Yuntian and his companion appeared from the distance. The man who had brought Tang Yuntian hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, reporting to the elder. The last attendant has been brought. The long-bearded elder's expression softened slightly. Now that he has arrived, let us proceed swiftly. Since the sect master has entrusted this task to me, it is imperative that we achieve flawless execution. As he spoke, he gestured casually, causing the awaiting attendant to comprehend his intent. From his waist pouch, he produced 12 spherical objects, distributing them to the 11 trembling attendants. What are you standing there for? Come over here, the elder commanded coldly, clutching the last sphere while casting a glance at the newly arrived Tang Yuntian. Tang Yuntian's countenance darkened upon recognizing the individual, and he quickly grasped the depth of Yi Fan's conspiracy. This old ghost he knows, named Yi Fang, is the third uncle of Jianji Yi Fan. This is almost an open secret, and this old ghost is currently employed in the alchemy chamber. Under the command of the esteemed Grand Elder Situ to AT this moment, Tang Yuntian began to comprehend the origin of the worthless pill he had obtained prior to the Ming and Qing dynasties. He stepped forward, maintaining a stoic expression as he accepted the crystalline sphere. What is this? He inquired, glancing down at it. You beast, how dare you? The Grand Elder's voice thundered, in the presence of the Grand Elder. Do you, a mere mongrel, have the audacity to speak? Quickly deliver 100 slaps to your own face, or I shall decree you guilty of egregious disrespect and have you executed on the spot. The elder's eyes blazed with fury, his bellowing reprimand so fierce that one might think Tang Yuntian had slaughtered his entire family. Tang Yuntian could not recall having any deep-seated enmity with this individual. Or perhaps he had accumulated so many grudges in the past that they had long since faded from his memory. His title of Sword Extreme had been earned through countless slaughters, and with every act of killing, there naturally arose hatred. Tang Yuntian had always believed in reciprocating respect. However, this individual, relying on age and seniority, had no justification for demanding deference. He cast a disdainful glance at the elder and, with a smile, remarked, "You old curmudgeon, I merely asked a question, and you concoct an entire spectacle. The esteemed Grand Elder Situ is revered by the disciples of our sword sect, and he has not uttered a word of protest. Yet you, old ghost, are more impatient than a eunuch. What?" Tang Yuntian's venomous words left Yu Fang momentarily speechless, his astonishment far exceeding his anger. As he regained his composure, his face turned a shade resembling a bruised eggplant. "You dog of a mongrel, I see you are tired of living. You are nothing but a menial servant, and you dare publicly insult an elder? What punishment do you deserve for such insolence?" "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Beast, if you continue to speak such drivel, I shall surely tear your mouth apart." Upon hearing Tang Yuntian's remarks, Yi Fang's expression shifted dramatically, infused with a mix of rage and urgency. Tang Yuntian, with a slight frown directed towards the long-bearded elder, clasped his hands in respect and continued, "As far as I am aware, the alchemy chamber, under the Grand Elder's jurisdiction, has always been fair and just, with explicit regulations stating that worthless pills are harmful and not to be circulated. Yi Fang, how dare you covertly sell worthless pills for profit, endangering the disciples of our sect? Pray tell, how many disciples have you harmed in the past? And how much ill-gotten wealth have you amassed? You beast, truly a vile tongue, daring to bite back." Yi Fang, trembling with fear, after his outburst, quickly bowed to the long-bearded elder. "Grand Elder, this brat speaks nonsense, like a mad dog. And such actions are not something I, Yi Fang, would ever partake in." The long-bearded elder's countenance had already darkened. The matter of selling worthless pills was of grave significance. After all, these pills were highly toxic, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Should this matter be thoroughly investigated, the deaths of various disciples for an array of reasons could easily be attributed to him. Moreover, he cherished his reputation, and should this scandal spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the esteemed title of Grand Alchemist he held. Tang Yuntian observed that the time was ripe, and, accordingly, stoked the flames once more. "Yi Fang, you need not continue your feeble attempts at denial. I possess not only testimonies from the Ming and Qing dynasties, but also physical evidence. If you wish to see it, I can present the wasted elixir to you right now." That particular elixir had long since been crushed by him. His words were merely a ploy to unsettle Yu Fang. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Yuntian's declaration, the elder's iron-gray face turned a shade paler. Each type of elixir was under the jurisdiction of specific individuals, and should Tang Yuntian truly produce that wasted elixir, it could be identified almost instantaneously. "Enough," the Grand Elder's voice rang out with authority. "Yi Fang," there was a palpable anger in his tone. "At your service, Grand Elder. Please give your orders." Yi Fang trembled uncontrollably. The elder with the long beard darkened his expression, Your audacity is astonishing. To dare engage in such disgraceful acts behind my back is an unpardonable offense. Chapter 10. A matter of interest, Grand Elder. Forgive my transgression. I was momentarily foolish. At that time, I merely thought that this little wretch had become useless, akin to refuse for our sect. Thus I silence. The Grand Elder, upon hearing his admission, was filled with rage. Your misdeeds render you unfit for the position of overseer of the elixir chamber, effective immediately. You are dismissed. Seek your fortunes elsewhere. The sudden shock of the Grand Elder's words left Yifeng aghast, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Yifeng, do not feign despair and beg for pity. The wealth you have amassed through deceit and exploitation over the years is more than sufficient to sustain you for the remainder of your life. The Grand Elder displays unparalleled mercy by sparing your wretched life. You would do well to heed this and depart swiftly. Tang Yuntian's words transformed Yifeng's countenance into a charred visage, his facial muscles twitching incessantly, teeth grinding audibly. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would undoubtedly have resorted to violence. Realizing the Grand Elder was resolute in expelling him, Yifeng understood that his fate was sealed. He rose, performed a final bow, and cast a venomous glance at Tang Yuntian. I sincerely hope you managed to survive this time. With that, he departed like a soulless specter. Young man, what is your name? The Grand Elder inquired, his expression inscrutable. After sizing him up, he nodded slightly. Your aura is chaotic, and your elixir chamber is damaged. A pity, for otherwise, you could have been a promising talent in the sword path. Do you know why you have been summoned here today? Tang Yuntian nodded. On my way here, someone had already informed me of this matter. Excellent. If you manage to emerge alive from this ordeal, given my lack of proper guidance, I shall bestow upon you an appropriate reward. The gift from the Grand Elder is not one I dare refuse. I shall certainly do all within my power to survive. Upon hearing Tang Yuntian's unhesitating acceptance, a playful smile crept across the Elder's face. Very well. You possess a certain spirit. However, to receive your reward, you must first ensure your survival. A row of 11 miscellaneous attendants watched in envy and jealousy as Tang Yuntian, a fellow attendant, conversed with the nearly omnipotent Grand Elder, the esteemed master of elixirs, eliciting a mix of admiration and resentment among them. The group of attendants wore expressions of apprehension. Upon hearing the details of the task, the crowd felt a sense of relief, for it seemed that it was merely a matter of descending into the depths, and thus should pose little danger. A chain was cast into the abyss of an unfathomable well. The individual at the forefront slid down with the flow. However, after a brief moment, a terrified scream echoed from the depths, soon followed by an unsettling silence. The Elder closed his eyes to sense the situation, and when he reopened them, a glimmer of joy flickered in his gaze. Although a life had been lost, it was evident that the spiritual array had been activated. Next, the second person descended into the well. Yet again, mere moments passed before another scream pierced the air. Following this, the third and fourth individuals followed suit. When it came to the 11th person, shockingly, none who ventured down returned alive. Throughout this ordeal, Tang Yuntian meticulously observed the Elder's every action. Once the 11th attendant's scream faded into silence, enlightenment dawned upon him. So it is. This is indeed a death trap. Sending one person down would inevitably cost a life. The 7 malevolent dragon spirits are as bloodthirsty as rumored. Kid, it's your turn now. I have never made a promise lightly. If you manage to return alive, I shall bestow upon you rewards beyond your imagination. The Elder spoke to Tang Yuntian with a smile. Yet, in Tang Yuntian's eyes, that smile bore the sinister aura of a devil. At this moment, he could hardly contemplate any reward. Survival was the paramount concern. Great Elder, has anyone ever returned alive from this before? The Elder replied with a faint smile. No one has in the past. But that does not preclude the possibility in the future. Such miracles may yet occur in your life. Tang Yuntian understood clearly upon hearing this. The 7 malevolent dragons are exceedingly powerful. Descending now would yield no significant difference than descending a decade later. Moreover, this was a legitimate opportunity. Should he let it slip away, he might not know when another would present itself. Tang Yuntian mused within himself, yet he also recognized that the arrow was already drawn, and retreat was not an option. Having faced death once before, he felt little fear now. He approached the desolate well, grasped the dangling chain, and leaped into the abyss, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Observing his descent, the Elder nodded slightly and commanded, "Go inform the sect leader. The sealing process has been successfully completed." And a messenger hurriedly departed upon receiving the order. Those in attendance, hearing this, cautiously remarked, "Great Elder, the young lad who descended has yet to emit a scream. Should we not wait? No need to wait. How vicious are the malevolent dragons? Once one enters their lair, do not speak of a mere attendant whose cultivation has been obliterated. Even at their peak, that lad would not survive against even 100 of them. Understood, we shall abide by the great elder's decree. The attendants did not dare to oppose and, with great effort, hoisted a massive stone sphere, sealing the well with a resounding crash. At that moment, within the well, crash, Tang Yuntian fell from a height of several dozen meters, landing upon the bodies of those who had fallen before him. Serving as a makeshift cushion, thus avoiding instant death, what kind of measurement was that rope, which had only descended 2/3 before vanishing, among those who had perished at the hands of the malevolent dragons? It seemed far more had met their end by falling. Tang Yuntian, relying on his formidable physique and the corpses beneath him serving as a makeshift cushion, managed to survive despite sustaining severe injuries. Overwhelmed by rage, he unleashed a furious roar to vent his dissatisfaction. At that moment, the array ball in his hand seemed to sense something, suddenly radiating a blinding light before shattering into a complex light formation. As this formation emerged, the inky darkness of the well below was illuminated, revealing not just emptiness but the intricate, magnified layout of a gigantic array that encompassed the entire subterranean space with its obscure and profound intricacies. Chapter 11. The ultimate technique. As the spiritual array entered the grand formation, the entire space resonated with a low hum, and the light intensified further, while Tang Yuntian surveyed his surroundings. He turned abruptly and stumbled back in shock. Retreating 5 steps, behind him, 2 enormous, menacing eyes glared at him with a ferocity that sent chills down his spine. Fiend dragon. Upon recognizing the full form of this creature, Tang Yuntian's voice quivered with trepidation. The dragon before him appeared somewhat withered, akin to desiccated bark, with 5 claws beneath its belly and a pair of wings sprouting from its back. It lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Yet its 2 eyes, filled with malice, revealed it was indeed alive. The malevolent dragon exuded an aura of murderous intent. Upon spotting Tang Yuntian, it expelled 2 gusts of air from its nostrils, which transformed into twin tearing storms that rushed towards him. Startled, Tang Yuntian hastily drew his black sword from his pouch, summoning all his strength to unleash 2 swift strikes. His mastery of the Ding sword technique had progressed to the 6th level, rendering his power unfathomably terrifying. The 2 sword strikes generated a pair of slicing winds that met the oncoming storms. The clash of winds produced a sharp sound akin to steel being sliced. However, the 2 strikes barely managed to hold back the tempest for a fleeting moment, as the storms born from the dragon's breath broke through the barrier, advancing like a rampaging tide. Just as he faced imminent destruction, he executed his ultimate technique, known simply as the pounce. Although the Ding sword technique was notoriously difficult to master, it culminated in a singular lethal move, the 9th pounce, while Tang Yuntian had only attained the 6th pounce. Its power was already extraordinary in a straightforward yet profound manner. This seemingly innocuous move dissipated the 2 converging storms with a thunderous crash. The winds, formless and intangible, vanished without a trace beneath the might of the 6th pounce. Beads of sweat formed on Tang Yuntian's forehead as he felt a lingering dread. He began to understand why dragons were shrouded in myth. This creature, appearing to be on the brink of death, had nearly claimed his life in a mere breath. Senior, please cease your aggression. I am here under duress to seal you. Killing me would serve no purpose for you. Let us instead consider a collaboration. It may not be impossible to rescue you in the future. Faced with the precipice of death, Tang Yuntian cast aside all else and spoke the words most likely to sway the dragon. Prioritizing his own survival, the fiendish dragon refrained from further attacks, its fierce gaze softening slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, a voice resonated like the bellowing of a mighty bull. You, little rascal, possess an enigmatic peculiarity. Wielding a power that transcends human limits that I end my endless existence. I have never encountered someone like you. When it comes to sheer strength, you bear some resemblance to the ancient sorcerers who have long been extinguished. Upon hearing the dragon express its interest, Tang Yuntian felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking to himself, my life should be temporarily secured. Predecessor, your insight is razor-sharp, although I am not an ancient sorcerer. My physique indeed deviates from the ordinary, a gift bestowed upon me by an ability that is beyond the reach of an average person. Tang Yuntian, unreserved and direct, dove straight into the topic at hand, declaring the unique ability he possessed, naturally preparing for the subsequent observation of the bloodline symbols of the malevolent dragon. This ability, innate and unparalleled, was irreplaceable. and he felt no fear of the dragon discovering it. Moreover, should he wish to scrutinize the dragon's bloodline symbols, he wouldn't manage to remain composed even in front of the fearsome Sangjiao, let alone when facing this infinitely more powerful Seven Fiends dragon. Indeed, upon learning of Tang Yuntian's capability to alter one's innate bloodline, the interest of the malevolent dragon intensified. Seizing the moment, Tang Yuntian reiterated his previous sentiments regarding the Songlong, with little to no modification, even openly stating his purpose for coming. Such is the nature of things. In the presence of my predecessor, I dare not conceal anything to as he spoke. He spread his palm wide. Predecessor, behold, this is the curse laid upon me by the Songlong. If I do not come here, I shall inevitably meet my demise. The malevolent dragon tilted its head slightly, appearing to be lost in contemplation. This ability that I believe I have heard of it long ago. Tang Yuntian was taken aback. What? Besides myself, have you, esteemed predecessor, heard of others possessing such an ability? Finally, the dragon shook its head, responding, I cannot recall. Too much time has passed for me to remember. However, your ability does seem to bear some relation to the ancient sorcerers who have perished. Tang Yuntian, unfazed by the mention of sorcerers, promptly replied, though I am currently weak and outnumbered, witnessing you, esteemed predecessor, sealed in this abyss for an eternity, I am willing to pay any price to rescue you from this plight. The malevolent dragon curled its lip in a human-like manner. Do you think your intentions can deceive me? You merely seek to obtain my bloodline symbols. Tang Yuntian nodded candidly. To gain something, one must be willing to give. If you place your trust in me, one day when I possess the capability, I shall surely rescue you from your suffering. Should you still harbor doubts, we could establish a blood pact, akin to that of the Songlong. Ensuring that I would not dare to renege at this moment, he felt untroubled by the multitude of debts he owed, believing that if he truly gained the power to free this malevolent dragon, it would not be an insurmountable task. The dragon, upon hearing his words, fell into a deep reverie. Finally, it abruptly inquired, Young one, have you heard of the 9 true dragons? Tang Yuntian nodded slightly. Naturally, I have heard of it. It is said that these 9 true dragons are known as the children of Tao. The storm dragon inherently wields the power of storms and is called the Son of Storm. The sword-split dragon possesses the innate ability to control sword energy, thus earning the title of the Son of the Sword. However, to my knowledge, these 9 true dragons have long been extinct since ancient times. Regarding the lineage of dragons, there exists a notion of pure bloodlines. Just like the previous evil scale azure dragon, no matter how formidable it may be, it can only be regarded as a jiao and not a true dragon. Due to its diluted bloodline. As for these 7 malevolent dragons, possessing the honorific title of dragon, their bloodlines are undoubtedly superior to that of the azure dragon, yet this is relative, compared to the legendary true dragons. Their bloodlines are still considered thin. Tang Yuntian speculated that these malevolent dragons aim to achieve a similar goal as the azure dragon, seeking her assistance in locating the bloodline runes of the true dragons to purify their bloodlines. However, upon further contemplation, he realized this seemed implausible, for the true dragons had perished eons ago, and bloodline runes would vanish upon the death of a living being. Chapter 12. The whispers of the wind. The malevolent dragon's eyes glimmered with delight. I am well aware that the 9 true dragons have long since vanished from existence, and none survive in this world. Yet, you remain ignorant of the immense power of a true dragon's corporeal form. Tang Yuntian's eyes brightened. Senior, do you mean to imply? Little imp, do you know why I have fallen to such a state? Tang Yuntian candidly replied. As far as I know, Senior, you were defeated and subsequently imprisoned by the founding ancestor of my Qinkuan sword sect, the Qinkuan sword immortal. Nonsense. That old fool could not possibly defeat me. Were it not for his summoning of an exceptionally rare powerhouse and setting 18 traps to ensnare me, killing him would have been no more challenging than slaying a chicken. The malevolent dragon appeared particularly agitated. Yet after a furious roar, he exhaled heavily. Enough. In the cycle of victory and defeat, discussing such matters is ultimately futile. What I wish to convey is, do you know why he expended such great resources to capture me? Tang Yuntian cooperatively shook his head, his heart shaken to its core. The dragon bone of the sword-split dragon, his mind surged with tumult, for according to his plans, once the runes were inscribed, the next step would be to carve the bones. The purpose of this carving was to infuse innate power runes into the bone and blood, thereby generating extraordinary abilities. He had previously pondered where to seek the innate sword runes if he were to pursue the sword path. It is worth noting that in his previous life, although he was hailed as the creator of extraordinary abilities, Those abilities were typically manifestations of common elements such as water, fire, wind, and thunder. The concept of innate sword runes was something he had never encountered before. Now, upon hearing that the Qiankuan sword sect harbored the sword bone of one of the 9 true dragons, the sword split dragon, he suddenly gained clarity regarding the path he was to follow. Whether it be these 7 malevolent dragons or the evil scale azure dragon, they were merely aware that he could perceive bloodline runes. As for the elemental bone runes, Tang Yuntian had not disclosed this to them, and they were thus wholly unaware. He nodded and said, "I see. Senior, can you confirm that the segment of sword bone still resides within the Qiankuan sword sect?" The malevolent dragon smiled silently with a grin. "Of course. Although my powers are currently suppressed to the utmost limit, that sword bone was once in my possession and refined with my essence blood, so I have a connection to it. It must still be within your Qiankuan sword sect." Tang Yuntian nodded earnestly. "Senior, rest assured, as long as you promise to allow me to observe the bloodline symbols, once I achieve the form of the great dragon and possess its formidable power, gaining the recognition of the higher echelons of the sword sect, there will surely be an opportunity for me to study the bone of the sword if all else fails. When I have grown sufficiently powerful, I shall seize it by force to assist you in escaping this prison. Yes, you may proceed without hesitation. Once I succeed, I will not treat you poorly. In fact, I shall even permit you to become my envoy. At which point, within this domain of the sharp sword, none shall be able to lay a finger on you." Tang Yuntian thought to himself, what a ridiculous notion of being an envoy. Once I attain the form of the great dragon and find an opportunity to study the dragon bone, gaining the innate sword patterns and achieving a body of sword bones, at that time, my sword energy shall soar to the heavens. What need will I have for you as an envoy? Though such thoughts raced through his mind, his face betrayed the excitement one would expect. I seem to envision a future where I stand proudly beneath your banner, towering at the pinnacle of the skies. For you, I would willingly tread through fire and water." His expression was one of utmost sincerity, to demonstrate my loyalty. "I am willing to accept your blood curse. Should I ever violate this vow, I shall willingly shatter into 1,000 pieces." Tang Yuntian understood that matters were not so simple. Even the azure dragon had cast a curse upon him. And this sinister dragon, notorious as one of the 7 fiends, would undoubtedly impose restrictions upon him as well. Realizing this, he deemed it wiser to advance rather than retreat, thus earning the others' trust. "Excellent." The sinister dragon indeed nodded in satisfaction. As for the blood curse, I believe that no one can resist such temptation. Even if you acquire my bloodline power, you shall never be as formidable as I am. Tang Yuntian's heart swelled with joy, thinking, this dragon has truly been deceived. If he were to merely gain the bloodline symbols of this sinister dragon and possess its physical strength, it would indeed present a limit, even falling short of the prowess of a condensation Dan master. Yet, unbeknownst to the dragon, this was merely a foundation for him. The true beginning of his strength lay in the subsequent crafting of his bones. Upon hearing that the sinister dragon would not impose a blood curse, Tang Yuntian could hardly contain his elation. This was, for him, a venture with no investment and boundless returns. Given such trust from a senior, I shall undoubtedly dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Tang Yuntian's eyes sparkled with excitement. This surge of emotion was not feigned, but rather a genuine reflection of his inner feelings. After finalizing their agreement, the sinister dragon, with some difficulty, shifted its massive body to reveal its reverse scales, beneath which lay the heart of the dragon. Tang Yuntian sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, as a faint black light flickered at his brow, resembling an upright eye. Upon opening his soul eye, he immediately beheld a complex and obscure secret pattern at the location of the reverse scales. The intricacy of this pattern surpassed that of the azure dragon's bloodline symbols by 100-fold and shimmered erratically, seemingly perpetually shifting according to some hidden rule. This undoubtedly intensified the difficulty of memory for Tang Yuntian. That he summoned his soul power and began the arduous task of memorizing it piece by piece. Meanwhile, in the outside world, at the Qiankuan sword sect, in the West Mountain, in a graceful pavilion, someone exclaimed, "Senior brother, we have received confirmed news that Tang Yuntian has been executed and has entered the Dragon Lock Well. The well's entrance has been sealed, and there is no chance of survival." The speaker wore a face full of delight, a smirk of triumph following the success of their scheme. If Tang Yuntian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize at first glance that this individual was none other than Gulin, whom he had not seen for a month since their last encounter in the Shadow Sun Forest. Gulin stood respectfully, hands clasped, Before him stood the silhouette of a man leaning on his sword. Upon hearing this, a smirk curved at the corners of the man's mouth. Dead, this useless wretch has finally met his demise. No matter how fortunate he was, he could not escape my grasp. Gu Luan gazed at him with admiration, thinking, "Brother, your strategic prowess is unparalleled." Tang Yuntian would likely die oblivious to who orchestrated his downfall. He would never comprehend why, during the sword contest at Mirror Lake, he fell victim to Lu Cc's blade. Such truths would elude him in death. As he spoke, Guluan shifted his tone and glanced at the man as profile, nervously stating, "However, the scout has brought another piece of news that may incite your wrath, brother. Ha ha ha. That cripple is dead. What could possibly provoke my anger now? It is still that Tang Yuntian. Gu Luan cautiously continued. According to the scout, before entering the well, Tang Yuntian, in front of Master Situ, the great alchemist, exposed Elder Yi for selling defective pills that harmed him, inciting the great elder's fury, leading to Elder Yi being cast out. What? The man's hand, which leaned on his sword, suddenly twisted, and the blade seemed to resonate with his murderous intent, vibrating ominously. My third uncle has been stripped of his elder position. Indeed. Guluan's voice was faint as a whisper. The man's tone turned icy. Tang Yuntian. Excellent. Even in his dying moments, he could deliver such a lethal blow against me that it is a pity he has perished. Otherwise, I would have ensured he faced 1,000 tortures. No one could fathom the depth of his rage at that moment. Previously, he had relied on his third uncle's status as an elder in the alchemy chamber, gaining access to precious elixirs through underhanded means, which made his title as Sword 7 possible. He had believed he could leverage this connection to continue his cultivation until he reached the Yuan Tai realm. But he never anticipated that his beautiful aspirations would be utterly shattered by Tang Yuntian. The aura of murder enveloped him. While Gulun remained as still as a cold cicada, Gulun was elated beyond measure, his body trembling with excitement. The man in the blue attire nodded silently. Beneath the dragon lock well, Tang Yuntian was drenched in sweat, his face as pale as paper. The bloodline symbols of the 7 fiend dragons were overly intricate and ever-changing, subjecting him to an unprecedented burden of memory. He sat there for an entire day and night. On the following morning, Tang Yuntian finally opened his eyes. "Little ghost, it seems you have succeeded," the fiend dragon remarked upon his awakening. "Thank you, senior. I have fully memorized it. When the opportunity arises, I shall retrieve the dragon bones for you. Indeed, remember my promise. That is a position you will never attain in your lifetime. As for the bloodline symbols you have acquired from me, they are incomparable to those of the mixed-breed flood dragons. I am known as the 7 fiend dragon because I possess 7 deadly techniques. If fortune favors you and you inscribe them into your being, you may awaken 1 or 2 of these abilities. That time, you will truly understand my strength." Tang Yuntian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Upon hearing the words of the cursed dragon, he rose to bid farewell. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was met with an expanse of darkness above. It was evident that those outside, perceiving his prolonged silence, assumed he had perished and had sealed the well's entrance. "Release me," Tang Yuntian bellowed with fervor. At that moment, outside the locking dragon well, 2 guards responsible for overseeing the sect's forbidden area caught a faint sound. They exchanged glances and directed their attention towards the well. As the sound grew increasingly distinct, they could even discern the content of the shouts from below. "There is indeed someone alive beneath the locking dragon well. Hurry and report to the Grand Elder." The 2 were astounded, and one of them took off running. After the passing of a mere incense stick, the area surrounding the locking dragon well was even more crowded than the day before. Not only had Elder Situ arrived, but various esteemed elders from the inner sect, possessing profound cultivation, had also come upon hearing the news. The locking dragon well was a closely guarded secret of the Qian Kuan sword sect, and the formidable nature of the 7 cursed dragons was well known to those of higher status. Thus, any hint of disturbance was sufficient to incite alarm. Chapter 13. Majestic splendor. Observing Tang Yuntian vanish into the sky, the cursed dragon's eyes flickered with an unusual emotion. It murmured to itself, "This lad possesses a silver tongue. One cannot discern the veracity of his words. Yet, alas, the slight power I regained after 3 years of struggle has been once more sealed away. Otherwise, I would have placed a blood curse upon this boy to ensure my plans were foolproof. For now, I can only hope that he is lured by the allure of my words." As the onlookers stood in stunned silence, Tang Yuntian gradually ascended the rope that had been cast down. "You, young man, how are you still alive?" Elder Situ, with his long white beard and venerable appearance, gazed incredulously at Tang Yuntian, who emerged unscathed. Tang Yuntian leapt from the edge of the well, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his hands in respect, saying, "Disciple had previously promised the elder that I would do everything in my power to survive. Finally, I have not disappointed your expectations." The crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. Throughout history, no one had ever returned alive from the locking dragon well, and Tang Yuntian's emergence was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, questions soon arose in abundance. "Young man, quickly explain, how did you manage to survive? Why did the 11 others before you perish, while you remain unscathed? It is said that the cursed dragon below is exceedingly vicious. How could you possibly have preserved your life in its grasp? Have you forged an unknown pact with this cursed dragon?" An elderly man with a frigid demeanor and piercing gaze demanded. Tang Yuntian possessed sufficient discernment. Although this individual was also dressed as an elder, he recognized the distinction between the inner and outer sect elders of the Qiankuan sword sect. The outer sect elders primarily relied on their seniority, their cultivation not necessarily being profound, often holding corresponding positions within the sect. Conversely, the inner sect elders were invariably those who had earned their status through formidable strength, each possessing deep cultivation. Such elders typically devoted themselves entirely to their training, eschewing the mundane affairs of the sect. The hawk-eyed elder before him clearly belonged to the latter category. Tang Yuntian had already prepared his words in advance. Upon hearing the question, he did not hesitate and immediately replied, "Elder, you may not be aware that my survival is purely due to luck. The rope, the measurement of which I do not know, reached its end when I descended 2/3 of the way. Caught off guard, I fell several dozen meters and narrowly escaped death. When I fell, there were the corpses of 11 individuals below me. Yet that alone did not ensure my survival. That it was truly the malevolent dragon among them that allowed me to live." "Oh," Tang Yuntian continued, "you may find it hard to believe, but at that moment, the malevolent dragon was in slumber, breathing out 2 jets of airflow from its nostrils, creating 2 tempests that I was fortunate enough to be supported by the storms. And with the corpses cushioning my fall, I managed to survive by sheer luck." Upon hearing Tang Yuntian's astonishing account, the crowd was filled with skepticism. "I assure you, every word is true. If you doubt me, you may investigate for yourselves. That malevolent dragon is exceedingly powerful. Even a single breath can summon a tempest, truly a terrifying force." "You lie," one individual retorted. "If what you say is true, then even if you survived, your loud cries would surely have awakened the sleeping dragon. Given the ferocity of that creature, how could you possibly still be whole?" Tang Yuntian nodded. "That is indeed correct. After I fell, the malevolent dragon had already awakened. But fortunately, I had the array ball gifted to me by the Grand Elder," he said, bowing again to the elder. Once the array ball reached the bottom of the well, it activated immediately, transforming into a luminous array and merging with the grand formation below. The dragon attempted to strike at me, yet its power was unexpectedly sealed at that moment. Utter nonsense. The might of the malevolent dragon requires no such power. It could crush you to pulp with a mere swipe of its paw. If you do not confess the truth, you shall not escape death today." The elder, with a sinister expression, was clearly filled with distrust towards Tang Yuntian's words. Tang Yuntian thought to himself, "These individuals are certainly not fools. None of them can be easily deceived." He sighed heavily and said, "Elder, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Although the malevolent dragon was resealed, its raw power remains beyond my capacity to withstand. That a single swipe could obliterate me. Thus, in order to survive, I uttered some words of disrespect towards the sect." "What did you say? Speak the truth," someone demanded with a darkened expression. Tang Yuntian replied, "In that dire situation, what could I say? I could only resort to every means possible to appease it, swearing my loyalty and claiming that once I became strong enough, I would rescue it. Of course, these were merely empty promises made to deceive it in order to save my own life. They hold no weight." Some individuals secretly nodded, a mocking smile appearing on their lips. It was clear that a mere Dantian crippled into a menial servant, uttering such audacious words to a malevolent dragon, would only serve to make a fool of himself. No one would take it seriously. Tang Yuntian continued. "Later, for some unknown reason, that malevolent dragon seemed to believe my words. Personally, I think it was desperately seeking a way to escape. Unwilling to miss any opportunity, no matter how slim. It is indeed more meaningful to contemplate this, rather than thoughtlessly eliminating a disciple." Upon hearing Tang Yuntian's candid words, the surrounding individuals found themselves believing him to a considerable extent. However, I still harbor suspicions regarding this rascal. Guards, seize him and confine him for rigorous interrogation. Perhaps we might extract something of value. The speaker was none other than the sinister-eyed Elder Eagle Eye. An individual, appearing furtive, sidled up to the elder and whispered something in his ear. Tang Yuntian, not far off, could vaguely discern the mention of the third Miss Jian. The elder's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. And casting a glance at Tang Yuntian, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes as he casually dismissed the several sword guards who had stepped forward, intending to bind Tang Yuntian tightly. Tang Yuntian understood that his ability to evade the grasp of this malevolent elder was indeed due to Feng Yingying's influence. Behind Feng Shihan stood the master of the Qian Kuan sword sect. No matter how tyrannical Elder Eagle Eye was, he had to proceed with caution. Clearly, he believed that taking away a mere errand boy like Tang Yuntian while offending Feng Yingying was not a profitable transaction. Very well, since the dragon locking well shows no abnormalities, we shall take our leave. The several inter-sect elders, seeing that there was nothing further of interest, began to disperse, ultimately leaving only Tang Yuntian standing before Elder Situ. Boy, given your fortuitous survival, why do you not depart? What are you lingering here for? Tang Yuntian replied, since the elder has yet to leave, I naturally dare not depart without permission, should the elder have any matters to discuss with me. It would require sending someone, thus causing unnecessary trouble. You rascal, to present your demands for benefits in such a grandiose manner, you are truly a talent. Chapter 14. Not yet dead. The elder, in a fit of rage, laughed instead, casually reaching for a pouch at his waist, from which a white jade porcelain vial materialized in his hand. I stand by my word. Since you have emerged alive, the promised reward shall not be rescinded. This is a blood-forming pill, exceedingly rare and of great assistance to your current condition. Upon hearing the name of this spiritual elixir, Tang Yuntian was overjoyed, promptly receiving it and bowing in gratitude. This pill also bears another name, the body casting pill. The perfection of the body casting process largely determines how far a sword cultivator can progress. And for those who have surpassed the body casting phase and cultivated sword chi, this item is the sole opportunity to enhance their body casting grade, a treasure indeed, as difficult to procure as countless spirit stones. The elder's ability to present such a gift clearly indicated his sincerity. He recognized that Tang Yuntian's dantians were compromised, rendering him incapable of refining chi in this lifetime. With this elixir, he could undergo a transformation once more, at the very least acquiring a body impervious to all evils. This time, Tang Yuntian's gratitude was heartfelt, for it was evident that the elder had his best interests at heart in bestowing such a precious pill. The elder spoke little more, having given the medicine, and departed. Amidst the greedy and envious gazes of the surrounding guards, Tang Yuntian collected the precious pill with a composed demeanor and stepped away from this forbidden ground. Upon exiting the master of the sword sect's mountain, Tang Yuntian pressed onward, heading directly towards the direction of the Beast Mountain. Although he had acquired the bloodline symbols of the 7 sinful dragons, he was acutely aware that merely recalling the memories had already drained his spiritual energy. To inscribe them into his being, the spiritual energy he had cultivated in his past life was utterly insufficient to support such an endeavor. Faced with this dilemma, his thoughts immediately turned to the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon craved the bloodline symbols even more than he did, and it possessed treasures that could potentially enhance his soul's power, providing him with the means to elevate his spiritual strength. Otherwise, given his current progress in spiritual cultivation, he could only wonder how long it would take to inscribe the dragon patterns from his memories. Tang Yuntian entered the Beast Mountain, and after a brief moment, a sudden exclamation echoed through the mountain. What? Say that again. You claim to have obtained the bloodline symbols of that sinful dragon. You can't possibly be deceiving me, can you? The Azure Dragon's eyes, large as bowls, were filled with astonishment and joy that seemed incongruous with its power. I have not failed the expectations of my predecessor. Although luck played a part, I have indeed succeeded. Ha! Well done, my boy. I knew I did not misjudge you. Rest assured, I, the evil scale, shall never go back on my word. The Black Calamity Sword is now yours. Predecessor, please do not rejoice too soon that I have indeed obtained it. But the situation is not as straightforward as you assume. A new problem has arisen. The Azure Dragon felt as though cold water had been poured over it, and it impatiently inquired, Predecessor, previously, I acquired your bloodline symbols and successfully inscribed them into my being, achieving a transformation of the bloodline. But that was the limit of my spiritual energy. Now, having obtained the bloodline symbols of the sinful dragon, which are 1,000 times more complex than yours. My current spiritual energy is far from sufficient to inscribe them. I see. The azure dragon's expression relaxed upon hearing this, and it nodded, lost in thought. Tang Yuntian gazed intently at the azure dragon, hoping to glean methods for rapidly enhancing his soul's power from it. He was eager to inscribe the bloodline symbols of the sinful dragon into his being because, upon success, his physical strength would reach a terrifying level unprecedented among humans. If fortune favored him, he might even awaken several innate killing techniques of the sinful dragon, as it had claimed. It was crucial to note that the 7 killing techniques were the sinful dragon's innate signature moves, each one formidable in its own right, and it was impossible for Tang Yuntian not to feel a sense of greed. Moreover, the most critical factor was his current understanding of his own strength. He could easily defeat someone like Chao Ming, a 6th-layer Qi refinement swordsman, but should he encounter someone like Gu Luan, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with an opponent who exercised sufficient caution. Their blood feud had already been established. Should the other party learn of his survival, a murderous scheme would inevitably follow. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly to ensure his own safety. Under Tang Yuntian's eager gaze, the sinful dragon contemplated for a long while before finally speaking. "You are merely eyeing my treasures. But unfortunately, I must inform you that I do not possess such heavenly materials and earth treasures." Tang Yuntian was left greatly disappointed upon hearing this. The Songlong remarked, "The means to enhance one's soul strength is something even I lack. It is safe to assert that the vast majority of individuals are unlikely to possess such items, for they hold little utility for sword cultivators, unless one's soul has suffered grievous harm, in which case one might seek out such artifacts for healing. This leaves one in a predicament," thought Tang Yuntian, his heart sinking at if there exists but one place in this world that harbors such items. It could only be the Abyssal Sword Domain. The Abyssal Sword Domain. Tang Yuntian nodded to himself in quiet acknowledgement. He was aware that there were 5 sword domains in existence, and he resided within the boundless sword domain, which pursued the ultimate sharpness of the sword. The Ding sword technique he practiced originated from the distant 100 Moon sword domain, reputed for its emphasis on sword momentum, advocating a force akin to an unyielding mountain. As for the Abyssal sword domain, as mentioned by Songlong, it was shrouded in enigma, said to cultivate a most sinister sword path, adept at wielding bone sword pearls and forging various sword specters and corpses. In terms of soul research, it was unparalleled by the other 4 sword domains. Indeed, I have heard of the Abyssal sword domain, yet I know merely of its existence. I have no knowledge of its precise location or the distance that separates us. To seek it out would be akin to drawing water with a sieve. Foolish. If there are sufficient benefits at stake, countless individuals would willingly assist in the search. Moreover, I am aware that a market known as Lingnan lies 1,000 miles from the Qinquan sword sect. It boasts a rich history and profound heritage, primarily engaged in the trade of items from the 5 sword domains. Perhaps you might find what you seek there. Tang Yuntian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He had indeed heard of this place, renowned as a sacred ground for trade among the boundless sword domain. Yet, a look of concern crossed his face. "Esteemed senior, while your suggestion is commendable, the issue remains. Even if such items exist there, alas, I am devoid of wealth, making it exceedingly difficult to procure them." "You rascal, are you again contemplating my treasured possessions?" Songlong retorted with irritation. Tang Yuntian seized the moment. "Esteemed senior, while treasures are wondrous, what can they compare to one's cultivation? I constantly yearn to inscribe talismans for you, aiding in your transformation from a flood dragon to a true dragon." Upon hearing the phrase transformation from a flood dragon, Songlong's breath quickened. Chapter 15. A path to ruin. Vile wretch, I must ask you, is the barrier-breaking pill stolen by that traitor in your possession? Gu Luan fixed his gaze upon Tang Yuntian. His eyes gleaming with avarice, he anticipated a denial from the other. Yet Tang Yuntian nodded with remarkable composure. "Indeed, there are 3 in total. What of it? Do you desire them?" A cold glint flashed in Gu Luan's eyes. "Those elixirs rightfully belong to me. Had I not pursued that traitor, would you, you wretch, have encountered such fortuitous luck?" Tang Yuntian replied, "I have examined the elixirs. Their quality is exceptional, truly worthy of the elder's craftsmanship. However, regrettably, my cultivation has waned, and my pill repository has been damaged. I possess these precious pills in name only, for I am unable to consume them." That a glimmer of joy flashed across Gu Luan's face as he said, "It is good that you understand. You now have a choice. Hand over those 3 elixirs to me, untouched, and I might intercede on your behalf. Perhaps there is a chance for you to survive. Otherwise, I can swear an oath that you will not live to see next month." As if struck by a thought, a sinister smile crept onto Gu Luan's visage. Tang Yuntian nodded. "It is not impossible to hand them over, but you must bring something in exchange." Gu Luan's expression brightened momentarily, only to darken again upon hearing those words. "What do you need? You are on the brink of death. Hurry and speak. I am eager to hear your demands." "Your head," Tang Yuntian declared, the words tumbling forth with audacity. "Beast, you seek nothing but your own demise." Gu Luan finally realized that Tang Yuntian was merely toying with him. With an earnest demeanor, Tang Yuntian continued, "I keep my promises. If you publicly take your own life here today, I am willing to grant you a barrier-breaking pill." "Valkyr, silence yourself." Gu Luan roared with rage. He had already reached the point of self-immolation. What need had he for a barrier-breaking pill? Tang Yuntian smiled slightly. "You should now comprehend the difficulty of obtaining an elixir from me. This is as formidable a challenge as your self-sacrifice. Very well. I, Gu Luan, swear that you shall not live to see the same day next month." His face was contorted with hatred. Tang Yuntian, unrelenting, replied with brazen audacity, "Why wait for next month? I could send you on your way today, and your 2 hounds are present to assist in carrying your remains. I trust that Chao Ming's coffin is still available. We could lay you to rest today. What a venomous tongue you possess. Bark all you wish. In a month, you shall discover who meets a tragic end. I hope by then you still possess such bravado, and do not find yourself kneeling in supplication for your life." Chao Ming and Ma He, the 2 lackeys, hastily ran after him. "You ought to be annihilated. In a month, we shall see how you perish." Ma He, having not witnessed Tang Yuntian's defeat of Zheng Xiong or the throwing of Chao Ming, brimmed with confidence in Gu Luan, and as they ran further away, he resumed his raucous insults. "How remarkably Gu Luan endures. Under my provocation, I expected him to propose a public duel to the death, yet the outcome was beyond my anticipation." Tang Yuntian stroked his chin, deep in thought. "My lord, you must exercise utmost caution. As I understand, Gu Luan is exceedingly prudent. He will not act lightly without complete assurance. When he speaks of a month, he must possess firm confidence." At this, Ming Qing's eyes brightened with realization. "My lord, I comprehend. What do you know?" Tang Yuntian inquired, his expression one of curiosity. "In a month, the legendary contest for the Tianquan medicine pool will take place among the 3 great sword sects. This individual ranks as the foremost practitioner in the Qi refinement stage of our sword sect, and he is sure to be dispatched as one of the representatives." Tianquan medicine pool. Tang Yuntian's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Indeed, the Tianquan medicine pool opens once every decade, and even when I initially broke through to the sword pill stage, I lacked the fortune to encounter it. It is said that all who enter will have a 10-fold chance of forming a sword pill." Ming Qing nodded. "You speak true, my lord. Given Gu Luan's prowess, he is quite likely to secure one of the spots, and should all go as expected, he will undoubtedly achieve the formation of a pill. It is no wonder he speaks of a month." Having unraveled the schemes of this individual, Tang Yuntian quietly nodded to himself. "I have my own strategies for this matter. You need not worry." Ming Qing slightly inclined her head, yet the anxiety in her eyes remained all too evident. Although Tang Yuntian appeared formidable in her eyes, he had, after all, lost all his cultivation and would never again tread the path of Dan condensation. Faced with the formidable sword cultivators of the Dan condensation stage, she could scarcely conceive of any means by which her young master might resist. After bidding farewell to Ming Qing, Tang Yuntian wasted no time. Utilizing a spiritual pearl to forge connections and renting a swift steed from the sect, galloping forth from the mountain gate at a breakneck pace, his destination was naturally Nailing City. Nailing City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a lake on the other, is a rare secluded valley. However, in stark contrast to its serene environment, it is one of the most populous places in the entire Wajijian domain. Though where there are people, there is conflict. Here an extraordinary tranquility prevails. As Tang Yuntian ambled through the bustling streets of the market, he felt no surprise at this scene, although it was his first visit to this bazaar. Its reputation had reached his ears like thunder. Behind Nailing City stood the legendary trio known as the 3 heroes of nailing, 3 brothers reputed to possess unparalleled cultivation at the Yuantai stage, making it nearly impossible for anyone to act recklessly here. With a 5-foot black sword in hand, Tang Yuntian leisurely surveyed the marketplace. Numerous individuals sat on the ground, hawking their treasures, and as he walked, he encountered an astonishing array of peculiar items. Not all of these were genuine treasures, yet the tales accompanying them were captivating. Some claimed to have unearthed artifacts from ancient tombs, narrating harrowing experiences that brought their stories to life, ensnaring the attention of novice cultivators who found themselves immersed in the tales. Tang Yuntian paid little heed to these distractions. His purpose was clear as he made his way directly towards the venue of the upcoming trading fair. However, as he walked, a crowd ahead captured his attention to his eyes. These individuals appeared to be queuing eagerly for their rewards, each exuding an air of excitement and anticipation. Most notably, under his scrutiny, he observed that none among them appeared weak. Individuals of cultivation below the sixth layer of qi refinement were a rarity in sight. He moved closer to the line to peer ahead. At the end of the throng sat a composed elder, exuding an aura of calm wisdom. The elder, dressed as a fortune teller, was accompanied by a spirited youth leaning against a banner emblazoned with the words, Xiang Jian, Xiang Jian, Tang Yuntian mused, initially mistaking the elder's identity for that of a fortune teller. However, he soon realized that the elder was a sword appraiser. Sword appraisers are a unique profession, possessing an extraordinary ability to perceive the qualities of swords that ordinary individuals cannot deny in their eyes. The merits and flaws of any sword become glaringly apparent. Many a once dusty blade might be restored to glory through their discerning gaze, while some superficially esteemed swords frequently fall from grace in their hands. So, it is an appraiser of swords. Tang Yuntian suddenly understood. As swords represent a second life to sword cultivators, they all strive for perfection, with the expertise of a sword appraiser. The ideal enhancement methods for their blades can be revealed, an ability unattainable even by the sword's forger. Chapter 16. A dull-faced Tang Yuntian lifted the black sword in his hand, displaying little interest in the matter at hand. He traversed through the crowd, resolutely making his way towards his destination. However, just as he had maneuvered past the throngs, a voice echoed from a distance of 100 paces, "Young man, do take care." Tang Yuntian instinctively turned his head. The speaker was the elderly figure dressed as a fortune teller. The Xiangjian master. Confused, Tang Yuntian glanced around, confirming, "Indeed, it is you, come here." The old man beckoned him with a wave of his hand. "I have pressing matters to attend to, and no time for fortune-telling. If you have something to say, speak." Tang Yuntian's words left the onlookers in stunned silence. The youth leaning on a banner burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, doubling over in mirth. The Xiangjian master held a revered status in the world. Though it paled in comparison to that of an alchemist, he was still respected by practitioners. Conversely, fortune-telling bore a notorious reputation, akin to the dubious trades of itinerant physicians, rendering the two professions worlds apart. Hearing himself referred to as a fortune teller, the elder's complexion turned slightly ashen. Tang Yuntian, having spoken without thought, was merely a reincarnate. The term Xiangjian master was less familiar to him, and he had uttered it out of habit without deeper consideration. "Master, your Xiangjian skills are rarely questioned," remarked the youth beside him, relishing the elder's discomposure. The old man quickly regained his composure, chuckling heartily. "Young man, while I may not possess the art of fortune-telling, I sense a certain essence in your sword. Would you be willing to present it for my examination?" Assuming that the young man would eagerly comply, he was taken aback when Tang Yuntian shook his head resolutely. "No, I have urgent matters to attend to. Let us discuss this another day. Besides, even if you were to point out the flaws in my sword, I currently lack the materials to rectify them." Turning on his heel, Tang Yuntian began to walk away. "Young man, halt." The elder appeared somewhat agitated, feeling a loss of face. The youth beside him laughed even harder. The old man shot him a glare before addressing Tang Yuntian once more. "Do you know who I am? Should you miss this opportunity today, you may forfeit the greatest chance of your lifetime. What is it but a sword? What opportunity is there to speak of? I have pressing business to attend to. Farewell." Tang Yuntian dismissed him curtly, continuing into the crowd. "How foolish of you. I, Xueting Xiang, the foremost Xiangjian master in the world, creator of the revered Shunlan sword manual, never anticipated being rejected." The elder was both astonished and incensed. The youth chimed in leisurely. "Master, what is so extraordinary about the sword in that boy's hand? It appears rather dull and unremarkable if he refuses to show it to you. Perhaps you should simply let it go." "Impossible." The elder suddenly stood upright. "If I desire to appraise anyone's sword, even those from the Qishuang Sword Academy would proffer it willingly. If I do not compel him to seek my expertise today, then my title as the world's premier Xiangjian master would be rendered utterly meaningless. Follow me." The elder strode determinedly in the direction Tang Yuntian had departed. "What? the foremost Xiangjin master in the world. The words, spoken without intent, ignited fervent discussions among the crowd in the bustling marketplace. Is it true or not? How utterly untrustworthy I must seem. The renowned master of sword appraisal, how could I, a mere mortal, possibly encounter him today? The illustrious Xue Ting, the foremost master of sword appraisal, whose name resonates across the 5 realms of swordsmanship, is a figure known to nearly all. Surely, if one were to impersonate him, they would not be audacious enough to assume his identity. How reasonable that sounds. After all, this elder is indeed a master of sword appraisal. His status is extraordinary, leaving no grounds for him to resort to deception to elevate his standing. Could it be that this man is truly Xue Ting? The crowd around them erupted into fervent discussions at that moment. From the back of the throng, a man with a sword cradled in his arms and a gaze filled with haughty disdain observed the spectacle before him, a wry smile curling at the corners of his lips. Junior sister, the information we received was indeed accurate. The great master of sword appraisal, Xue Ting, has indeed arrived in my esteemed Wujijian domain. And we have not mistaken our target. Yet, the whims of fate have led us to encounter this useless man. Beside the speaking gentleman stood a stunning woman. Her skin as fair as snow, with an alluring figure and a face reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Dressed in a flowing peach-colored robe, she exuded an enchanting charm. Upon hearing the mention of the word useless, a flicker of unrest passed through her calm eyes. In a voice as melodious as silver bells, she replied, "Brother, this person is already rendered useless, posing no threat to our Yaoyue sword sect. Let him linger in his pitiful existence." The man offered no response but deftly shifted the topic, saying, "Junior sister, Xue Ting is as elusive as a dragon, unseen yet ever present. You have sought him for a year. This time, do not let the opportunity slip by. Even our sect's alchemist has remarked that your 4th-grade sword, Jiangxue, should not remain at such a level. To ascend to the 5th or even 6th grade, only Xue Ting possesses the means to assist you to at the mention of her sword." The woman cast a glance at the blade she held. She'd in white python skin, emanating a chill. A spark of fervor ignited in her eyes. The sword is her identity. A 4th-grade weapon is unworthy of her newly appointed status as the master of Wujijian. "Let us go. We must catch up," she declared with determination, striding towards the direction Xue Ting had departed. The haughty man allowed a smile to grace his lips, understanding the hesitation that had just gripped the woman beside him. It was because that so-called useless man had been rendered such by her own hand. Whether from guilt or a desire to avoid confrontation, she wished never to lay eyes on him again. At the entrance of the mountain market venue, Tang Yuntian lifted his gaze to the 3-story building, where a prominent plaque boldly displayed the gilded characters Nanling Mountain Meeting. He strode forward, but as one foot crossed the threshold, a bony, claw-like hand emerged to obstruct his path. Tang Yuntian turned to see a pompous guard stationed at the entrance, his features sharp and sallow, resembling a man drained by excess. "What do you mean?" "I seek no benefits," Tang Yuntian remarked, scrutinizing the guard. The guard, enraged and humiliated, retorted, "What nonsense! If I desired a reward, it would not be from a wretched commoner like you. Do you see that?" He pointed to a gleaming crystal mirror standing at the entrance. "What is that?" Tang Yuntian admitted he had never seen such a thing before, having initially thought it merely a decorative item. But "Senior, please, do enter." The guard swept aside Tang Yuntian, bowing deeply as he ushered the mysterious figure inside. Until the figure vanished from sight, the guard finally straightened up, once again adopting an air of arrogance. "Did you see that? Just now, the Qi observation mirror emitted a red glow, indicating the presence of an extraordinary practitioner at the condensation pill stage. And now, take a look at yourself." Tang Yuntian need not even glance, for his cultivation had already been exhausted. The so-called Qi observation mirror could not possibly sense anything. "Do you understand? If you do, then be gone. This is the heart of Nanling City. Do you think any stray cat or dog can enter and exit at will?" Chapter 17. Immense wealth. Tang Yuntian replied coolly, "I may lack cultivation, but does that mean I cannot enter to consign my treasures?" "Consign treasures? Young man, are you deliberately seeking trouble? A mere commoner who hasn't even refined sword energy, what treasures could you possibly possess? Here to sell rations, perhaps? Hurry and get lost. Otherwise, I shall ensure you leave here horizontally." Instead of anger, Tang Yuntian smiled. It is often said that a dog looks down on others, and indeed, that is true. Nanling City is renowned, yet it seems they do not know how to keep a good dog at the gate. "Brat, you are courting death. That if I do not teach you a lesson today, you will not comprehend where you are." The guard rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. "Huh? What's wrong, young man?" Feeling scorned, a malicious voice came from outside the entrance. It was the old fortune teller from earlier. Upon seeing someone approaching, the guard hesitated, his hand halting midair, and when he recognized the speaker, his expression changed drastically. "Master Sword Seer, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." The elder ignored him completely, turning his gaze to Tang Yuntian. "Young man, do you wish to enter? If you beseech me to assist you with sword divination and offer at least 1,000 spirit stones, I shall gladly escort you inside today." "What? 1,000 spirit stones?" Tang Yuntian was taken aback. He could not fathom whether the old man had lost his wits, demanding such an exorbitant price outright, and instinctively shook his head. To the elder, the concept of spirit stones was vague. In his understanding, 1,000 was a trivial amount, yet he did not anticipate being met with rejection. The elder's expression darkened. "Young man, you must think carefully. Such an opportunity, once missed, is unlikely to present itself again in this lifetime." Before Tang Yuntian could respond, a hearty laugh erupted. "Ha! Elder, you are unaware that for practitioners like us, 1,000 spirit stones are indeed of little consequence. However, for him, it constitutes a fortune that he could never hope to amass in a lifetime." Tang Yuntian's countenance abruptly soured as he beheld two approaching figures, his expression darkening for the first time. This was due to the sight of a woman. Although he had been reincarnated, he had inherited all of Tang Jianji's memories and emotions. To be precise, he was now both Tang Yuntian and Tang Jianji, Lu Cixi. Upon seeing the woman who had once betrayed him and inflicted the deepest wounds upon his heart, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Tang Yuntian. "Tang brother, long time no see." The aloof man regarded Tang Yuntian with a smile that was not quite a smile. Tang Yuntian noticed his brow furrow slightly, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "You remember me? It seems you were called a dog." He uttered the word dog, and then fell silent for an extended moment. The man's expression turned frigid, forcing a stiff smile. "Ha! Cousin, it seems that you are prone to forgetfulness amidst your wealth and status." "Ah, indeed. It is true, the name Gofu Gue is not difficult to remember, yet for some inexplicable reason, it has slipped my mind that I in Tang Yuntian's recollection. This individual is not only treacherous, but also a man devoid of righteousness. Back when he was known as Tang Jianji, this man professed brotherhood with him, but later, when he was rendered powerless by a woman, it was this man who conspired against him from the shadows." The woman beside Gofu Gue cast a fleeting glance at Tang Yuntian, a flicker of guilt passing through her eyes, only to vanish almost instantly. "I have heard that you have changed your name. You now go by Tang Yuntian?" she inquired. Tang Yuntian replied coldly, "Indeed, this name is a gift from you. Not long ago, while I was hidden in the forest, I encountered someone from your Yao Yu sword sect. I instructed him to convey a message to you, and it appears he delivered it." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression turned icy. "You have been reckless. You severed that man's arm, yet you remain oblivious to his identity." "He is one of my sect." "Silence." Tang Yuntian interrupted her. "What significance does his identity hold for me? When I choose to kill, I never inquire about origins that he ought to have been a corpse. Yet I spared him to deliver my message, allowing him to grovel for his life." The mention of groveling for his life. Gofu Gue's countenance darkened ominously. The woman's eyes flashed with anger. "Do you not realize that you are courting your own demise? Regardless of the power you wield, by severing his arm, you have made an enemy of my sect." Tang Yuntian scoffed derisively. "An enemy? What a farce. I had already vowed to annihilate the Yao Yu sword sect. Making an enemy of you is a cause for celebration. However, exterminating your sect is merely a secondary objective. My primary aim is to render you powerless, forcing you to live in a wretched existence. Reflect upon this. Once your powers are stripped away, contemplate how you shall survive the remainder of your days. Who would have thought you harbored such malice?" The woman's fury had morphed into a palpable killing intent. Previously, she had felt a twinge of guilt towards Tang Yuntian, but after hearing his words, all remnants of that guilt evaporated, and she now regarded him as a complete stranger. "Malicious, is that your self-assessment? What I have done is merely returning to you what you brought upon yourself. If I were truly malicious, I would annihilate your sect, strip you of your powers, and consign you to a brothel, ensuring you would never rise again." Upon hearing this, the woman's face was etched with frost. Gofu Gue, witnessing the exchange, suddenly erupted into laughter. The woman, her expression as frigid as ice, interjected, "Tang Yuntian, do not say I did not warn you. If you possess any sense of self-preservation, retreat into obscurity, and you may yet live out the remainder of your life. Otherwise, no one shall come to your aid." Meanwhile, the elderly sword master, accompanied by his apprentice, remained silent, observing the spectacle with keen interest. Lu Sisi, disregarding Tang Yuntian, directed her fiery gaze towards the elder. "Lu Sisi of the Yao Yu sword sect, I pay my respects to Senior Xueting. I have come in your footsteps to seek your guidance in swordsmanship, and my remuneration is already prepared," with one hand cradling her sword and the other holding a pouch of offerings. She respectfully presented them to the elder. The young man behind the elder, seemingly disapproving of Lu Sisi, subtly tugged at the elder's sleeve, unwilling for him to accept the sword. However, the elder remained unfazed, calmly accepting the item and beginning to scrutinize it. Lu Sisi felt a surge of unexpected joy. After all, Xueting was renowned as the foremost sword appraisal master in the realm, his status and identity remarkable. She had prepared herself for a refusal, contemplating how she would respond next. Chapter 18. Qualification for entry. Yet, to her astonishment, he accepted it so readily. A turn of events she had not anticipated in the brief interlude, while Xueting examined the sword. Go Fuqiu shot a glance at Tang Yuntian and said to the guard, "I recognize this individual. He is utterly devoid of cultivation, nothing but a useless wretch. Just a moment ago, he couldn't even produce 1,000 spirit stones. It is apparent that he is merely a pauper. That I wonder if such a person is qualified to enter the venue." The guard, keenly observing the situation, discerned Tang Yuntian's plight and, spurred by a desire to kick someone while they were down, quickly nodded in agreement. "Certainly not qualified to enter the venue. Our Ling and Guild has 2 essential stipulations. First, one must be a sword cultivator, and their cultivation level must not be below the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Second, one must possess valuable treasures. This destitute commoner before us possesses neither. Thus he has no chance of entering the venue." "Ha!" Go Fuqiu laughed uproariously, his laughter laced with disdain and schadenfreude. Tang Yuntian maintained his composure, responding calmly, "I once possessed a treasure, intending to consign it at your market. Since I lack the qualifications, then so be it. I shall simply find a spot to sell it myself." Go Fuqiu scoffed derisively. "What a deluded attempt to save face. I have heard that you've been relegated to the status of a menial servant, the lowest rung in a sect. What treasures could a mere servant possibly have? Regardless of what you assert today, the Lingnan Guild is not a place for someone as lowly as you to enter." Ignoring him, Tang Yuntian approached a vacant spot near the entrance and casually produced an item, tossing it to the ground as if discarding refuse. "Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. This item, which is supposedly unqualified for entry into the venue for consignment, I shall sell right here. Anyone wishing to acquire a fine sword, come take a look." His call caught the attention of those passing by. Upon hearing Tang Yuntian's shout, Go Fuqiu turned with a smirk of mockery, but his expression quickly morphed into one of shock. "Master, is that object?" He discarded the legendary dragon scale iron. The young man behind the sword appraisal master glanced at the item on the ground, unabashedly asking aloud. The elder diverted his gaze from the sword, casting a glance at the object, stroking his beard with a smile. "Indeed, it seems you have not followed me in vain. This is indeed the fabled dragon scale iron. This iron comes in 5 colors. 7 colors and 9 colors. 5 colors being rare, 7 colors being extraordinary, and 9 colors being virtually unattainable. N01 comprehends the materials for forging swords better than the sword appraisal master." Upon hearing the elder's words, both Go Fuqiu and Lu Sisi were left utterly dumbfounded. Yet, it was unexpected that the item Tang Yuntian had carelessly tossed aside was, in fact, the legendary and rare material. This revelation, a sense of foreboding crept into Lu Sisi's heart. "Indeed," the elder remarked again, "it is quite fortunate. Among such precious materials, there exists almost none that can rival the dragon scale iron. This piece presented by the young man is exceedingly rare. The last time I encountered it was 3 years ago. If one could utilize this iron in the reforging process, your sword would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the 5th grade." Upon hearing the phrase pinnacle of the 5th grade, both Lu Sisi and Go Fuqian's expressions changed dramatically, only to be swiftly replaced by a tumultuous uncertainty. The 7-colored dragon scale iron. Is this truly the legendary 7-colored dragon scale iron? This metal, when used in sword forging, is said to ensure that the blade remains unbroken and undamaged, akin to a divine treasure. How could it be that someone is brazenly selling it? As the onlookers discerned the object on the ground, a tide of people surged forward. "Young man, I shall take your 7-colored dragon scale iron for 100,000 spirit stones." An elderly man with long hair cascading down his shoulders, a flowing white beard, and an exceptionally robust stature stepped forward, parting the crowd with ease. The renowned Song Zhan-ke. Some recognize the speaker's identity. This man is one of the illustrious heroes of the Wajijian domain, known as Song Zhan-ke. It is said that he has attained half a step into the Yuan-Tai realm, with few rivals during the Dan condensation stage. Indeed, he lives up to his reputation. Upon hearing the initial offer of 100,000, especially from such a formidable figure, Go Fuqian's expression darkened further. Lu Cixi appeared somewhat hesitant. Shuating, being the foremost sword appraisal expert in the realm, would naturally not speak without basis. However, having just delivered a cold remark to Tang Yuntian, she now found it difficult to approach him with a smile to negotiate for the dragon scale iron. Yet, in this brief moment, numerous renowned individuals began to emerge one after another, each eager to exchange spirit stones for the exceedingly rare and valuable 7-colored dragon scale iron. Lu Cixi's anxiety and urgency intensified. Tang Yuntian, if you possess any sense of propriety, now is the time to make an offer, as long as it is not excessively outrageous. My Yaoyue sword sect shall acquire this piece of dragon scale iron. Go Fuqian, remaining true to his nature, continued to speak imperiously. Lu Cixi finally mustered the courage to say. Senio, the portly middle-aged steward, suddenly enlightened, spoke. This matter shall bear an undeniable responsibility from our South Ridge city. Young friend, as long as you sell within our venue, our association promises not to take any commission and will return the full amount to you as a gesture of apology. Tang Yuntian, sensing that the performance had reached its climax, picked up the piece of dragon scale iron, glanced around, and declared, I extend my gratitude to all for your support. Should anyone wish to procure this divine metal, feel free to purchase it within the venue. The steward, beaming with delight, led Tang Yuntian inside. Suddenly, he noticed the sharp-faced guard standing stiffly as if in punishment, and his expression darkened. Go receive 1,000 lashes as punishment. The gaunt guard, his face a sickly yellow, gasped and promptly fainted from the shock. Chapter 19. A clash of forces. Tang Yuntian paused, casting a glance at the pale-faced Go Fuguei, and chuckled. Although this dragon scale iron is consigned to you, there is one condition. If these two individuals ultimately win the bid, I shall not proceed with the transaction. The steward nodded vigorously. No problem at all. Go Fuguei's face twisted with rage. Tang Yuntian, you are exceedingly arrogant and utterly deluded. You are courting death. I fear you may not survive beyond a mile from the marketplace. Go Fuguei indeed had the grounds to utter such threats, having long entered the Dan condensation stage, far surpassing Tang Yuntian's current capabilities. However, the malevolent smile on Go Fuguei's face swiftly froze. Tang Yuntian merely inclined his head slightly. There is no need for concern. Against such a wretch, I could dispatch 8 with a single hand. If he chooses not to show, so be it. If he does, he shall meet his demise. His words were strategically chosen to provoke hostility, allowing him to turn the tables should the enemy come for him, thus eliminating Go Fuguei in the process. Indeed, upon hearing Tang Yuntian's outrageous declaration, Go Fuguei was consumed by unbridled fury, with even Lu Cixi beside him wearing a frosty countenance. Having spoken, he ignored the two and strode imperiously into the venue. Go Fuguei clenched his fists, knuckles cracking, veins bulging on his forehead. Junior sister, do you believe this fool's life is worth sparing? Lu Cixi fell into contemplative silence. This individual is no longer the Tang Jianji of old. He is brazen and unrestrained, and even if you do not strike him down, others will. It is your decision. The pair did not enter the venue but instead turned to blend into the crowd. Master, this lad possesses some intrigue. Perhaps we should venture in as well. By the way, did you not wish to request the sword from him? That has yet to be fulfilled. The youth spoke, not waiting for the elder's response, and boldly made his way inside. Tang Yuntian was escorted to a tastefully arranged chamber. On the table, incense burners and spiritual tea were already set. A serving girl, noticing someone had entered, promptly rose to greet him. Tang Yuntian, unburdened by formality, casually took a seat. The maid, adept in the art of tea preparation, skillfully handled the tea utensils, and soon the fragrant aroma filled the air. The middle-aged steward, smiling, said, My friend, please savor our ling and spiritual tea. Shortly, someone will come to assist you with this consignment. Tang Yuntian nodded in silence. After the steward departed, a girl clad in yellow knocked and entered. It was Tang Yuntian's first visit to the inner marketplace, and after the young woman explained, he gained a clear understanding of the rules and procedures for consignment within the venue. Young master, the 7-colored dragon scale iron in your possession has just been authenticated, and there are no issues whatsoever. According to my preliminary appraisal of this treasure, its value will not be less than 150,000 spirit stones. Of course, if there is an urgent demand from the inner chamber, the price may far exceed this amount. That I wonder if you intend to consign it for spirit stones or prefer to exchange it for a specific treasure. Tang Yuntian's purpose for coming is certainly not for spirit stones. That my intention is to use this item to acquire a treasure that aids in the augmentation of the soul. Beyond that, I am not interested in any other exchanges. A treasure that enhances the soul. The woman fell into contemplation, and after a moment, she gently shook her head. Based on the current items listed for consignment, there does not appear to be what you seek. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuntian's brow furrowed slightly. Noticing his expression, the woman quickly added, "However, you need not despair, for the items on the consignment list are all goods offered by various sword heroes. The absence of your desired item on the list does not imply that it is not held by others. Currently, there are 586 esteemed guests in the inner chamber, including yourself, with representatives from all 5 sword domains present. That I will actively convey your request to every guest here." Her voice was gentle, and her tone was as refreshing as spring breezes. Tang Yuntian took a sip of tea and nodded slightly, indicating his satisfaction. The woman then respectfully presented a booklet of several pages to Tang Yuntian. "This contains all the treasures currently listed for consignment. Please peruse it, and should anything pique your interest, we will expedite the transaction for you." Tang Yuntian said little, flipping through the book as the woman quietly withdrew, clearly to attend to this matter on his behalf. The items on the consignment list were indeed remarkable, each more extraordinary than the last, and the further he flipped, the rarer the treasures became, even featuring 5th-grade sword artifacts. Furthermore, the list not only recorded the names of the treasures, but also their uses, origins, and even the stories behind each item, described in meticulous detail. However, as the woman had stated, Tang Yuntian reached the last page without encountering anything he desired. If what the woman said was true, with representatives from all 5 sword domains present, the only likely holders of the treasure he sought would be sword cultivators from the underworld sword domain. It seemed he could only wait and observe. Just then, a gentle sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by a woman's voice. "Young master, a divining sword master is seeking your location. Would you be interested in meeting?" Tang Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. A divining sword master? Could it be that old man again? He is indeed a peculiar character. I do not pursue divination, yet he insists on pursuing me. After a brief contemplation, he felt that listening would not be detrimental, especially since he had resolved not to spend a single spirit stone. "Bring him in." After the woman departed for a moment, there was a knock at the door, before it had even settled. The door was pushed open. The old man swaggered in, followed closely by the keen-eyed youth. Tang Yuntian paid no mind, rising with a smile to greet him. "Esteemed divining sword master, what brings you to me?" "If it is divination, I must clarify in advance that I have no surplus spirit stones to offer you. However, if it is complimentary, we might negotiate." The elderly man, agitated yet amused, remarked, "What a remarkably uninformed lad you are. I intend to offer you a sword, a gesture of goodwill for your accumulated virtue. For most, even a sum of 100,000 spirit stones would not entice me to extend my hand." Tang Yuntian curled his lips in skepticism, his face brimming with doubt. That he was thoroughly satisfied with his own sword, deeming it unnecessary to accept an offering from this individual. Moreover, even if the other party posed inquiries, he lacked the means to enhance his understanding at present. The old man, noting Tang's indifference, felt his anger surge even further. That moment, a young boy beside him stealthily leaned closer, whispering in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Suddenly, the elder chuckled, "Young lad, just now, someone presented me with a consignment slip, recently adorned with the vibrant scales of a 7-colored dragon. Surely, this pertains to you, does it not? You wish to exchange this item for a treasure that fortifies the soul?" Chapter 20. Ecstasy in the heart. Tang Yuntian's eyes brightened, and he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, pray tell, do you, esteemed elder, possess such a treasure?" The boy conveniently positioned himself behind Tang, his obsidian-like eyes blinking curiously as if observing an amusing spectacle. The old man settled himself and began sipping tea leisurely. Tang did not press him, maintaining a steady gaze, awaiting the continuation of his discourse. After a brief pause, the elder, in a somewhat irritable tone, remarked, "You certainly exhibit patience, young man. Before I address your desire for a soul-enhancing treasure, let me inquire, Do you know how many categories of swords exist in this world? Categories of swords. Tang Yuntian's expression reflected bewilderment. Observing his demeanor, the elder nodded slightly. As I anticipated, your knowledge is indeed limited and lacking. Tang, unperturbed, retorted, and how does this relate to my quest for a soul-enhancing treasure of great significance? The elder replied, swords can be classified into 3 types. Instrument swords, thought swords, and elemental swords that, if I am not mistaken, the sword you wield is the companion sword of the infamous white-faced black hero from 3 centuries past, the Black Calamity. This sword is forged from a millennium-old gold alloy. The longer it exists, the heavier it becomes. It must weigh over 1,000 pounds now. Tang Yuntian was taken aback, realizing the elder's expertise as a sword appraiser. The man had merely glanced at his sword yet could discern its origin and composition, details that even he, the wielder, was unaware of. Upon hearing that the sword he held could weigh 1,000 pounds, the maid pouring tea nearby exhibited a fleeting look of astonishment, her gaze towards Tang Yuntian now filled with incredulity. After all, it was unfathomable for a person to wield a sword of such immense weight with such ease. The young boy behind the elder, however, displayed no surprise, clearly already aware of this fact. The elder continued, your sword falls under the category of instrument swords, and indeed, many from your Wuji sword domain utilize such blades as for the thought swords, also known as flying swords. The key distinction is that these are often not wielded in hand, but are instead summoned through spiritual cultivation and mental control. Tang Yuntian nodded. I am aware of this. It is said that the Rage River and the abyssal depths within the 5 directions sword domain primarily practice the art of flying swords. Yet, how does this pertain to my search for a treasure that strengthens the soul? The elder spoke. Those who cultivate flying swords focus on harnessing qi and nurturing the spirit. The spirit, in essence, is the power of thought, which emanates from the soul. The crafting of a flying sword is worlds apart from that of a conventional sword. An indispensable element is the living soul. The malevolent sword cultivators, exemplified by the Dark Abyss sword domain, go so far as to refine living souls using bone fire, transforming them into a substance known as the soul pearl. Although the process of creating this item is exceedingly brutal, it undeniably serves as an effective shortcut to enhancing one's mental prowess. Tang Yuntian's eyes sparkled with enlightenment upon hearing this. The elder's implication was transparent. Mental prowess is a manifestation of the soul's power, and enhancing it naturally stems from the fortification of the soul. Are you suggesting that in today's world, the most effective means of rapidly augmenting the soul is through this soul pearl? The elder nodded in affirmation. Do you possess such a soul pearl? Tang Yuntian asked, his excitement palpable. The elder remained enigmatic, once again teasing with his words. Noticing the urgency in Tang Yuntian's gaze, he finally smiled and remarked, I, Shui Ting, may not possess many items, but I certainly have an abundance of treasures. When others request my divination of swords, I cannot simply give without receiving in return. Coincidentally, 3 months ago, a formidable cultivator from the Dark Abyss sword domain, in the Returning to Truth stage, offered a soul pearl of 10,000 spirits as payment for my guidance in swordsmanship. Subsequently, under my tutelage, that sword cultivator's sword ascended to the 9th grade, nearly securing a place in my Divine Wave Sword Codex's Human Soldier Sword Codex. A soul pearl of 10,000 spirits. Tang Yuntian's eyes blazed with brilliance, for upon hearing the term 10,000 spirits, he immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Indeed, the elder, wary that he might not fully grasp the rarity of this pearl, quickly added, the so-called 10,000 spirits signifies that it contains the souls of myriad beings refined through bone fire, making it a superior grade of soul pearl, exceedingly rare in the world. Tang Yuntian promptly rose to his feet, resolutely declaring, I am willing to exchange the 7-colored dragon scale iron for the soul pearl of 10,000 spirits in your possession. Esteemed elder, the elder chuckled upon hearing this. While the 7-colored dragon scale iron is indeed rare, its worth pales in comparison to my soul pearl of 10,000 spirits. Furthermore, my expertise lies in sword divination, not sword crafting. Thus, the dragon scale iron holds little value for me. Tang Yuntian racked his brain, but the most valuable item he possessed was indeed the dragon scale iron gifted by Zhang Jiao. Beyond that, the remaining 2 barrier-breaking pills and 1 blood rebirth pill amounted to scarcely over 30,000 spirit stones, a mere drop in the bucket. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, landing upon the black sword before him. Ultimately, a sword was merely an external object. If acquiring an additional sword could lead him to the soul pearl, then possessing that pearl would significantly elevate his spiritual power, allowing him to inscribe the bloodline runes of the 7 fiendish dragons, thereby achieving the form of a great dragon and forging an unparalleled foundation. Such a sacrifice would undoubtedly be worthwhile. The elders seemed to perceive his thoughts, stating, "Heaven is impartial. It grants you extraordinary power but demands a price in return. You may not yet realize that all sword diviners are inherently incapable of cultivating qi. Even if they could, their aptitude is destined to be subpar. Therefore, this sword holds no utility for me. And weighing 1,000 genes, it would merely be a burden." The elder's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Tang Yuntian's heart. The elder then reached for a pouch at his waist, producing a jet-black orb the size of a chicken egg, which now rested in the palm of his hand. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yuntian's eyes brightened. The elder spoke languidly, "Though the soul pearl of 10,000 spirits is indeed a rare treasure, alas, I am not a swordsman. To me, it holds little more significance than a mere stone by the roadside." Regaining his composure, Tang Yuntian calmly replied, "This item is of paramount importance to me. If you have any requests, esteemed elder, please do not hesitate to voice them, as long as it is within my capacity and does not contradict my principles. I shall exert every effort." He understood clearly that Xueting, since entering, had elaborated at length and ultimately presented this precious pearl as bait, certainly with ulterior motives. The elder nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have tasks for you, but not at this moment, for your current strength is far from my expectations." "Oh, does that imply in the future?" Tang Yuntian mused internally, somewhat astonished. Anyone familiar with him knew of his ruined dantian, rendering him incapable of cultivation for life. Thus, a future seemed a distant notion. Yet, Xueting claimed that his current abilities were insufficient, hinting at future matters for him, which left Tang Yuntian perplexed. He was the first individual to regard him with such a discerning eye since his powers had been extinguished. "Oh, you truly have such confidence in me. Esteemed elder, you offer me this reward in advance, unafraid that I might later retract my commitment or lack the ability to fulfill your requests." Xueting chuckled. "Life is but a grand gamble, amidst which lie countless smaller wagers. What does this amount to? The loss is merely a soul pearl." Tang Yuntian inquired further, "Might you divulge the nature of the future task you mentioned?" The elder replied, "At present, there is no need for you to know. Awareness may bring peril to your life. Should you genuinely attain a level of growth that satisfies me, I shall seek you out." "And what if I decline then?" Tang Yuntian asked, a smile bordering on irony gracing his lips. Xueting's grin remained unwavering. "Refusal? To renege on a promise made to the world's foremost diviner of swords. As you grow stronger, you will come to understand the weight of such a decision." Tang Yuntian fell into contemplative silence, but ultimately nodded that I reiterate my stance. As long as I possess the capability and it does not contravene my principles, I shall face any challenge, be it a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. "Excellent." Xueting tossed the pearl into Tang Yuntian's hands. As he grasped the soul pearl, an indescribable sense of elation surged through him, as if every pore in his body opened wide, and the world around him became vividly clear. This truly was an unparalleled treasure for strengthening the soul. Tang Yuntian's heart soared with joy. The elder rose and walked towards the door, his voice echoing back, "Young one, allow me to offer a word of caution. Your blade, Black Calamity, harbors certain issues to rectify them. You must seek a rare metal known as dragonhorn silver. Furthermore, do not disappoint my expectations. At the very least, before our next meeting, ensure I do not receive news of your demise." Tang Yuntian smiled in silence. The inexplicable threat from the elder did not weigh upon him, until both figures vanished from sight, at which point he furrowed his brow in quiet contemplation. "These two individuals exude an air of mystery. I have indeed heard of the renowned sword master Xueting. Yet his origins remain an enigma, and he does not appear to possess such advanced years. The veracity of his identity is uncertain." He pondered quietly within, almost as if on cue, shortly after their departure. A soft patter of footsteps echoed from outside. "Young master, the item you sought has yielded results. Oh, please, come in," Tang Yuntian exclaimed, brimming with delight. When it comes to treasures that augment one's soul, he is certainly not one to turn them away. Moreover, the soul pearl, once he refines it, may indeed elevate his spiritual power to the level necessary for inscribing the bloodline glyphs of the monstrous dragon, a prospect still shrouded in uncertainty. The woman returned, her professional smile still intact. "Just moments ago, a distinguished guest had proposed that he possessed an ancient soul-rejuvenating wooden ring capable of significantly enhancing one's soul when worn. Furthermore, the ring, a relic from antiquity, boasts a spatial capacity of 100 cubic units. Upon hearing of this item, Tang Yuntian hesitated momentarily before responding. The woman, perceptive and astute, continued, "The ring has been appraised, and is indeed as the other party claims. To be candid, young master, in terms of value, if this were to go to auction, it would surpass your rainbow dragon scale iron, fetching at least 200,000 spirit stones. However, the individual has been in search of dragon scale iron and, upon fortuitously encountering it today, is willing to part with it at a loss to acquire a treasure." Tang Yuntian contemplated this so-called ring. It appeared to be a practical item. His own spatial pouch, granted by the Qiankuan sword sect, could barely accommodate his 5-foot-long sword. "Very well. I shall make the exchange." Tang Yuntian nodded affirmatively. "Please wait, young master. I shall procure it for you immediately." The woman's face lit up with joy. Such a significant transaction would also yield her a considerable reward. Driven by the allure of profit, her efficiency markedly increased, and within a brief moment, the exchange of the two treasures was completed. In the room, Tang Yuntian held a black, ancient ring, channeling his spiritual energy to sense its essence. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The woman, oblivious to his change in demeanor, gently inquired, "Young master, do you find any issues with this item? If all is well, we can consider this transaction complete." Tang Yuntian nodded. "There are no issues. It aligns perfectly with the description. However, I would like to inquire about the individual with whom I completed this exchange. What is his cultivation level?" He added, "Of course, I am merely curious. One possessing such a treasure must undoubtedly be a senior." The woman, unperturbed by his inquiry, replied candidly, "You are quite perceptive, young master. He is a senior in the late stage of Dan condensation." Tang Yuntian smiled knowingly. "If I am not mistaken, he must also be curious about my cultivation and has likely inquired the same of you." A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. Tang Yuntian instantly understood. "Very well. You may go now." The woman curtsied and retreated. Tang Yuntian exited the venue, stepping into the marketplace as if in search of something. Suddenly, he seemed to spot his target. His gaze brightened, and he hurried forward. Before he even reached the individual, he clasped his hands in greeting. For this person must surely be the Kangran guest, one of the illustrious heroes of the 10 directions. An elderly man with a long beard was strolling along when he encountered Tang Yuntian, his brow furrowing immediately. "Ah, it's you, young man. Have you sold the 7-colored dragon scale iron?" "Indeed, it has been sold." The old man's expression darkened. Previously, he had intended to exhaust his life savings of 100,000 to acquire that piece of divine iron. But ultimately, he faltered, believing he had no capacity to compete with others when Tang Yuntian entered the inner arena. And thus he relinquished the pursuit. Now, upon hearing that Tang Yuntian had sold the divine iron, his ire surged uncontrollably. Li Kajo hastily added, "Although I have sold the dragon scale iron I possessed, I am aware that this iron is of paramount importance to you, esteemed elder. Therefore, I have come to inform you of the whereabouts of the next piece of dragon scale iron, and it won't cost you a single spirit stone." Oh, the bearded traveler, having traversed the world for a lifetime, could naturally discern the implication in Tang Yuntian's words. He discreetly glanced around. "Young man, follow me." The two made their way to a deserted alley. The old man's demeanor suddenly turned serious. "Young man, do you mean to imply that you know who still possesses that divine iron?" Tang Yuntian smiled and nodded. The elder scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. "I see. If I am not mistaken, the piece of dragon scale iron you speak of must be the very one you once owned, correct? Esteemed elder, you are astute. To be frank, not only do I know the whereabouts of this individual, but I am also aware of their cultivation level. If you take action, I assure you a high probability of success." The old man's gaze flickered. "I cannot partake in this matter. The bearded traveler, am known for my righteousness, earning the title of a noble hero. Such acts of highway robbery are simply not in my character." Chapter 22. Renown. He stroked his long beard and unsheathed the 3-foot-long sword slung at his waist. "Very well. You young man, you please me. Since you have requested my escort today, I, being a man of chivalry, shall accompany you. Esteemed elder, you truly embody the reputation of a noble hero." The two exchanged hearty laughter. One rider and one steed galloped along the forest path. Due to the unique geographical position of Namling City, This mountain road was an essential thoroughfare, as the horse slowed its pace. Tang Yuntian dismounted and sought an open space within the forest. Igniting a campfire to rest comfortably, he reached for the pouch at his waist. A look of delight illuminating his face as he tossed the contents without ceased, he seemed wholly immersed in his own reverie. Though he spoke to himself, his words were crystal clear within 100 paces. "Your idea is perfect. Who goes there?" Tang Yuntian exclaimed, startled, springing to his feet. From behind a tree, large enough for two to embrace, emerged a man, head bowed, cradling a sword. "Guofuqian, what brings you here?" Tang Yuntian's face was etched with shock, paling considerably. "Why can we not be here?" This time, a woman's voice resonated, emanating from behind Tang Yuntian. Leaves fluttered through the air as Lu Sisi descended gracefully from a tree. "I at you, this despicable person. Have you been trailing me all along?" Tang Yuntian inquired, astonished. "Fool, not only have I rendered your cultivation useless, but you have also lost even the most basic sense of vigilance. I initially considered your pitiful state and intended to allow you to live out the remainder of your life. Yet, your repeated disrespect leaves me no choice but to send you on your way today." Lu Sisi's eyes gleamed with cold light, harboring a latent intent to kill. "Why do you still dare to pursue me? Are you not afraid that I might enlist the expertise of the masters from Nanling Mountain Society?" Tang Yuntian appeared somewhat blusterous, yet internally timid. "Ha!" Guofuqian laughed heartily, saying, "You are but a fool, and you refuse to listen. Earlier, at the entrance of the guild, you barked like a mad dog. I had already discerned the fear lurking in your heart. Your words were nothing more than a pretense of authority, an attempt to intimidate us into retreating. Alas, you are far too foolish. Do you think such tricks could deceive me?" Lu Sisi coldly retorted, "Allow me to clarify your impending demise. Since you left the city, we have had our eyes on you. You possess no formidable escort behind you, which I assume must come as quite a shock to you." Tang Yuntian's countenance darkened like a stormy sea. Seeing this, Guofuqian laughed even more maniacally. 380,000 spirit stones, truly beyond my expectations. A piece of colorful dragon scale iron could fetch such an exorbitant price. Yet regrettably, this windfall is not destined for you. Tang Yuntian, inscrutable in his emotions, stated, "Should you allow me to depart, I can bestow upon you the entirety of the 380,000 spirit stones, along with 3 barrier-breaking pills and 2 blood-replenishing bone-forming pills." As he spoke, he pinched 2 pills between his fingers, raising his hand to display them. "What? Indeed, those are the very 2 types of pills, each worth over 10,000 spirit stones. How could a mere beast like you possess such a treasure?" Guofuqian's face twisted with envy. As a core disciple of the Yaoyue sword sect, he had reached the Dan condensation stage, yet his wealth paled in comparison to Tang Yuntian's. How utterly foolish. "The pills are undoubtedly valuable, but why would you give them to me? If I kill you, the 380,000 spirit stones and 5 spirit pills will all belong to me." "Ha ha ha. Just think, I am on the brink of becoming extraordinarily wealthy. Tang Yuntian, you wretched fool, where has your previous bravado vanished to? Did you not boast that one hand could extinguish 8 of mine? Truly overestimating yourself. Kneel down and apologize for your previous foolish words, and I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse." Guofuqian's face was a mask of malicious glee. Sighing, Tang Yuntian shook his head in lament. "You two are exceedingly foolish. I never antic 100 steps from this place." Atop the trunk of the tallest tree stood an elderly man with flowing white whiskers, with his left hand stroking his beard and his right hand grasping a sword. He emanated an air of authority. "Cangren-ku!" Both Guofuqian and Lu Sisi exclaimed in unison, astonished. Tang Yuntian chuckled. "Those who regard others as fools are, in fact, the true simpletons. You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I emerged from the market without a guardian in tow. Yet, you 2 fools revealed your presence far too early. While you were tailing me, Cangren-ku was already tracking you." Guofuqian, now a ghastly shade, his face as pale as parchment, turned even darker upon hearing Tang Yuntian's words. "Resembling a charred pot bottom. I must say, your naivety is remarkable. When I casually mentioned 38,000 spirit stones, any rational mind would recognize the improbability. Yet, you believed it wholeheartedly and hastily sought to rob me. If you do not perish today, it would be an affront to your intelligence. Beast, I will kill you." Guofuqian hissed venomously. "Go inform King Yin," Tang Yuntian retorted. "Elder, the person behind us must be on their way. We must swiftly eliminate these 2. Lu Sisi, undeterred, though aware she could not match Cangren-ku, possessed the cultivation of the late stage of the condensation dan. While she could not win, escaping was still within her grasp. However, should she flee, the severely injured Go Fuguo would surely meet his end. She glanced at Tang Yuntian, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Kangranku, you have been outwitted by this young man. I do not know what he used to persuade you to escort him, but he certainly did not disclose our identities to that moment. Kangranku approached, taking a serious measure of their attire upon hearing Lu Cici's words. You are from the Inviting Moonsword sect, he inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 23. Frantic escape. Lu Cici scoffed. I am not merely from the Inviting Moonsword sect. I am Lu Cici, the daughter of the sect leader. Recently, I claimed the title of the new Wuji Sword Master, as the foremost expert of the younger generation in the Wuji Sword domain, although my cultivation is a level below yours. You will find it impossible to detain me today. Tang Yuntian laughed heartily. The Wuji Sword Master appears once every 3 years, and in this brief century, far more than dozens have emerged. It is a title that borders on farcical. Elder, this woman implies that you are now at odds with the Inviting Moonsword sect. They will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Only by eradicating the root can you prevent future troubles. Kangranku now realized he had indeed been deceived by Tang Yuntian, unwittingly forging a blood feud with the second largest sword sect in the sword domain, and his expression darkened. Sensing his distraction, Lu Cici suddenly flipped her hand and tossed an object into the air. In an instant, a deafening explosion ensued. Not good. It's a poison barrier pill, Tang Yuntian exclaimed, retreating swiftly. With his black sword in hand, he wielded it like a measuring stick, sweeping it with great force, sending forth a fierce wind. The toxic miasma that had swiftly enveloped the area was blown back by the gale. The two, who had intended to seize the opportunity to flee, were engulfed by the very poison that the wind had stirred. Now's our chance. They are poisoned. Elder, swiftly finish them off. A streak of white light surged into the thick cloud of poison. The two individuals trapped within the poisonous barrier had long succumbed to its toxins. Lu Cici, acutely aware of the peril posed by the miasma, understood that the more one struggled against it, the swifter one's demise. She perceived a blinding light approaching. She swiftly seized Go Fuqian and shielded herself with him. With a chilling sound, blood splattered as the already grievously injured Go Fuqian was cleaved in two. Seizing this moment, Lu Cici deftly evaded the poisonous trap, executing her exquisite technique, the serpent's illusory steps, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Though her figure had disappeared, her voice echoed distantly. Tang Yuntian, you have slain Go Fuqian. The Moonlit Sword sect shall surely avenge this grievance. What a venomous woman! Tang Yuntian's countenance darkened. Lu Cici was not only ruthless, but also possessed a profound cunning. Her parting words were evidently directed at Kangranku, ensuring he understood that it was Tang Yuntian, not Kangranku, who had taken Go Fuqian's life, with the ulterior motive of instilling fear of pursuit in him. The poisonous mist floated into the air, soon dissipating without a trace. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Go Fuqian's body had become unrecognizable, his corpse sizzling from the toxic fumes. His death was indeed tragic. A dignified practitioner at the Dan condensation stage, he had been duped by Tang Yuntian, narrowly escaping disembowelment, only to find himself half dead from the miasma while attempting to flee, ultimately becoming a mere flesh shield for those nearby. Descending into the underworld, Senior need not worry. He may have fled, but from my understanding of this scoundrel, he will undoubtedly place the blame upon me. I fear not the Moonlit Sword sect in the slightest. Kangranku laughed heartily towards the heavens. What a jest, if you fear them not. Why should I? Kangranku. At worst, I shall depart from the boundless sword realm. With treasures in hand, the world is vast. Where can I not go? Truly a heroic figure. Tang Yuntian marveled in admiration. Kangranku's brow twitched. Tang Yuntian stood like a statue, his hands resting upon his sword. As a gust of wind rustled his garments at that moment, a figure hurriedly approached. This individual moved with urgency, slender in build, with hawk-like eyes and deeply etched features. Upon seeing the solitary figure before him, he abruptly halted. The gaunt-faced man's expression shifted. Who are you, and what do you speak of? A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He had committed such deeds more than once without ever being discovered. But today, the intricacies of his ring had been unveiled for the first time. That a sense of foreboding washed over him as his gaze darted around, seeking the source of Tang Yuntian's confidence. You have used this method to ensnare and slay many, intercepting a considerable number of spirit stones, have you not? Alas, today you have encountered me. My unique spiritual power has effortlessly unraveled your scheme. Just as you wished, with a thunderous roar, a flash of white light erupted as a figure descended from the heavens. Kangranku. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the man's face paled, losing the bravado he had earlier displayed. And he turned to flee desperately. If I allow you to escape today, how can I justify the cost I have borne? Contemplating the imminent risk of being besieged by experts from the Moonlit Sword sect, Kangranku was consumed by rage and sorrow, finding an outlet for his pent-up animosity. Observing this, Tang Yuntian leaped onto his horse and galloped away with fervor. He was acutely aware that once the bearded man had slain the gaunt-faced individual, he would inevitably be the next target, whether due to the precious artifact in his possession or the deception he had previously perpetrated. The adversary would undoubtedly ensure his demise. Moments later, the bearded man returned, sword in hand, the tip stained with blood. Astonishingly, that scoundrel had managed to escape. With the 7-colored dragon scale iron, he must have acquired an extraordinary treasure, coupled with the fact that this rascal had deceived him and caused him to incur enmity with the inviting Moon Sword sect. He truly deserved to be dismembered. The elder's face was a mask of fury, yet amidst his pursuit and the slaying of the gaunt-faced man, Tang Yuntian had already ridden his demonic steed 30 miles away. The elder, consumed by hatred with no outlet for his wrath, howled at the heavens incessantly. Upon returning to the Qiankuan sword sect, Tang Yuntian immediately entered the Beast Mountain. His purpose was not to seek the Azure Dragon, but rather to enter seclusion and refine the soul pearl he had obtained. During this period, if the Azure Dragon were to act as his protector, he could naturally focus without fear of external interference. Upon hearing that Tang Yuntian had indeed discovered a treasure to augment his soul, the Azure Dragon was overjoyed, for it undoubtedly represented a significant step forward in his transformation from a flood dragon to a true dragon. 3 days later, within the depths of Beast Mountain, in the lair of the malevolent scaled Azure Dragon, a pearl, no larger than a grain of rice, emanating a faint black glow, hovered 3 feet above Tang Yuntian's brow. At that moment, it seemed as though a black vertical eye appeared at his brow, and the pearl transformed into wisps of black mist that entered it. An hour passed. Chapter 24. Too simple. The soul pearl, now reduced to the size of a grain of rice, ultimately morphed into a singular black point of light, akin to a spark of starlight, which then quietly extinguished. Suddenly, the vertical eye at Tang Yuntian's brow radiated a brilliant black light, followed by a somewhat ethereal and eerie voice emanating forth. The sound was as if an ancient door, long sealed, had suddenly swung open. Gradually, the vertical eye at his brow began to retract at that same moment. A transformation also occurred above Tang Yuntian's head, where a vertical black line appeared, resembling a pitch-black scar embedded in midair. With each diminishment of the eye at his brow, the scar in the sky widened incrementally, until the soul eye vanished entirely, causing the scar to fully open. It turned out that it was not merely a scar, but rather an eye magnified countless times. The previously observed black line, resembling a heavenly rift, was merely a phenomenon resulting from the closure of the demonic eye. This eerie vertical eye resembled an unfathomable black hole, deep and mysterious, as if it harbored boundless enigmas. 100 paces away, the Azure Dragon silently observed all of this, and when he witnessed the complete opening of this void eye, a look of astonishment flickered across his countenance for the first time. The massive form of the Azure Dragon quivered ever so slightly, uncertain whether it was from fear or exhilaration. Suddenly, his gaze shifted dramatically. Behind Tang Yuntian, within the mysterious black hole-like vertical eye, another identical eye appeared, slowly opening. As the two eyes aligned, Tang Yuntian gradually awoke from his closed eyes. At that moment, all extraordinary phenomena had vanished. My spiritual power seems to have entered an unknown realm. Tang Yuntian was more astonished than delighted. He closed his eyes, refining the soul pearl, entirely oblivious to the extraordinary phenomena unfolding outside. However, upon the completion of his meticulous refinement, he was engulfed by an unprecedented and wondrous sensation. He recognized that his soul had undergone a profound metamorphosis, and his spiritual energy had experienced an earth-shattering increase. As he channeled his spiritual power, he remained in a meditative state. When he finally opened his eyes, they were filled with astonishment. My spiritual energy has increased at least 100-fold. The soul pearl truly deserves its reputation as a treasure that enhances the soul. After the initial exhilaration subsided, He turned to gaze at the azure dragon, who was observing him with a complex expression, a mixture of confusion, shock, and disbelief, as if all the intricate emotions of the world could be found within its gaze. Senior, with my newfound surge in spiritual energy, I can attempt to assist you in inscribing the bloodline runes. Tang Yuntian had not forgotten his promise, nor could he afford to forget the curse of blood decay that the azure dragon had placed upon him, a constant threat to his life. He was eager to fulfill their agreement and rid himself of this curse. Youngster, it is rare for me, the evil scale, to speak with such sincerity in this lifetime, as long as you help me succeed today. I shall remove the curse that plagues you. You should not perish so easily. Your existence may still hold a more formidable task ahead. Upon hearing these words from the azure dragon, Tang Yuntian felt a jolt of surprise. It seemed that the dragon had originally intended to eliminate him after the inscribing was complete. With a mix of skepticism and determination, he drew forth his carving knife. The azure dragon, confident in its prowess, had no fears of treachery from Tang Yuntian. As Tang Yuntian's carving knife approached the prominent ridge on the dragon's forehead, the source of its potent bloodline and the initial step in its transformation into a dragon, its horns, was revealed. Without fortuitous circumstances, this ridge would never yield horns solely through training. Entering the second realm of his soul's eye, his spiritual energy surged beyond 100-fold, and the intricate bloodline runes flowed from his hands with fluidity and ease, devoid of any hindrance. After the burning of a single incense stick, the intricate runes were completed, manifesting as a fleeting shadow of a black dragon. The azure dragon let out a low roar, its body writhing in agony as large patches of its scales withered and fell away, while a sharp horn rapidly emerged from the ridge on its forehead. Youngster, quickly leave this place. I am about to undergo a prolonged evolution. Spread the word. For the next decade, regardless of what transpires within the sword sect, no one is to disturb me. May you achieve success, Senior, Tang Yuntian exclaimed, and with that, he dashed swiftly towards the cave's exit. Just as he burst out of the cavern, a thunderous roar echoed, and the entire nest collapsed, boulders tumbling down to seal the cave in an instant. Oh no, the curse has not yet been lifted. Tang Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically, but as he looked down at his hands, the previously severed black lines had mysteriously vanished. He let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, the power of the curse was peculiar, seemingly a form of mental prowess, and its removal appeared to rest solely within the will of the azure dragon. Gazing upon the desolation within the cave, a strange smile crept across Tang Yuntian's lips. He murmured to himself in silence, "Though you claim to grant me a path to survival, my life has never been subject to the whims of others. Originally, it would take but 10 hours for the transformation into a dragon. I have allowed you to postpone this for a decade. Yet, the opportunity has ultimately been bestowed upon you, and I owe you little in return. This extraordinary capability stems from Tang Yuntian's soul, entering the second profound realm. A fortuitous enlightenment that he instinctively comprehended, a subtlety that the malevolent scaled azure dragon could never fathom. He cast one last glance at the collapsed lair, grasped the black sword in his hand, and, stepping lightly on his slender shadow, leisurely descended the mountain. The Qiankuan sword sect. A mournful cry suddenly resonated from a dwelling designated for menial laborers. Tang Yuntian was drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as death, his body languishing on the bed as if devoid of strength. After a considerable while, he regained some semblance of energy and slowly settled into a meditative posture. This will not do, he thought. Although my body has been shaped by the azure dragon's bloodline inscriptions, it ultimately differs from the innate form of the azure dragon, proving inadequate to support the intricate etching of the wretched dragon's bloodline. His brow furrowed tightly. Just moments ago, he had consumed a blood-creating pill, hoping to harness its medicinal potency to inscribe the dragon pattern in one fell swoop. However, the outcome was far too simplistic for his expectations. The process of engraving the dragon pattern into one's being was inherently a cycle of destruction and reconstruction. It demanded an immense reservoir of medicinal energy. Relying solely on a single blood-creating pill was merely a drop in the bucket. Having survived countless perils to acquire the dragon pattern, endowing him with the requisite spiritual energy, he could not have anticipated this final insurmountable obstacle. His body was utterly incapable of sustaining the dragon pattern unless it received a copious and continuous influx of medicinal energy for restoration. Based on the potency of the single blood-creating pill he had just consumed, he would require at least 10,000, if not 100,000 times that amount to complete the engraving and achieve the great dragon form. Yet, from whence could such colossal medicinal energy be procured? Even the entirety of the Qian Kuan sword sect would find it nearly impossible to fulfill such a demand. Chapter 25. A matter of weight as he pondered in despair. A sudden commotion of footsteps emanated from outside the door. "Young master, are you in?" "Ming-Qing, come in if you have something to say." Ming-Qing entered, her face etched with concern. "What troubles you? Why the long face? Has someone wronged you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you, ensuring that they are unrecognizable to their own mother." Ming-Qing, breaking into a smile despite herself, replied, "Young master, you jest. I am well within the inner sect, and the elders regard me highly. No one has bullied me. Oh, then what weighs on your mind?" Tang Yuntian inquired, puzzled. "It's Gu Luan. Gu Luan, what mischief has he brewed this time?" Tang Yuntian frowned slightly. "Young master, surely you haven't forgotten that next month marks the competition for the Heavenly Pond Medicinal Spring. I just heard that our Qian Kuan Sword Sect's 3 slots for participation have already been preordained for Gu Luan before the internal competition has even begun. The Heavenly Spring Medicinal Pool. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" Tang Yuntian exclaimed, leaping to his feet in delight. "Young master, what has come over you?" Ming-Qing asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Tang Yuntian promptly questioned. "Ming-Qing, do you know when the remaining 2 slots will commence their contest?" Ming-Qing nodded. "It is said to be a matter of the future. However, all are well aware that even when the final 2 slots are determined, they serve merely as embellishments. The Tianquan Medicine Pool permits only 4 entrants, and 3 major sword sects are participating, all of whom are top-tier experts at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Only Gulong stands a chance to contend. For the others, their participation would be futile." Tang Yuntian's gaze was intense, nodding repeatedly. Ming-Qing observed her young master's demeanor with some surprise. "Young master, you cannot possibly be considering." But every participant is, without exception, a master at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Their purpose for entering the fray is solely to leverage the medicine pool to break through to the condensation pill stage. "I am well aware of this. Rest assured, I have my own strategy," Tang Yuntian replied contemplatively. Seeing his resolute stance, Ming-Qing understood deeply that persuading her young master to abandon his decision was impossible, and thus chose to remain silent, refraining from further admonition. "The future, during this time, I must not squander my hours. I must continue to hone my Ding sword technique." Previously, he had attained the realm of the 6 cauldrons with this technique. Yet upon reaching such heights, he seemed to encounter a certain bottleneck, causing subsequent cultivation to slow considerably. As time reached the 3rd day, whether it was the effect of the bloodbone creation pill or simply the natural progression of events, Tang Yuntian successfully advanced his Ding sword technique to the realm of the 7 cauldrons. However, this time, he felt increasingly aware that he had reached the limits of his physical capacity, unless he achieved the great dragon body. It would be impossible to cultivate to the 9 cauldrons as recorded in the texts. Qian Kuan Sword Sect, Sword Performance Stage, while the Tianquan Medicine Pool may not rival the renowned Mirror Lake for its fame. This grand occasion holds an advantage in timing, occurring once every decade. Thus, this internal competition within the sword sect has captured the attention of its disciples. The Sword Performance Stage, towering over 5 meters, was already overflowing with spectators. On the stage, 2 individuals were engaged in a fierce battle that I had hoped to witness Gulong's prowess during this contest for slots. But to my dismay, Gulong had secured one of the 3 slots by foregoing combat. This was entirely expected. As the foremost expert beneath the condensation pill stage within our sword sect, such a title is not lightly bestowed. Competing would be a waste of time, so it was better to grant him a slot, ensuring the approval of all. Indeed, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Gulong will assuredly claim a position in this contest for the Tianquan Medicine Pool. Among the 3 sections upon his return, he will become a core disciple at the condensation pill stage, and his status will undoubtedly rise. Yet, it remains uncertain who will seize the remaining 2 slots. I see no one else who stands a chance. With only 4 slots available for the Tianquan Medicine Pool, those present are merely familiarizing themselves. The likelihood of seizing a slot is virtually nil. This is not necessarily true. Have you forgotten about Guchen? He is Gulong's cousin, and together they are hailed as the Gashijia of our Qian Kuan sword sect. His cultivation is also at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Although his past performance has indeed fallen short of Gulong's, he may well be able to triumph over the disciples of the other 2 major sword sects. Look, speak of the devil, Guchen has arrived. Amidst the crowd, Tang Yuntian, upon hearing this exclamation, gazed into the distance. The figure of Gu Chen bears a striking resemblance to Gu Luan, not in countenance, but rather in that singularly distinguished demeanor. This individual strides forth, a sword draped over his shoulder, his expression exuding an indescribable air of haughty solitude. Indeed, it is Gu Chen. With his arrival, the second spot is assured, in my estimation. No one would dare to engage him in combat. True enough, although our sword sect does not officially recognize a second expert at the Foundation establishment stage, it is tacitly understood by all that apart from Gu Luan, Gu Chen is virtually unchallenged. Who would be foolish enough to confront him? In the gaze of the crowd, Gu Chen appears to traverse an uninhabited realm, parting the throng as he advances, his eyes half closed, stepping onto the sword platform with a measured grace. Opposite him stands a long-haired man, freshly victorious and equally spirited, whose cultivation level aligns with expectations, also at the 9th layer of chi refinement. Upon witnessing Gu Chen's leisurely approach, a sense of gravity descends upon his countenance for the first time. I shall only strike once. Gu Chen casts a dismissive glance at the man, his lips parting to utter a few words. Truly, he is Gu Chen. His aura is unparalleled, and he declares his intent to defeat his foe with a single stroke. Sharing the same cultivation level, who would dare to make such a proclamation without absolute confidence? On the platform, the long-haired man's face darkens in response to Gu Chen's audacious claim. At that moment, a resounding clang reverberates as the sword resting on Gu Chen's shoulder is drawn. With the sword positioned before him, he moves as one with it, closing the distance to the man in a mere step. The long-haired opponent attempts to employ a technique to deflect Gu Chen's lethal strike, but Gu Chen has anticipated this. Just as their swords are about to meet, he deftly pivots his wrist, redirecting his blade in the opposite direction. A spray of crimson blossoms across the clear sky as the long-haired man collapses to the ground, gravely injured. Witnessing that astonishing maneuver, some recognize the underlying principles of Gu Chen's swordplay. The vanquished was no weakling. He had recently triumphed over his own adversary, yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance, succumbing to Gu Chen's prowess. Indeed, one cannot compare individuals so easily. The air is filled with praises and admiration. With his sword sheath, Gu Chen rested upon his shoulder, casting a condescending glance at the injured long-haired man, his expression devoid of emotion as he states, "Seeing me ascend the stage. Your failure to immediately concede is the greatest punishment you could have chosen. Now, depart." The man's face pales, his anger suppressed, as he clutches his wound and retreats from the platform, blood staining his hands. Gu Chen resumes his posture of disdain, surveying the crowd with a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Who else wishes to take the stage? However, I must make it clear that I have no interest in indulging anyone who dares to challenge me. Should you end up dead or crippled, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Upon hearing these words, the gathered disciples hastily retreat, fearful of being singled out as challengers. Chapter 26. Omanha. Witnessing the effect of his intimidation, Gu Chen laughs heartily. Invincible, Brother Gu is unmatched. Suddenly, a voice arises from the crowd, rallying support with fervor. With this instigator leading the charge, the entire assembly, whether willing or not, joins in the uproar, creating a cacophony of cheers. Gu Chen stands upon the platform, akin to a solitary star amidst a multitude, his haughty demeanor further amplified. The Gu clan is but a pack of curs. Let me see just how much weight you carry. The abrupt utterance silenced the crowd's cheers, leaving them in a state of astonished disbelief as they turned to look. Tang Yuntian, basking in the gaze of the onlookers, strode confidently onto the sword stage, his slender black sword in hand. What did you just say? Dare to repeat it? His expression darkened, as if ready to weep in fury. Tang Yuntian glanced at him with indifference. I remarked that you and Gu Luan are of the same ilk, both emerging from the same den of dogs, with your bulging toad-like eyes thinking you're the only one who excels in this world, when in reality, you are utterly insignificant. Gu Chen's brows twitched violently. Those who understood him recognized this as a sign of his seething rage and the murderous intent brewing within him. At that moment, murmurs erupted from the crowd. I was wondering who was so audacious. Turns out it's the discarded Tang Yuntian. How is it that he appears everywhere? Just when I thought he had learned to keep a low profile after a brief respite, I see I was mistaken. This man has grown increasingly arrogant. The last time he provoked Chao Ming, the latter was caught off guard, sustaining serious injuries and forced to kneel and beg for his life. That I thought he wouldn't survive 3 days after that. Yet here he is, still full of life. Truly astonishing that he speaks so insolently and has ascended the sword stage. Does he truly overestimate himself, seeking to challenge Gu Chun? Hearing the crowd's discussions, Tang Yuntian's face remained as calm as still water. He addressed Gu Chun once more. I can hardly tolerate the arrogance of others. You have already crossed my line. If you wish to avoid being grievously wounded, you should kneel and concede now. And you may walk away upright. Otherwise, you shall be carried out horizontally. Gu Chun, in a fit of rage, retorted with a sneer. I previously heard that a completely discarded cultivator defeated an outer sect disciple at the first level of Qi refinement. Name Mahi. That discarded individual must be you, correct? Quite an impressive feat indeed. Mahi, who had just been rallying support for Gu Chun, turned pale with rage upon hearing himself mocked. Tang Yuntian remained unfazed. Your cousin Gulin's coffin has already been prepared by someone named Chao Ming. It awaits my conclusion in a month's time. Have you prepared your own coffin? Gu Chun, not one for words, quickly realized that he was no match for this verbal sparring and ceased his futile chatter. Immediately shifting to the challenge. You are already discarded, merely a lowly servant disciple now. Did you come to this sword stage today to seek a battle with me? To fight with a servant would sully my sword. He drew his treasured sword, examining it with meticulous attention. What a fine blade! Tang Yuntian exclaimed, feigning admiration as he observed Gu Chun's weapon. Ji Yuchen momentarily faltered at the unexpected praise. Tang Yuntian continued, Is this sword a second-tier weapon? You blind fool, you can't even recognize a third-tier weapon. It seems your cultivation isn't the only thing that has deteriorated. Your eyesight has as well. Tang Yuntian nodded. It is indeed a good sword. But a sword in the hands of one who cannot wield it serves only to benefit others. Today, I shall go unarmed, seize your sword, and take your life. Gu Chun's capacity for patience was surprisingly formidable. Though his rage was at its peak, he still withheld his murderous intent, preparing to unleash the most devastating at this moment. The assembly of disciples beneath the stage erupted into a frenzy. What a ferocious beast! Tang Yuntian, you are utterly arrogant. Gu Chun, this man is seeking death. Why do you not expedite his demise? Gu Chun, if you cannot slay him with a single sword strike, you are unworthy of being called the second most formidable expert beneath the condensation Dan realm. Hearing the various derisive remarks from the audience, Gu Chun's fury reached its zenith. Bastard! Watch how I will kill you! Ji Yuchen bellowed enraged. Gu Chun advanced with the swift footwork of the willow. Tang Yuntian remained utterly unperturbed, wielding his black sword with the grace of a whirling tempest on the sword platform. Sword energy surged forth, accompanied by the howling winds. Beast, did you not claim to fight barehanded? Upon witnessing the terrifying sword momentum from his opponent, Gu Chun was a mix of astonishment and fury. I lied to you. Bastard, I will slay you. Gu Chun roared in wrath. However, the battle did not unfold as he had anticipated. Tang Yuntian's swordplay was like an impenetrable barrier, a whirlwind that swept back and forth. The violent winds it generated caused Gu Chun's skin to sting painfully, leaving him reluctant to act recklessly. Impossible! How could this be? The surrounding disciples, watching the fierce clash between the two on stage, were momentarily rendered speechless, for it was evident that they were evenly matched. The once carefree Gu Chun, who had previously defeated opponents with ease, now appeared to be embroiled in a desperate struggle. The cause of this transformation was none other than a recently crippled individual, devoid of any sword energy. Tang Yuntian's sword dance resembled a crushing wheel, the fierce winds roaring around him. What tremendous physical strength must he possess to achieve such prowess? Moreover, judging by his movements, he appeared to be employing no sword techniques at all, relying solely on brute force to counter Gu Chun's sharp sword energy. The disciples present could hardly believe their eyes, as if caught in a dream. In the distance, beside a carved dragon stone pillar, a young maid, wide-eyed, inquired, Miss, how is he capable of such terrifying strength? Beside her, Feng Shihan furrowed his brow. I am uncertain what has transpired within him. Since his victory over Chao Ming, many have sought to investigate him. To my knowledge, he forged 9 great cauldrons and practiced a sword technique derived from the first level of the sword pavilion, known as the cauldron sword technique. The first level of the sword pavilion? Is it not open to even the most menial of disciples? Does that sword technique truly possess such miraculous properties, allowing one to cultivate such formidable physical strength? Feng Yingying shook her head. This matter has even reached my father's attention. He personally examined that sword manual, and according to him, it is filled with nonsensical rhetoric. Anyone who rashly attempts to practice it will be lightly crippled, or, at worst, meet a tragic end. And what happened afterward? Since someone discovered this, surely many would flock to cultivate this sword technique, the maid asked. Feng Shihan nodded. As far as I know, no fewer than 7 individuals within the sword sect have been left with lifelong disabilities due to this sword manual. Even Yi Fan attempted to cultivate it personally, yet abandoned it after just 1 day. The maid nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that the matters surrounding him are far from simple. Suddenly, her expression shifted with alarm. Oh no. Gu Chun is about to strike for real. Feng Yingying hastily lifted her gaze at that moment. On the sword fighting platform, Gu Chunyue felt increasingly stifled in battle, his frustration erupting in loud cries. Ji Yuchen retreated with a leap. Suspended in midair, his sword held level with his brow, fingers forming a sword gesture, bracing against the sword's back, as a torrent of sword energy surged around him like boiling water. Sword incantation. Gu Chun was poised to unleash the sword incantation. Upon witnessing his series of movements, someone in the audience immediately shouted in excitement. No one could fathom the sorrow that engulfed Gu Chun at that moment. The opponent's wind-will sword instilled within him a profound fear, rendering him unable to advance within 10 paces, despite his abundant skill, for he was acutely aware that should he step within that perilous distance, the wind-wheel would undoubtedly crush him to pieces. In desperation, he resolved to employ his ultimate technique, risking mutual destruction. Sword incantation. 8 swords revolving. Gu Chen's face turned pale, and 8 streams of sword energy manifested around him, swirling and slicing through the air. Perish! With a pointed gesture, the 8 streams coalesced into a colossal sword disc, slicing through the void and hurtling towards its target. I shall pierce. Tang Yuntian, witnessing his opponent's urgency, dared not conceal his own prowess. With his sword resting on his arm, he executed his ultimate counter, sword piercing the 9 tripods. Although he had only cultivated to the level of 7 tripods, the force behind this thrust exuded a terrifying weight of 7,000 pounds. The sword tip summoned forth a fearsome wave of energy, which clashed head-on with the spiraling sword disc. The sound akin to a tangible rending echoed through the air. The sword disc was swept away by the energy wave, dispersing into a myriad of fragments. Yet the disc, being Gu Si, if I am not mistaken, I should be the victor of this match, a month from now, in the competition for the 3 coveted spots among the 3 factions. Is there still a place for me? The elder gazed at Tang Yuntian, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. Rising to his feet, he turned and inquired, are there any other participants? If not, the second spot shall be determined. The arena fell into a profound silence, with some even covering their mouths in fear of making a sound that might be construed as dissent. The elder cast his gaze back at Tang Yuntian. Congratulations. You have secured the second spot. Tang Yuntian lifted the black sword in his hand, remaining silent as he descended from the sword platform. Brother, at that moment, a figure rushed in from a distance, and upon seeing Gu Chun, who lay unconscious on the ground, he let out a furious roar. The newcomer was, of course, Gu Lun. Tang Yuntian, you wretched scoundrel, your audacity is unparalleled. How dare you reduce my cousin to such a state? Today, I swear by blood that I will shatter your bones into dust. Tang Yuntian merely smiled faintly. There is no need to rush. Your opportunity will soon present itself. With his objective accomplished, he chose not to linger in conversation, and as he passed, a throng of disciples parted to clear his path. The previously audible jeers and curses had vanished without a trace. Tang Yuntian was acutely aware that although he had defeated Gu Chen decisively, this did not imply he possessed the capability to slay a master at the 9th level of Qi refinement, for the arena was unlike the wilderness. Had he encountered Gu Chen in the wild, he was confident that the latter would not be able to harm him in the slightest. Yet the likelihood of inflicting serious injury, as he had just done, was minimal. Should the opponent sense danger, he could easily retreat, and with his current strength, Tang Yuntian lacked the means to detain him. That I must prepare earnestly. A month hence, I will face talents from various factions who surpass even Gu Chen in strength. Given my current abilities, victory will be a formidable challenge. As he walked with his head lowered, a figure suddenly appeared before him, clearly obstructing his path. He raised his gaze slightly and first beheld a delicate, embroidered long dress. The gown featured a side slit, revealing a pair of long, graceful legs that seemed to shimmer in and out of sight. As he continued to lift his gaze, he was met with an exquisitely flawless visage akin to jade. Congratulations on your grand victory, Feng Yingying stated expressionlessly. Tang Yuntian touched his nose. Your tone suggests you do not come to congratulate me. Feng Yingying regarded him with an impassive demeanor, her gaze drifting elsewhere, and spoke in a voice as calm as a still pond. Your courage in inflicting severe injury upon Gu Chen surely implies you have devised a strategy for dealing with Gu Lun. And even you fans' retaliation? Tang Yuntian shook his head. You overestimate me. I did not think that far ahead. This person merely obstructed my path, and I simply brushed him aside. As for the retaliation you mention, I shall meet force with force. There is little else to be done. Chapter 28. In the blink of an eye. A month, neither too short nor too long, passes in the blink of an eye. On this day, the long-anticipated contest for the 4 prestigious spots at the Tianchi Medicine Spring has finally arrived. The battleground is none other than the sword platform, most familiar to the disciples of the Qiankuan sword sect. At this moment, 3 teams, each consisting of no fewer than 100 individuals, gathered at the 3 respective directions of the sword platform. In the realm of the Qiankuan sword sect, an elderly man, comfortably seated in the esteemed position of the Grand Master, surveyed the other 2 factions with a sudden, resounding laugh. You 2 sects, your display is rather exaggerated. The Heavenly Spring Medicinal Pool has but 4 slots. And considering one belongs to the rotation, there are merely 3 available. Yet here you come, a grand assembly of over 100, leading one to wonder if you are here for a brawl. Each of the 3 factions was represented by an elder, the leaders being the sole dignitary seated in the Grand Master's chair. These 3 elders were not mere honorary figures from the outer sects of the sword sect, but rather genuine inner sect elders, their formidable prowess unmistakable, all having attained the pinnacle of Dan condensation. Upon hearing the unabashed mockery from the Qiankuan sword sect elder, the other 2 sword sect elders were equally unwilling to cower. The Yaoyu sword sect, a rival force to the Qiankuan sword sect, had their elder speak first. Those who speak ill of others often lack self-awareness. It appears your numbers may even surpass ours. The delineation of strength is often nebulous. Just recently, your sect's so-called Tang Jianji, known solely for his title of Sword One, boasted that the master of the infinite sword would not pursue his desires. Yet what was the outcome? Was he not ultimately vanquished beneath the blades of my sect's disciples? By the way, I have heard that lad has been rendered a cripple. I wonder if he has since taken his own life. Ha ha ha. The elder from the Yaoyu sword sect grew increasingly animated, his words becoming more audacious until he erupted in hearty laughter. The elder from the Qiankuan sword sect, upon hearing this man dredge up old grievances, felt a shadow of displeasure cross his features. He cast a subtle, ire-laden glance toward the back, where his gaze fell upon Tang Yuntian. Yet Tang Yuntian remained unfazed throughout, treating the elder's scrutiny as though it were non-existent. He understood well that the elder leading the faction harbored ill intentions towards him for quite some time. When he emerged from the Dragon Lock well, it was this very man who suggested he be imprisoned and subjected to severe interrogation. A notion ultimately abandoned only due to the mention of Feng Yingying at that moment. Another elder from the Kongshan Sword Gate, holding a round fan, interjected with a smile. Why must you 2 squabble over mere words? Our purpose today is clear. The strength and weakness shall reveal themselves on the sword stage. Indeed, the Yaoyu sword sect has always favored discretion and shunned boastfulness. Yet I must assert, we shall claim all 4 slots this time. The wind may howl, but we are unafraid. With the exceptional disciples of the Qiankuan sword sect present, your Yaoyu sword sect can dream of securing any of the 3 slots. Aside from the one belonging to the rotation, over 100 disciples of the Qiankuan sword sect displayed expressions of haughty pride at that moment. An elder ascended the sword stage. The time has come. Unless there are objections, let the sword duel officially commence. Let it begin. It is time for certain individuals to confront reality. The elder from the Yaoyu sword sect remained composed, exuding confidence. The elder on the stage continued. The rules are as customary. Each faction shall dispatch 3 warriors to compete for the 3 out of the 4 available slots. For the final slot, belonging to the rotation, it was claimed by my Qiankuan sword sect 10 years ago. And according to our agreement, it shall now belong to the Yaoyu sword sect. The elders from all 3 factions nodded in agreement, signaling their lack of dissent. The allocation of that particular slot was determined by the leaders of the 3 factions. And naturally, they lacked the audacity to voice any objections. Suddenly, an elder from the Qiankuan sword sect proclaimed, "Since this duel is being held within our sect, as the hosts, we shall not yield. We are willing to send forth our talented disciple to compete." With a commanding shout, an individual stepped forward from behind the elder, leaping onto the sword platform. This person was the 3rd to secure a place in the contest. Following Gu Luan and Tang Yuntian, Shi Yin, with a resolute countenance, stood with his sword held at an angle. Yet, The fleeting glimmer in his eyes betrayed his lack of confidence regarding the impending battle. A talented disciple. It is truly laughable to label such a character as a genius. Surely, we could send any one of our own to defeat him. If possible, let us refrain from inflicting lethal harm. For entering another's domain and slaying their combatants is rather impolite, that I am willing to send him off the platform. An individual behind the elder immediately volunteered to take up the challenge. Jia Tao, although you rank among the lowest in our sect, defeating this individual with a single sword should pose no significant challenge. It is said that the Qian Kuan sword sect possesses a Guluan. Their foremost expert, I anticipate you will vanquish him. Go forth. The man bowed respectfully to the elder and leapt onto the sword platform. Such audacious words, declaring that a mere low-ranking disciple could triumph over the foremost expert of their own faction, ignited a fierce anger within the elder of the Qian Kuan sword sect. However, after a brief clash between the two contenders, the fury on his face morphed into a pallid hue. One strike. As the elder had boasted, the man named Jia Tao unleashed a single sword stroke, and with a surge of crescent sword energy, his opponent's weapon shattered, leaving him wounded and unable to rise. A third-grade sword artifact, the elder of the Qian Kuan sword sect murmured ominously. Ha ha ha. Truly, as I suspected, is this the genius of your Qian Kuan sword sect? If this qualifies as a genius, then surely every disciple of the Yao Yu sword sect could be deemed extraordinary. The elder of the Yao Yu sword sect laughed heartily, showing no concern for the humiliation of his opponents. Excellent. For this duel, you have equipped each of your combatants with a third-grade sword artifact. What a grand display, remarked the elder of the sword sect coldly. A grand display. What is this? It merely illustrates the decline of your Qian Kuan sword sect, whose impoverishment is astonishing, to the extent that a mere third-grade sword artifact is considered such a marvel. The elder of the Yao Yu sword sect retorted with an air of arrogance. Indeed, the Yao Yu sword sect is teeming with talent. Allow me, from the Kong Dong sword sect, to experience the prowess of your disciples. Just as the two factions were about to engage in verbal sparring, an elder from the Kong Dong sword sect intervened, eager to halt their trivial bickering. He then stepped forward, and from behind him, a disciple leaped into the fray. The Kong Dong sword sect, ranked the lowest among the three factions, had sent forth their second-ranked expert. This battle commenced without the previous bout's decisiveness, as both sides fought evenly matched. The disciple from the Kong Dong sword sect employed the sealing door sword technique, adeptly balancing offense and defense, making it difficult for his opponent's crescent sword energy to breach his defenses. Chapter 29. Through his hands, just as everyone anticipated that this battle would last for the length of an incense stick, the sword disciple suddenly unleashed a set of wind shadow sword techniques, and the arena was filled with countless sword apparitions. Opposite him, Jia Shu Tao had not anticipated such a sudden shift in tactics from his adversary. In a moment of disarray, his garments were swiftly torn in multiple places, ultimately culminating in a blade poised at his throat, rendering him pale and conceding defeat. The elder of the Yaoyue sword sect wore a grim expression, and with a commanding shout, summoned a second combatant. This time, the challenger was the second most skilled practitioner within the Yaoyue sword sect. As he stepped onto the stage, the battle lasted but a mere span of 10 breaths. The disciple of the Kong Dong sword sect found his fingers, which gripped the sword, severed by the opponent's sword energy, leading to his swift downfall. The elder of the Kong Dong sword sect, who had consistently played the role of mediator, now rose in a fury. The Yaoyue sword sect has gone too far. My disciple previously showed restraint and did not strike your disciple's throat. Yet in this encounter, you have shattered his fingers, crippling half his cultivation. Such actions are excessively malicious. A sword cultivator, unable to wield his weapon, would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss in prowess. The elder of the Yaoyue sword sect appeared unfazed, replying with a nonchalant smile. In the arena, who does not exert their utmost? A minor mishap is quite understandable. The elder of the sword sect's face turned a deep shade of blue. Elder, the Yaoyue sword sect is intolerably arrogant. Allow me to confront them. There were 3 disciples from the Kong Dong sword sect, and with the defeat of the second strongest, it was evident that the remaining combatant was their foremost practitioner in the Qi refinement stage. Feng Nanting, I shall test your swordplay. Just as this disciple bowed in introduction, the opponent suddenly lunged forward. Feng Nanting was taken aback by the audacity of the ambush and hastily drew his sword to meet the challenge. One was prepared, while the other was caught off guard. Within moments of engagement, Feng Nanting found himself at a disadvantage. The Yaoyue disciple's sword technique was swift as the wind, each strike quicker than the last, leaving Feng Nanting gasping for breath. It is the Chase Moon sword technique. Observers from the Qiankuan sword sect, well-versed in such arts, immediately recognized the style. The disciples of the Yaoyue sword sect exhibited an air of superiority. My senior brother's chase moon sword technique has reached a level of mastery. At this rate, there is no need for our sect's strongest to engage, as we are already poised to secure victory. Indeed, as the three sects vie for 3 slots, although we have lost one. Securing 2 is a satisfactory outcome. Upon hearing the boastful claims of the Yaoyue disciples, some from the Qiankuan sword sect could no longer contain their outrage. Nonsense. Our foremost expert, Gu Luan, has yet to make an appearance. How can he be overshadowed by him? Gulan. What a pitiful name. How dare he be compared to my senior brother? You had best advise him to refrain from entering the fray. Otherwise, he shall face a most harrowing defeat that will leave you all aghast. In the forefront of the crowd, Gu Luan felt his brow twitch with indignation, his fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. Tensions rose as the disciples on both sides bristled, while the outcome of the battle on stage became increasingly evident. The first expert of the Kongdong sword sect, with determination, declared, "Watch as I defeat you." Meteor chase. His sword struck like a meteor, distinct from the previous rapid techniques. This strike was relentless, as if cleaving through bamboo. With a swift and cold flash, the blade pierced Feng Nanting's defenses, plunging 3 inches into his heart. Senior brother, the disciples of the Kongdong sword sect gasped in horror. The elder of the sword sect, now seething with rage, stood abruptly. Upon the stage, a disciple of the sword sect grinned maliciously as he drew his sword, blood spraying 3 feet in the air. Feng Nanting's eyes bulged in shock as he collapsed to the ground. An elder of the sword sect, swift in action, stepped onto the platform and swiftly administered a pill to him before casting a frosty glare at the opposing disciple. Elder Lu, do not mislead yourself. The duel on the sword platform is governed by fate, and your reckless intrusion here carries the suspicion of breaching our rules, should you dare to lay a hand on my sect's disciple. The sword sect and your sword gate may find themselves at odds in the future, the elder of the inviting moonsword sect stated with a calm demeanor. Very well. Your disciples strike with lethal intent, and without prior warning, none can be trusted. Your inviting moonsword sect merely seeks to eliminate the talents of my sect to fulfill your ambitions of dominance. But remember, those who engage in unjust deeds shall meet their demise. The debts incurred today will one day be repaid in blood. The elder of the sword gate seethed with hatred. Meanwhile, the elder of the sword sect remained unfazed, appearing indifferent but my apologies, but the Kongtong sword gate must take its leave. With a courteous gesture towards the Qiankuan sword sect, the elder waved his long sleeves and led a group of over 100 individuals away from the martial arena, heading down the mountain. The elder of the inviting moonsword sect continued his boastful proclamations. The Kongdong sword gate has been utterly vanquished. Qiankuan sword sect shall be next, with 2 members yet to take the stage. I suggest you all join forces. That may grant you a chance at victory. Elder, I can hardly contain my eagerness to teach him a lesson. Please allow me to take the stage. Gu Luan stepped forward. Bowing respectfully to the elder of the sword sect to request battle, the elder fell into contemplation before finally giving a slight nod. He had not forgotten Tang Yuntian, but had never intended to allow him to fight. Firstly, it seemed a futile endeavor. Sending him into battle would only invite mockery from the opposing elder. Secondly, due to a distant familial connection with Chao Ming, who had gained entry into the sword sect through his influence. He bore a simmering anger after hearing of Chao Ming's recent pleas for mercy from Tang Yuntian. Consequently, he was unwilling to grant Tang Yuntian any opportunity to shine. The elder had considered the possibility of releasing Tang Yuntian, letting the disciples of the inviting moon sword sect deal with him on the platform. However, this would affect the reputation of the Qiankuan sword sect. Moreover, the elder of the inviting moon sword sect was truly detestable. If he were to defeat yet another member of their side, the opposing sect would undoubtedly become more arrogant, something he could not bear to witness that moment. Gu Luan received the elder's approval and was overwhelmed with joy. Previously, he had endured humiliation at the hands of the inviting moon sword sect's disciples, being treated like a mere dog, which had stoked his resentment to a boiling point. Now, with the opportunity finally at hand, he harbored a fierce determination to prove himself. Be cautious. The inviting moon sword sect strikes with brutality. If the chance arises, do not hold back. Upon hearing the elder's whispered warning, Gu Luan smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and ascended the sword platform without uttering a word. What is your name? I do not slay nameless foes, he arrogantly inquired, believing he could easily dispatch his opponent as one would a chicken. If you can survive beneath my blade, I shall reveal my name to you." The disciple of the sword sect retorted, refusing to waste breath on idle chatter as he moved like lightning, unleashing the moon-catching sword technique once more. Having learned from the mistakes of predecessors, Guluin harbored a sense of vigilance in his heart as soon as he perceived the slightest movement from his opponent. He unleashed a similarly exquisite sword technique, and the two soon became embroiled in a fierce battle. Chapter 30. Anticipation. Tang Yuntian, as one of the three combatants, stood at the forefront of the crowd. He observed the duel between the two, quietly forming his own predictions. Although Guluin possessed an arrogant demeanor that did not quite correspond with his actual prowess, he had indeed mastered the fishgate sword technique to an extraordinary level. The sword in his hand seemed less like a weapon and more akin to a lively fish in water, darting with unpredictable angles and evading capture, yet everywhere concealing lethal intent that a single misstep could lead his opponent into an abyss from which there was no return. In contrast, the disciple from the inviting moon sword sect, employing the swift moon sword technique, though equally swift as a fierce gale, had momentarily lost the captivating power it previously held, within mere moments of their clash. The disciple from the inviting moon sword sect found himself at a disadvantage. Excellent. My senior brother's fishgate sword technique truly deserves its reputation as a mid-grade technique of the central profound realm. It is said to possess the name absolute sword, and witnessing it today, it indeed lives up to that title. My senior brother is undoubtedly the foremost expert below the Dan formation stage of our sword sect. With such a strike, the opponent has no room for defense, and victory is within reach, exclaimed a disciple of the Qian Kuan sword sect, excitement bubbling forth. The elders of the sword sect wore smiles. Glancing sideways at the elder of the inviting moon sword sect, suddenly, the expression of the elder shifted, for the elder from across the way exhibited no signs of regret, instead appearing confident of victory. "Ha ha ha, it is time to end this." With a leap, he soared into the air like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, descending with a sword aimed at the man's face, the sword energy coiling down like a great dragon ready to constrict. "I've been waiting for this move. Die." The man opposite, far from being alarmed, was instead overjoyed. He raised his sword to eye level, directing it with precision, as sword energy surged around him. This man intended to execute a sword incantation. Tang Yuntian, upon witnessing the man's series of movements, was instantly reminded of Gu Qin's earlier actions. "Moon-piercing," the man shouted, and his sword transformed into a beam of cold light that pierced the air. As Guluin descended from above, he found himself in midair, with no opportunity to evade, and the swiftness of that cold light left him no time to react. With a sharp sound, the sword broke through Guluin's fish-dragon sword technique, piercing through beneath his ribs. Guluin let out a dreadful scream, falling headfirst, limbs splayed in disarray. "Stop!" The man sought to deliver a fatal blow while Guluin was wounded, intending to finish him off. However, a booming voice erupted from the crowd below, causing the man's blood to surge violently, forcing him to halt his lethal strike. "I Kong Shu, do you dare defy the rules set by the leaders of the three sects and interfere in the duel between disciples?" As Guluin teetered on the brink of being dispatched by his opponent, the elder from the eye Gulin's countenance darkened, for he knew that a rematch was impossible, leaving him with a visage full of resentment and unyielding frustration. "Guluin, victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. A temporary loss is of little consequence, especially since you are not here to engage in a brutal contest, but rather to vie for a place in the Tianquan medicine pool." At the reminder from Si Kongshu, Guluin's spirits were instantly lifted. From the current battlefield perspective, the entire Kongkong sword sect had been vanquished, leaving 3 spots to be contested between 2 factions. Although the Yao Yu sword sect had secured 2 of these positions, the last one still presented an opportunity for him. Previously, one of the Yao Yu disciples had also fallen, and as a fellow vanquished contender, if he could defeat this opponent, the 3rd spot would naturally be his. Ji Yulun glared fiercely at the defeated disciple from the Yao Yu sword sect, his eyes ablaze with the ferocity of a vengeful spirit. "You step forth and battle me. I forfeit." The man raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, his gaze towards Gulin dripping with mockery, clearly conveying the message: "Your plans have been thwarted." As anticipated, Gulin's scheme crumbled, leaving him seething with rage, devoid of the joy one would expect after securing a spot. The elder across the arena observed this scene with a smile. The surrender of his disciple had undoubtedly been orchestrated by him. Although Gulin had sustained injuries and faced defeat, he could clearly see that his opponent was not gravely harmed. Thus, his disciple stood little chance against him. it was wiser to concede and preserve their strength. Consequently, to the onlookers, the 3 spots had now been determined. The first belonged to the most skilled fighter of the Yaoyu sword sect, who had not engaged in battle from the outset. The second was the man who had just bested Gu Lun. The third was Gu Luan himself, who had gained the spot purely by virtue of his opponent's forfeiture. The elder who had opened the proceedings now stepped back onto the sword platform. If there are no objections, the 3 positions for the Tianquan medicine pool shall be finalized. Hold on. Finalized? I have yet to make my move. How can it possibly be settled? Tang Yuntian strode forth boldly onto the sword platform. Tang Yuntian, even Gu Luan has been defeated. What do you hope to achieve? Step down at once, came a low warning from within the sword sect. Ha ha ha. I wondered who it was, only to find it is the former head of the Shishan sword from the Qianquan sword sect. What now? Your cultivation has been crippled, and you seek to compete against disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Has your shattered Dan mansion been restored? The elder of the Yaoyu sword sect remarked with a sneer, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Almost everyone knew that once a Dan mansion was broken, the chances of restoration were virtually non-existent. His words were clearly laced with derision, pointed out, and publicly scorned. The elder had never endured such humiliation. His previously composed demeanor instantly darkened. Tang Yuntian had no intention of backing down, continuing, has Lu Sisi informed you of the whereabouts of your sex genius? Go by, vermin. It would have been better had you not mentioned it. But since you have, allow me to enlighten you. That wretched spawn of yours has been placed on our sex death list. Your days are numbered. The elder seethed with unbridled malice. Chapter 31. The next one. Imagine a person with no power to harm a chicken turning the tables on a master in the Dan refinement stage. This would not only be a significant loss for the Yaoyu sword sect, but also an ignoble disgrace they would prefer to forget. Tang Yuntian, unabashed, added, Go Fuchi, how tragic your fate has become. A plot to assassinate me nearly ended with my hired muscle disemboweled. Subsequently, Lu Sisi hurled a poisoned projectile, rendering him nearly lifeless. Ultimately, in a most brutal turn, Lu Sisi utilized him as a human shield, leading him directly to the underworld, his corpse reduced to a toxic sludge. Silence. You wretched creature, your words are nothing but nonsensical drivel. You conspired with the nefarious Kangran Ku to ambush my disciples. And I vow that this blood feud will be avenged in due time. There is no need to wait. Since I have ascended the sword platform, I shall naturally accept all your challenges. Elder Sikong Shu of the sword sect, witnessing Tang Yuntian's audacity in taking the stage without his consent, felt an intense surge of rage. This cannot be. The elder of the Inviting Moon sword sect bellowed in fury. Once on the arena, unless one is defeated, one cannot simply enter or exit at will. This scoundrel has taken to the sword platform. Even if he wished to descend, it is no longer within his power to do so. A sinister smile crept across his face. Fear not. I have no intention of leaving. Whoever dares to face me in battle, make haste, for I shall swiftly conclude this and seize the opportunity to obtain the quota for the Tianji medicinal spring. The elder of the Inviting Moon sword sect, far from angered, laughed derisively and inquired, Qin Sheng, how fares your internal injury? Do you still possess the strength to eliminate this vile creature? The man who had previously exerted his sword incantation to defeat Gu Yin now bore a contemptuous smile upon his pallid countenance. Slaying this wretched being is akin to squashing an ant. It bears little relation to whether I am injured or not. Chun Sheng nodded slightly and leaped onto the sword platform. Could it be that Tang Yuntian has lost his sanity? I was present at the Mirror Lake duel, where he was struck down by the eldest sister's sword and left for dead, his elixir chamber shattered. How does he dare to ascend the arena today? Perhaps he believes life has lost its meaning and intends to perish upon the platform. Tang Yuntian, do take care. Do not let my senior brother sever your head with a single stroke. Ha! The disciples of the Inviting Moon sword sect regarded Tang Yuntian on the platform as a mere jest, showering him with various mockeries and insults that flowed incessantly. Not only did his opponents scorn him, but even the disciples of the Qianquan sword sect shook their heads in lament. Alas! I hope Tang Yuntian does not suffer the indignity of having his head severed by a single sword stroke, for that would tarnish the reputation of our Qianquan sword sect and render us a laughingstock in the infinite sword domain. Surely, he cannot be that weak. Have you forgotten that he recently triumphed over Guqin? How could Guqin possibly be compared to this Qin Sheng? This man has defeated even his brother Gu Lin. They are not of the same caliber. I fear this battle is a foregone conclusion. The recently defeated Gu Yin, his face ashen, glared intently at the pale-faced Li Ku Zhou on the stage. as if wishing to extract his very bones and drain his essence. On the sword platform, Li Kuei-zhou, observing the ashen-faced man opposite him, furrowed his brow slightly. Under normal circumstances, I would not choose to engage someone like you. The man smiled faintly. That is understandable. It reflects the sense of powerlessness one feels when a waste meets a genius. Li Kuei-zhou shook his head. For killing a wretched creature like you, there is no sense of accomplishment. It would merely lead others to believe that I have achieved victory by mere opportunism, which is utterly meaningless. Chun Ashing's expression first changed dramatically, and then he suddenly burst into laughter. From your tone, one might mistakenly believe that you are still the same dearly Canadian from back then. Little do you know, you are merely a pig reduced to a state of utter incompetence. Living a life of languor and waiting for death, I cannot fathom why you have come seeking your demise. But since I have accepted your challenge, I shall provide you with a swift and decisive conclusion. Your tongue is sharp. Prepare to die. Qin Sheng was consumed by rage at Li Keiz's words, filled with a murderous intent as he unsheathed his sword once more. Li Kuei-zhou observed coldly, standing still. Indeed, my assessment was correct. This person has come seeking death. Faced with Qin Sheng's lethal move, Meteor Rush, he stood there like a wooden puppet, evidently resigned to his fate, as the onlookers believed. Qin Sheng's Meteor Rush had already reached within 5 paces of Li Kuei-zhou when he suddenly sprang into action. With a deft flick of his wrist, he wielded his sword like a halberd, unleashing a powerful strike. As Qin Sheng's sword, akin to a shooting star, pierced towards his opponent's heart, he smiled, anticipating the next moment to be filled with bloodshed. When a thunderous shout echoed in his ears, "Behold my demonic cleave!" all he heard was a rush of wind, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering as the world spun around him. And he was sent soaring through the air. Thud! Qin Sheng, struck by a single blow, fell to the ground like a broken sack, his sword arm limp and powerless like a serpent. Li Kuei-zhou's strike, imbued with the formidable force of demonic cleave, was astonishingly powerful. Qin Sheng, who was certain of his victory, remained oblivious to what had transpired. His arm and 3 ribs had been utterly shattered. Li Kuei-zhou waved his hand dismissively. Remove him. Next, demonic cleave refers to the sword force mentioned in the Acts of Banishment. This potential is not developed through mere training, but cultivated over time. It bears no relation to the extraction of natural gas. It is a simple application of latent ability. However, for Li Kuei-zhou, this was merely a work in progress, for such swordsmanship must be harmonized with technique to fully unleash its power. Currently, he lacked the requisite swordsmanship, having only just begun to wield this technique. Nonetheless, Qin Sheng was overshadowed by the swordplay of the moment. His senses were overwhelmed, and he did not even see the other side of the blade before he was flung away. Li Kuei-zhou looked at Qin Sheng, whose arms were smeared with mud. Eyes filled with terror. He shook his head and said, "What a pity I lack swordsmanship at this moment. Otherwise, under my blade, you would not have merely broken an arm, but would have been reduced to a puddle of mud." In Qin Sheng's eyes, there was no expression but the most basic hatred. At that moment, the 2 factions of sword disciples, witnessing the scene before them, were as stunned as wooden chickens. Just then, I was about to observe how Li Kuei-zhou would meet his end. He grinned foolishly, staring blankly at the ground. In his final moments, he was filled with fervor. Soon after, Qin Sheng lost all combat capability. This was the end of the sword, yet everything had been turned upside down. What was this force? Could blades truly seize life as if they were mere stones? Or was it merely the nature of man? Chapter 32. Barbarity. This is what is referred to as disarmament 10 times over. No matter how skilled the opponent may be, against such barbaric power, they are rendered insignificant. A terrifying voice echoed from below the stage. The elders of the Liu swordsmanship school were both astonished and enraged, trembling with hatred from head to toe. How could this be? This creature cannot win. I have it. It must be so, Guyin suddenly shouted, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Indeed, this victory should not be acknowledged. He is not a disciple of the ZZ martial arts school, but rather a member of the Liu martial arts school. The Jiyusu should not be suspected of consuming anything, either inside or outside, for if Li Kuei-zhou truly triumphed, the quota he had just acquired would be suppressed by his opponent, rendering the heavenly pool's medicinal spring forever irrelevant to him. I had anticipated such an outcome, devoid of any anger, not even a trace of fury. At that moment, the elders of the Liu swordsmanship school began to speak. The beast did not embark early or late. It seized an opportunity at the last moment. This is true wickedness. It also contravenes the rules of combat and warrants public execution. Execute! Execute! Execute. Although the elders of the Zizi Jinzhong harbored some resentment towards Li Kazhou, they ultimately represented their sect. Should they truly execute Li Kazhou, the face of Jinzhong would be utterly obliterated. He sneered, saying, "This is like a dream. I sent my disciple, and there was no collusion." Furthermore, they did not exploit the preparations of others. They were more open than your disciples. As for your opportunism, the fault lies with you. You dispatched your disciples to seek victory at any cost, even at the expense of self-harm. This is a manifestation of insufficient strength, and they ultimately deserve to be defeated. The elders of the Li U.S. swordsmanship school laughed in fury, exclaiming, "How splendid! In truth, Zizi Jinzhong is vile and ferocious. This beast has severed the arm of one of my disciples, and I can no longer wield my sword. A gifted disciple has undoubtedly forsaken it. This creature has committed such a heinous act. Do you wish to continue in this manner?" Li Kazhou could no longer hear the words on the sword platform. "Old dog, keep your mouth clean. Consume only one creature at a time, and do not gaze upon your hound. Moreover, I gifted him an arm that if you can discern with the eye of a dog, you should be grateful to me at that moment. I took a photograph. If it were to be severed, it would now cleave its own body in twain." Li Kazhou still intended to save Qiansheng's life, for if he were to kill Qiansheng at that moment, the quota would become vacant, and Gu Su, who had just been drained by him, would continue to enjoy the quota due to unfortunate circumstances. However, should our ways of life diverge, this quota would still belong to the disabled Qiansheng, and Gu Su would only rank fourth in this conflict, excluded without opportunity to enter the Heavenly Pool's medicinal spring, which is impossible to breach without the Nindan. This situation favored Li Kazhou. The senior of the U.S. swordsmanship school was enraged, adorned with a crown by an old dog, its mouth clutching Li Kazhou's words. The utterance is the cause for the abolitionist faction's great disciple. Li Kazhou disregarded the fiery gaze of the Jianzhong elder, calmly stating, "I obtained the quota through my own abilities. Those who wish to claim it must rely solely on their own strength. Let me release it, for that is but a daydream." Boldly, Li Kazhou, you have persistently rebelled, ignoring the decisions of your elders. You have committed a capital offense. According to regulations, you should be cut by thousands of blades. The ancient teachings, upon hearing this, were incensed, their teeth clenched in fury. Elder Jinzhong's countenance was laden with gloom, his eyes exuding an icy chilled. Li Kazhou interjected, "I never yield to anyone, yet just now I vanquished Qiansheng and divulged the truth to you. Today, I seldom capitulate. I accept the war with Gu Su." No sooner had he uttered these words than a murmur of voices arose from the audience. Prior to this, the conflict between Gu Su and Qiansheng had been a genuine triumph. Ultimately, Qiansheng was defeated by his adversary, who employed a lethal method in the hearts of the people. Gu Su's prowess was still deemed superior to that of Qiansheng. Li Kazhou promptly added. The ineffectual Gu Su was swiftly bested upon taking the stage. "I have defeated the one who overcame him. There is no need to engage him further." Yet, gazing upon his face, so laden with grievances, I believe it is essential for him to recognize his own worth. Li Kazhou, do you truly wish to engage in combat with me? Gu Su's eyes flickered with a cold yawn. Indeed, as everyone asserted, he had merely succumbed to Qiansheng that he could not contain himself. In his view, Qiansheng was no match for him. However, Li Kazhou's triumph over the injured Qiansheng posed little intimidation for him. Li Kazhou mockingly scoffed, "Very well. If you possess even a modicum of masculine spirit, take what you desire by your own strength, not by my benevolence." "Very well," Gu Su retorted, severing the nails with a loud declaration. Fueled by unwavering self-confidence and a yearning to reclaim the face he had recently lost, this battle was precisely what he envisioned. The elder's brows furrowed slightly. He aspired to regain authority, compellingly sure to heed his counsel. Yet Gu Su's sudden emergence forced him to reconsider. "Fear not, elder. In the battle against beasts, the disciples hold this conviction firmly." Gu Su was brimming with confidence. The elder pondered for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well. If that is the case, you shall strive for the ultimate claim to this quota in Jiantai. Thank you for your success, esteemed elders." Gu Su eagerly leaped onto the sword platform. They stood 100 paces apart. Li Kazhou regarded him with derision, saying, "I can grant you time to heal your wounds. Do not find yourself at my mercy." Shouting excuses in desperation. Previously, Gu Su and Qiansheng had clashed in their initial confrontation, their ribs wounded by each other's sword incantations. "This injury shall not deter me from slaying you. Today is fated. Not long ago, you inflicted grievous harm upon my cousin Guchen, and now you lie bedridden. This enmity, I had planned to repay in a matter of days, but fortuitously, the opportunity has arisen today. It is not merely my desire to kill you. It is the will of heaven that seeks your demise. You possess a clever notion. After lingering in your mouth for a few days, you merely wish to await your entry into the Tianji medicinal spring, transforming it into a breakthrough for Ningdan. Alas, I stand here today, alongside this Tianji medicinal spring. You can only fantasize that to be frank. You may practice for another 10 or 20 years that time. You may rely on the slow grind of effort to attain Ningdan. Regardless of what you say, today you shall find no escape from death. Let me die. Gusu recognized the necessity of silencing this man, lest he be consumed by the other's wrath. His voice lowered, and with a resounding clash, the sword was unsheathed. He was still performing. The swordsmanship of this individual is marked by agility. His form flickers, and his technique exudes a fierce intensity, akin to a sharp spice. Li Kuzhou, grasping his treasured sword, suddenly experienced a transformation in his breathing. As a compelling aura enveloped him. He wielded his sword like an axe, with the roaring winds echoing his ferocity, instilling such dread in Gushugan that he dared not approach. His only recourse to vanquish his foes lay in his mastery of the sword. Though his strikes were executed both vertically and horizontally, they posed no threat to Li Kuzhou. Beyond a mere 5 paces, the black sword shattered. The battle raged on. The lethality of the sword against Li Kuzhou intensified. Observers could discern nothing, yet the ancient mist shrouded in the power of the sword resonated with a profound sense of its terrifying might. With every swing from his opponent, a chill crept down his spine, as if a blade hung ominously above him. Impossible. Chapter 33. An unpleasant task. Li Kuzhou spoke with a calm demeanor. Engaging in combat with you serves no purpose. Firstly, I previously defeated Xinxing, and they all claimed I merely exploited an opportunity, unwilling to earn a true victory. Even if I were to conquer you, they would say I vanquished a mere 7th-tier oil merchant, thus bullying the weak. Liu Jianming's expression darkened. Li Kuzhou continued to muse aloud. Secondly, having secured my quota, even if I were to triumph over you, there would be no additional advantage. What do you think I would gain from such an unpleasant endeavor? Lastly, after 2 arduous battles, I find myself somewhat fatigued. I have no desire to commence yet another bout with you. When you ascend to the 9th tier, should you still possess the courage to stand before me and proclaim your bravery in challenging me, I shall practice with you then. Upon concluding the match, Li Kuzhou brushed off the dust from his attire and leaped down from the sword platform. His muscles and bones remained in excellent condition. Placing his hands behind his head, he muttered some contemptuous remarks. Shiran exited the arena, all eyes fixated upon him. What? This creature fled without a fight. He must be terrified. He perceives no distinction between myself and the masters of the Shanghai First Swordsmanship School. Hence his cowardice in combat. He concocted excuses to evade the fight. It must be so. Truly a rodent of a generation. Li Kuzhou paid no heed to the commotion among the disciples of the Liu Swordsmanship School. Liu Jianming, witnessing his departure, scoffed loudly. Li Kuzhou, I know you fear me. I could grant you a few more days of life after the Tianji medicine spring. I suspect I will ascend to the 9th tier soon. So why do you not engage me in battle? Haha. Liu Jianming laughed heartily. In all my years, I have never seen you so audacious. At this juncture, I am inclined to yield. If you wish, I can prepare these 2 items for you. However, the coffin is intended for you, and that stone imbued with 100,000 souls is also yours. Li Kuzhou merely remarked casually, not taking Liu Jianming's words to heart, yet he remained unfazed. Upon completing the depiction of the dragon in the Tianji medicine spring, he had embodied the dragon's form, acquiring its might, a fact that Liu Jianming seemed to overlook. Upon hearing this, Li Kuzhou's expression shifted slightly. His heart settled into a tranquil ease. He perhaps grasped the underlying reasons. Li Kuzhou murmured to himself, let us depart. The battle of yesterday has come to a close. Today, the heavenly pool is open for exploration. I shall take you there at once. The old man turned and walked away, with Li Kuzhou swiftly following in his wake. Once he had engraved the symbols upon his body and harnessed the power of the dragon, he would contemplate his next steps. Should he find himself unable to proceed, he was prepared to betray Jianzhong. In the skies above, eagles and falcons sang their melodies, descendants of pastoralism. Under the guidance of the elder, Li Kuzhou leapt onto the back of an eagle and took flight. Meanwhile, Jianzhong was in an elegant abode. A woman dressed in embroidered garments lifted her gaze. Miss, you have done so much for him behind his back. Yet he remains oblivious. The maid seated beside her wore a look of discontent. The woman glanced towards the direction where the falcon had vanished, remaining silent. The wind, cold and biting, lingered in silence for a moment before finally speaking. Nothing can escape the benefits of this word. His body, as observed by my father, has become entirely abnormal. This is undoubtedly not a matter of the blade's formula credit. He must be concealing something. You should be well aware of the implications of such a physical training method for my family's swordsmanship. The maid nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, the first step in training is forging. Forging is the cornerstone of all practice, determining the future of every sword. If we could obtain his methods of forging and propagate them within Jinzhong, it would greatly enhance the qualifications of my disciples." The cold gaze of the wind suddenly grew distant. I am acutely aware that Jinzhong's swordsmanship, though still nominally the foremost power in the battlefield, has diminished from its former glory as the elder generations pass away one by one. In less than a decade, my Jinzhong will falter to the level of a master-s blunder at that time. Let alone being the first force, even the Kongshan sword sect would be hard-pressed to compare. The maid sighed. Many have witnessed this decline. Otherwise, why would the glazed sword sect on the moon be so rampant? If they were not afraid of the malevolent mountain spirits I sent, they might have shown their true faces long ago, for they indeed possess such strength and capital. The wind howled chillingly, its visage tinged with sorrow at that moment. Jinzhong was situated in another chamber. Had Li Kazhou been present, he would have instantly recognized the figure before him as Chao Kun. Standing there was a man, his hair styled in a top knot, his face devoid of expression. The man spoke icily. "Do not be careless. The wind is unforgiving. To kill him is no simple task. Alas, upon hearing that he has secured a victory, I prepared a means to slay him at the heavenly pool, yet I never anticipated that, accompanied by the old regulations, he could summon an eagle to serve in his stead. My plan has gone to waste." Chapter 34. In the midst of danger, what on earth is this scoundrel doing? It seems he has drawn the spirit medicine from the medicinal spring to himself. Chun Sheng's eyes brimmed with melancholy, fear, and rage as he fixated on Li Kazhou, who was enveloped in medicine, rendering him nearly invisible. How is this man capable of such feats? Lu Jiaming's expression darkened. Measures must be taken to thwart him. This individual is so insatiable that he has deceived others far too much. Have we come here today in vain? Chun Sheng was the first to propose a suggestion. Chun Sheng, you may depart. Regardless of his actions, grant him a sword from the past. It would be best to conclude matters with this blade. Should the occasion arise, I shall bestow it upon you. So hasten forth. The youth extended his hand to issue the command. He acknowledged his inability against Lu Jiaming, yet Qinsheng posed no challenge. Qinsheng's expression darkened, unable to fathom his own proposal. Instead, he found himself ensnared in peril. The boy's visage radiated a euphoric anticipation of vengeance. Although Chun Sheng perceived the young man's threats with reluctance, he dared not defy him, knowing well that the youth must adhere to his directives. Absent the remedy for his ailment, he would vanish entirely from the martial arts hall. Rising to his feet, he brandished the sword, cautiously advancing step by step. Lu Jianming observed the unfolding scene, his countenance impassive, offering neither interruption nor speech. Just as Chun Sheng approached the fog's edge, the sword raised high. A sudden surge of medicinal essence burst forth from the mist, accompanied by a piercing scream. 3 faces paled, bewildered by the unfolding events, hastily peering into the depths. Emerging from the haze was the figure of Li Kazhou. Bloodied and battered, his body a ghastly sight, marred by gruesome wounds. It appeared as though a beast had been practicing the art of fire, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. Witnessing this spectacle, the youth erupted into an ecstatic cry. Chun Sheng, having witnessed an adversary severing a leg and succumbing to death, was equally elated. Nothing could bring him greater joy that moment. Li Kazhou abruptly parted his lips, inhaling sharply like a dragon drinking from a stream. A cascade of medicinal liquid surged forth, forming a column of vapor as it reached his lips. This suction persisted for several moments. The miraculous elixir filled the air, and in an instant, it became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As Li Kazhou absorbed an immense quantity of the potion, leaving none behind, he had employed these two lethal techniques just moments prior. The first, the dragoness suck, previously utilized to gulp down the entirety of the potion's magical essence. Potent enough to be fatal, yet capable of swift recovery. The second was the dragon's roar technique, akin to a sonic gong technique. In that instant, confronted by Qinsheng's life-threatening sword, Kazhou had no time to retaliate or evade. Instinctively resorting to this method, once unleashed, the terrifying force struck Chun Sheng with devastating impact, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. This dragon's roar bore resemblance to the technique performed by Elder Jinzhong on Li Kezhou. Yet its mystique was vastly different. Even with the immense accomplishments of a figure like Ning Dan, it was nearly impossible to slay an opponent with a mere shout. At best, one could inflict internal injuries upon the soul. The dragon's roar proved exceedingly effective, devoid of any semblance of restraint. Once executed, it was difficult to thwart as for the dragoness suck. While seemingly less lethal than the roar, it often played an irreplaceable role at critical junctures. Li Kezhou possessed a clear understanding of these two lethal tactics at his disposal. Had he not previously employed this method to consume a substantial amount of medicinal liquor, his recovery would not have been so rapid. Li Kezhou experienced significant enhancement in his strength, feeling both comfort and challenge. He could not contain his exhilaration, bursting forth in triumphant exclamations. However, upon seeing three men before him, his brow furrowed, and he cast a glance at the youth hiding behind Lu Jiaming. Dogs cannot alter their excrement. I have repeatedly reminded you that you are not disheartened. Rather, you are clandestinely meeting me. Today, I shall not impart any shocking lessons to you. It appears that your memory is rather short. Lu Jianming's eyebrows knitted together. Although he harbored some disdain for the youth, he could not bear to watch him perish before his very eyes. He shot a glance at Li Kezhou, a towering figure with a fierce demeanor, and said, "If I were there, you would not harm him today. Both you and I participated in the Great War. Its destructive power is astounding, and the soul of this place shall suffer. In my humble opinion, it is best to refrain from further discussion. Of course, it is not that Lu Jianming fears engaging in combat with you. If you wish to fight, let us step outside. After all, should you inflict harm upon your own soul, I believe you cannot bear such a heavy burden of sin. As Lu Jianming spoke, the young man's eyes flickered behind him. Just as his voice grew subdued, others seized the opportune moment to charge in. In the delicate balance between life and death, potential is most easily ignited. The man's astonishing speed caused him to vanish around the bend of the tunnel in the blink of an eye. Disappearing from their sight, he fled, with Lu Jianming as his palace, while Li Kezhou could not immediately pursue him, temporarily suppressing the murderous intent within. He disregarded Lu Jianming and made his way towards Yongdao. At that moment, the medicinal essence of the drug spring had vanished, rendering any further stay here meaningless. It would be a decade before someone would return. Observing that Li Kezhou harbored no intention of pursuing the youth, Lu Jianming did not intervene. He dragged the severely wounded and barely breathing Qinsheng out from behind the wall, supporting him as he melancholically exited. Naturally, his mood was quite dismal. He had intended to rely on the drug spring to bolster himself into the 9th floor of qi refining. However, he had never anticipated that Li Kezhou had ingested such a considerable quantity of the medicine. All his plans had been thwarted. Elder, the madman emerges, destined to be seized by those armed with knives. Subjected to the most severe punishments. He must not die a peaceful death. The moment Li Kezhou stepped out of the cave, he heard the loathsome words of the young man. At that time, the elder stood beside him, incessantly recounting Li's transgressions within the cave. Not only had he endured 2 slaps, but Qinsheng had also sustained grave injuries, and further fuel and vinegar had been added. Chapter 35. Compassion. 5 fingers interlaced. The bones of the hand were crushed, and the prisoner screamed in agony. When Li Kezhou shook hands with him, the man flew from the air, crashing into the cage, causing the suspended cage to sway, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. These individuals, under the grasp of Li Kezhou, seemed to possess no weight at all, immediately sent sprawling to the ground. Wailing in despair, the elder leaned against the corner of the wall, observing himself in that final moment, still as ferocious as a wolf's claw, rolling in an instant, screaming, his throat constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware of the strength in his hands, which bore a layer of essence at its lowest and 4 layers at its highest, a force not to be underestimated. Yet, before the hands of this child, he was rendered utterly insignificant, as fragile as an ant, easily crushed. Shall I kneel and bow to you? Li Kezhou cast a cold glance at the man. The elder swallowed hard, mustering his courage to rise from the ground. No. It's all right. I admire the strength of Shi Wanjin. Li Kezhou, with a stoic expression, replied, "Not bowing is quite fine. I shall give you 2 choices. Either I bow, or you bow. Choose." The elder's legs trembled. He wished to opt for the first, yet feared that when he opened his mouth, he would become a mere figure lying on the ground. Li Kezhou picked up a claw beside him with 2 fingers, committing an error. With a sharp crack, it snapped like a withered branch. Another howl followed. The elder brother, witnessing this scene, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground, repeatedly knocking his head. I am Wan Jin, blind to my offenses against the boss. Willing to serve like a beast, I implore the boss to spare my life. Just as Li Kuzhou was about to speak, a voice of praise emerged with a sigh. What a fine physique. What remarkable strength. Li Kuzhou turned to look. It was another cage, larger than his own, yet curiously, it housed only one occupant, a man with a head full of white hair, his face obscured, rendering him unrecognizable. From the sound, it was evident he was an elderly male, clad in a tattered yellow robe, his voice somewhat hoarse. Under Li Kuzhou's scrutiny, this individual appeared devoid of any swordsmanship. He seemed, like himself, unrefined, intrigued. Li Kuzhou inquired, "How long have you been here?" The elder, seemingly fascinated by Li Kuzhou, gazed at him from beneath his scarf, and finally, in a rasping voice, replied, "How long did I have forgotten? This question requires time. You have never been here, yet possess the strength of a dragon to sway your arms. I see the bone of your right arm. It seems you have practiced the secret techniques of the Sanjiao sword." Li Kuzhou was astounded, though his face remained unchanged. He now recognized that this elder was undoubtedly extraordinary. Truly, the ancients possessed wise eyes. However, even my predecessors had heard of Tang Jianji, which was somewhat unexpected. The elder, pausing for a moment, began to mutter to himself upon hearing Kuzhou's words, raising his voice once more. If there exists only one person in this world who knows this swordsmanship, that person is none other than I. The trick of the fixed sword was invented by the ancients. Li Kuzhou was even more astonished. He inclined his ear, listening intently to what he was saying. Yet, as he absorbed the elder's words, they seemed otherworldly, vague, and unheard of, the tone resembling that of rote memorization rather than conversation. Naturally, he remained unaware that this elder was a geometer. He is merely flattering me, claiming to share similar experiences to elicit sympathy and extract more valuable information from me. As his understanding of Tang Jianji's practice deepens, he increasingly recognizes the extraordinary effectiveness of this method. Presently, he stands as a victor of the 7 layers of sword, his strength now rivaling that of the 9 layers of refined qi. His ability to practice stems from the power of his soul, which enables him to inscribe tattoos into his body, facilitating rebirth and the transformation of his bones. He has never considered that the individual who crafted this sword might lack such capabilities. Thus he has diligently pursued this method, now confronted by the divine, curiosity and confusion swirl within him, compelling him to seek understanding. Li Kuzhou's countenance suddenly shifted, for he had once encountered the name Longbi Sword God within a tome entitled Shenlan Treasure Sword Manual. This swordsmanship ranks 5th among the myriad schools of swordplay, surpassed only by the 4 sacred sword techniques of Central Shenlan. It is a rare sword soul, lauded as a unique treasure of the millennium. Yet, the manual only delineates the extent of a sword's power and the challenges of mastering it, leaving no record of anyone who has practiced the legendary sword soul. Li Kuzhou pondered. Who exactly is this person? Did he practice the Longbi sword before his abandonment? This must be the principal reason for his current downfall. With burning eyes, Li Kuzhou was about to speak when a voice suddenly echoed from below. Li Kuzhou, your troubles have arrived. The patriarch has just left the customs. He has heard of you and wishes to inquire personally. Come with me. The individual gestured towards a colossal cage that descended from midair. As the iron lock was released, Li Kuzhou gazed up at the elderly figure clad in a yellow robe, his brow slightly furrowed. Time waits for no one. He resolved to focus his attention on this enigmatic elder, striving to uncover the method to attain the Longbi sword soul. After all, he alone understood that although he could not refine natural qi, he would ultimately possess electric power. His strength embodies the essence of the sword, and the so-called might of the dragon sword is the manifestation of the sword spirit. It is not difficult to imagine the allure the dragon sword spirit holds for Li Kuzhou. It seems we can only ponder this slowly in the future. Ziji Jinzhong is the main mountain. Under the guidance of a servant, Li arrived at a magnificent hall outside. Allow me to present the revelation. The disciple of great sin, Li Kuzhou, has come to us. A voice of authority resonated within the hall. Bring him in. Chapter 36. The bone-cutting blade. As Shi Wanjin ingested the medicine, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Li Kuzhou nodded and withdrew the bone-cutting blade with the back of his hand. After the fragrant concoction simmered, Shi Wanjin regained consciousness amidst his disarray. Boss, silence. Test your current strength. Shi Wanjin stood, shaking his arms and fists. How can this be? I feel an inexhaustible power within me, more than 3 times what I possessed before, is it not? Shi Wanjin exclaimed, astonished. You are not mistaken. The medicine I provided is called 9 Special Detox Elixir. Each time you consume a pill, your body undergoes rebirth, and your bones undergo transformation. This is a treasure rarely found in the world. To speak candidly, I am an ancient alchemist, a legacy from the distant past. This is the utmost secret of my existence. With my presence, even in the face of abandonment, you shall grow increasingly formidable. Only he himself is aware that in a previous life, he engraved the blood vessels of a bear, bestowing upon him the strength of the beast within Shi Wanjin's mind. Thunder rumbled, and electric serpents danced. Alighting upon his knees, my elder brother regards me with a nurturing affection akin to that of a reborn parent. Furthermore, he has imparted to me that even if I were to perish at the hands of Shi Wanjin, I must repay my brother's profound kindness. Well then, rise. In this world, no advantage is gained without reason. I shall provide you with such an opportunity. Naturally, there are significant tasks you must undertake on my behalf. Shi Wanjin's chest thumped with determination. Master, please speak. Regardless of the treacherous seas or fiery infernos, I shall not flinch. Kaijo nodded in satisfaction and remarked, the task I have for you pertains to that elder clad in yellow robes within the water prison. That mad old man? Shi Wanjin undoubtedly felt perplexed. Kaijo continued. Whether this individual is truly insane or merely feigning madness, I can now assert that before his abandonment, he was an exceedingly skilled swordsman possessing profound techniques for sword practice. I must learn them. Shi Wanjin nodded in understanding. Now I see. Rest assured, master. I shall exert every effort to pry open the old ghost's lips and retrieve the sword for you. Kaijo gently shook his head. Do not be so ruthless. Even if the master is abandoned, he retains the dignity of a master. Overexertion will only yield adverse outcomes. What I require of you is to serve him with utmost dedication. Yet, should he have any requests, he will convey them to me immediately. He is no fool. Naturally, he comprehends my desires. He did not inquire about the methods of swordsmanship. Do not utter a word. Shi Wanjin nodded repeatedly. I shall send someone to fetch you within a brief span of 3 to 5 days, or at most 10.5 months, to inquire about the progress of this matter. But rest assured, once it transpires, you shall forever be liberated from the water prison and serve under my leadership. It is not beyond possibility for you to attain the level of Master Jinzhong at Fourier. One day, a month hence, the 2 disciples of the gatekeeper were whispering in front of the entrance to Ziji Jinzhong. Will Lu Jianming truly arrive today? It is inevitable that I have heard that the Liuli Yu sword has dispatched a letter of challenge, prepared a month ago. How could there be any contrary reasoning? This Liuli Yu sword sect is utterly reckless, openly sending me a declaration of war. Ziji sword sect also stands as the foremost power in the realm of swords. To be incited by another party is indeed a great embarrassment. What a predicament. My greatest concern is that when Lu Jianming arrives shortly, none will dare to confront the enemy. That would be the most disgraceful moment. My reputation as Ziji Jinzhong would be entirely overshadowed by the Liyue Jianzhong school. This must be a conspiracy orchestrated by the Liyue martial arts school. What appears to be merely a letter of war conceals the hegemony of the foremost power within the realm of Ziji swordsmen. As they conversed, an unusual sensation suddenly gripped them from behind. They exchanged glances, and one of them stumbled back 3 steps. You. A guard gasped, speaking in a hushed tone. Lu Jianming has arrived. A figure as sharp as a sword. I cannot fathom when he stood before them. From beginning to end, they scarcely noticed Lu Jianming. Upon hearing this name, and witnessing the swordsman standing before me, the 2 guards appeared to be filled with trepidation. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed from the foot of the mountain. The 2 sentinels at the mountain gate beheld a throng approaching, their eyebrows raised in astonishment as they conversed. Lu Jianming, the dazzling new star of the Liuli Mingwest swordsmanship school, is also the foremost contender of the future Jingjian arena. Today, publicly challenging the young generation's self-restraint in swordplay, I ponder whether any fencer can eclipse his brilliance. Ziji Jinzhong is unlikely to be the most formidable force in the realm of swordsmanship. That was many years ago. Nowadays, no one can ascertain who reigns supreme in the domain of the blade. Ziji Jinzhong has waned, while Liu Jianzhong has ascended. Alas, this is not merely the first step towards usurping the Liyue swordsmanship. Unless the disciples of Ziji swordsmanship can vanquish Lu Jianming today, the prestige of Ziji swordsmanship will plummet once more. In less than 3 to 5 years, the most renowned force within the known swordsmanship world may well be the Liyue sword school. This is inevitable. This time, The respectful sword master has just been captured by the Liu Sword School. This battle undoubtedly represents the two realms of refinement and essence. The Liu Sword School has been thoroughly crushed. At this moment, if the Liu Sword School is indeed the most dominant power in the realm of swordsmanship, I believe few would dare to oppose it. An overwhelming crowd surged towards the mountain gate. These individuals, clearly having heard the news and drawn by the spectacle, adhered to the rules as they approached the gate, parting to the sides, each bearing a visage of joy. At this juncture, Lu Jianming raised his sword and declared, "No one from Ziji Jianzhong is my equal. Let Li Kazhou emerge. We shall assume that Lu Jianming has awaited him for an eternity, requiring two things, a coffin and 100,000 spirit stones. I am prepared." The guards, not daring to slacken their vigilance. One of them bellowed as he rushed into the mountain gate, exclaiming, "The sword of the earth resonates. Indeed, Lu Jianming is not without renown." When he spoke, claiming that no peer from Ziji Jianzhong could match him, he ultimately revealed who this individual was. Why had he never heard of him? Li Kazhou. This name is indeed peculiar, but since he could provoke such a response from Lu Jianming, he must be a figure of significance. Perhaps even the foremost master of qi refinement from Ziji Jianzhong. Unheard of. You are unfamiliar with Li Kazhou, yet he once bore another name. I believe the entire region of Zuanfeng sword is shrouded in mystery. Who is it? The words of one individual were immediately echoed by others. Li Jianni. What? The sword head of Shishan, Li Jianni. What sort of jest is this? This individual, merely months ago during the Mirror Lake Swordsmanship Symposium, was defeated by the noblewoman Lu Mengli of the Liu Sword School. Moreover, Danfu was utterly shattered on the spot. He was cast aside. You claim he is the one challenging Lu Jianming. Is this not a farce? The individual, growing impatient, retorted, "You are both ignorant and incredulous. I am disinclined to explain. When Li Kazhou emerges, you shall discern whether I speak truth or folly." Amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, a figure indeed emerged from the mountain gate. This individual stepped forth with a proud yet melancholic demeanor, embracing those around him, a sword gripped firmly in his hand. Upon witnessing the appearance of this person, Lu Jianming's brows furrowed slightly. "What are you doing out there, Li Kazhou?" The tourists, upon hearing the name Li Kazhou, were filled with a palpable hatred. "Lu Jianming, you look down upon the heroes of the world." Chapter 37. The proud truth. He was known as Jianqi, one of the most gifted young talents of the 7th generation from Ziji Jianzhong. Yet in his recollection, when he was still cultivating at the 9th floor of natural gas, he did not possess such formidable combat prowess. He even harbored a premonition that had Lu Jianming confronted him then, he would have faltered under the weight of his opponent's sword. The man clenched his fists tightly, a clear sign of his struggle to accept this reality. Such a proud truth existed in the world. Most distressing for him was the sight of Li Kazhou, now reduced to a mere scavenger, engaging in a grueling struggle against someone of such caliber, which deepened his frustration. Before Li Kazhou was cast aside, he felt himself akin to dust in comparison. Since his abandonment, he could raise his brow and breathe. Yet he never contemplated that even the discarded could not rival his own abilities. In that moment of jealousy, a calculated malice flickered in his eyes, situated in the midst of the fields. Li Kazhou unleashed his swordsmanship, countering Lu Jianming's muddled techniques. The expression on Lu Jianming's face grew increasingly solemn. In that brief encounter, though he would not admit it, his heart was fully aware of the coldness that enveloped him as he departed from that clash. He thought that if he made significant progress, he could shed his shame, yet he never considered that while he was growing, his opponent had never ceased to advance, compared to a month prior. He distinctly felt that the decayed sword on the other side had transformed entirely. Li Kazhou's tactics remained relentless. When he heard his opponent's words, he seldom felt a sense of vigilance. The spirit of the Sword of Clouds was no trivial matter. It was indeed the most powerful sword spirit in existence. Although he relied on the spirit of the sword to counter the opponent's sword soul, it was no easy feat. Long rainbow silver arrow. Lu Jianming bellowed, releasing the sword from his grasp. The blade, infused with the spirit of the sword, transformed into a magnificent arc of colors. It traced an astonishing crescent shape in the air, aimed directly for the kill. The sword moved like an antelope with horns, leaving no trace yet brimming with the spirit of the dragon sword. The vertical sword technique differed from that of throwing knives. It represented a high-level application of swordsmanship, with all the energy focused on a single thrust. Not dead, the ancient sword of the seven had long vanished from its original gentle breeze. That he clenched his fists, eyes wide, heart blooming with exhilaration. For anyone observing, it was evident that when Li Kazhou drew his sword, he had placed himself in peril. Faced with Lu Jiaming's pointed blade, he had no time to resist, nor even to evade. The beast was finally on the brink of death. Gu Qin echoed his excitement, a cold smile illuminating her features as she sought her grand vengeance. That moment, Li Kaizhou suddenly opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Accident, a fissure and an explosion erupted upon the empty ground. The sword lay a mere 3 inches from the front door of Li's vessel. With a roar, the sword vanished. This roar was far more formidable than the previous one. The voice of Lu Jiaming, positioned 5 steps away from Li Kaizhou, jolted the entire being into a sudden wakefulness, compelling him to rush towards the scene of the tremor. Surrender your sword. I shall slay you. Deliver me another blow. This had always been Li Kaizhou's manner of conduct when faced with the affliction that claimed his life. Lu Jiaming relinquished his sword, and the people were driven back. He would not let this opportunity slip away, that he would promptly pursue and execute the 100 steps killing fist. Halt, vile beast! An enraged voice pierced through the air as a shadow approached with great speed. A sword with 1,000 hands snatched before Lu Jiaming, raising its blade. Prosperity. Overwhelmed by the energy of Li Kaizhou, he was thrust back several steps, stabilizing himself slowly, yet suddenly launched forth once more. His footing unsteady, shoulders trembling, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat a half-step. A bald man with a leopard-like visage and eyes obstructed Li Kaizhou's path, his countenance shifting abruptly. You little rascal, such barbaric strength. You shall not leave this day alive. Perish, bold and reckless. Another cry arose from the crowd. An elderly man with a black face and white beard leaped forth to shield Li Kaizhou. He raised his hand, as if wielding a sword. Another crack echoed. The bald man staggered 3 steps back. A grimace of fury etched upon his face. Shao kills the tiger. Your audacity to openly obstruct him is astonishing. You even dare attempt to slay my disciple in front of my mountain gate. I believe you have grown weary of life. You are not nearly as courageous as the disciples of Liu Jianzhong. The elderly man, adorned in a green shirt, obstructed Li Kaizhou's path, his eyes reflecting a hint of tyranny. The act of slaying in wrath had become a commonplace occurrence. The bald man, referred to as Shao Qihu by the elder, bore a sullen and uncertain expression. Ultimately, he suddenly lifted his head and laughed. Ha ha, a misunderstanding. It was merely a misunderstanding that I was only frightening the child. How could I truly slay him? Li Kaizhou's face contorted with anger as he bellowed. You old baldy. You still have a layer of skin beneath your feet. I am unscathed. You may utter any nonsense, but I shall not take long to remove the egg from your neck. The opponent's hand was just right, strong yet soft, rendering him capable of delivering 5 blows. Were it not for his dragon's physique being robust enough, a single hand would have left him with 5 internal contusions. Hearing Li Kaizhou's unrestrained, arrogant curses, the bald man ground his teeth. Such humanity was the most brutal. Almost to a fault. Typically, upon hearing such words, he would tear the opponent to shreds. Yet today, the circumstances were amiss, and a skilled guardian was present, compelling him to endure with great effort. Liu Jianming's front attire lay in tatters. Blood and flesh mangled, his complexion pale, eyes darkened, remaining perpetually silent. Li Kaizhou, upon hearing the demand for the sword, crossed his swords and looked down. The bald man appeared even darker. Child, if you wish to live for another 2 days, I suggest you return this sword to me now. Otherwise, a million years. Li spat out 3 words, interrupting the bald man's ensuing words. What do you mean? The man inquired with a knowing look. Nature is the stone of the soul. This sword is far too light. It serves me no purpose that I intend to sell it to you. And in return, I shall procure 1 million soul stones. This sword is now yours. These 4 types of swords and tools are not necessarily wielded by certain elders. They will undoubtedly attract attention from various parties. Even if Jinzhong's upper echelons exert pressure, Li Kaizhou cannot emerge. Chapter 38. Letting go of hatred in the early years of Ningdan. Although Shao Jihu was robust and strong, the 300,000 spirit stones represented nearly all his wealth. Upon hearing that if he lent 300,000 yuan, he would receive 400,000 the following day, he found it nearly impossible to resist such a lucrative opportunity. It is far more challenging to touch upon people's interests than to engage with their souls. Very well. Jiaming, since you have sought my assistance, I shall not be of help to you. The words spoken by this individual were undeniably accurate. During their conversation, he removed a bag from his waist. Liu Jiaming took it, along with his own, and tossed it to Li Kaizhou. Jianzhong, the general, had been watching intently and noticed several individuals frowning deeply. Subconsciously, he did not wish for Li to return the sword. After all, a 4th-grade sword is a treasure, unparalleled in value. For all swordsmen, it is indeed a rare weapon. Yet, this sword had been seized by Li Kaizhou. Though he attempted to intervene, he found no grounds to voice his objections. All he could do was glare in displeasure. However, Li Kaizhou paid no heed to his expression. After uttering these unpleasant words, he turned and departed. Boy, in the future, be cautious when you go out. Do not hesitate to inform you that within my Liuli Mingyue sword school, there are no more than 10 individuals who wish to sever your head. A peculiar smile crept upon Xiaoju's face. The sly grin on Xiaojihu's countenance froze. Truly unafraid of death, yet he remained oblivious to another form of demise known as a life worse than death. He acknowledged that he lacked the courage to initiate and resolved to cease his nonsensical utterances. Clenching his fists, he descended the mountain. Such is nature. After all, this is the most formidable force within my domain of swordsmanship. Although its prowess has waned in recent years, it remains unmatched by the Liuli Yu sword school. This Li Kaizhou is a deity, a singular being. Even though he has been forsaken, his might still has the capacity to shatter Lu Jiaming. This is an extraordinary feat, an experience seldom witnessed in a millennium. The onlookers gathered to revel in the spectacle, engaging in animated discussions. This left the passing Xiao Jihu feeling quite disheartened. Get out of here. Regarding today's incident, as soon as I hear word of it, all of you will be relentlessly pursued by my Liuli Mingyue sword school until your annihilation. Xiao Jihu roared at the crowd. He even raised a stone and struck his own foot. Today marked the first global conflict. He sent people to publicize it, deliberately drawing ominous clouds from all directions. For in his prior prophecies, Lu Jiaming had no chance of failure. Yet no one anticipated that the impossible would indeed transpire. Consequently, the momentum of the Li Yu sword school would not be bolstered by the rabble. Rather, it would have the opposite effect, fueling the flames of self-control and swordsmanship. The crowd fell silent, like cicadas, too enraged to utter a word. As Xiao descended the mountain to slay the tiger, he found himself obscured from his own reflection. While the onlookers began to hurl invectives at him with reckless abandon, they reveled in their misfortune for a fleeting moment before plummeting into a pit, revealing every unspoken thought. Impossible. How could this be? Behind the throngs of ancient times, his visage dulled and lost its luster, as if ensnared by an enchantment. Muttering to himself, Lu Jiaming possessed such formidable strength that his mere presence evoked a chill. He lacked the courage to commence. Meanwhile, Jian Qi, standing nearby, bore an expression of remarkable calm. In his eyes, there were no ripples, and none could discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. Li Kaizhou grew wealthier by the day. In addition to the countless spiritual treasures extorted from him, Lu Jiaming took his leave. Within the Ziqijian chamber, the disciples gathered in a row. The builders were deferential. Boss, this month, I have adhered to your directives. Responding to the old ghost's requests, he desires wine, and we shall provide him with fine spiritual liquor. He wishes for meat, and we shall prepare spiritual delicacies specifically for him. Betty enriched the old specter's existence. Li Kaizhou expressed his satisfaction. Is there any other gain to be had beyond this? Shi Wanji nodded, saying, Initially, the old ghost did not feign politeness towards me, but later I realized I was merely following your orders. Thus, the crowd began to order a variety of foods and beverages, yet it was not arduous. The individual finally spoke. What did he say? Li Kaizhou appeared as if struck by a great earthquake. This revelation took him by surprise, especially after his previous encounter with Lu Jianming, which had heightened his awareness of the significance of swordsmanship. Regarding the prowess of the dragon within him, the swordsmanship cultivated in the 9-story pavilion seemed unlikely to be his equal, let alone a rival. Yet, Lu Jianming's presence shattered this perception entirely. It was not merely due to Lu Jianming's brilliance, but rather the exceptional swordsmanship of his opponent. Following the conclusion of that day's battle, Li Kaizhou perused the Shenglanshu score, realizing that 1/23 of the myriad sword diagrams was unique and continuous. If the pinnacle of lunar capture were distilled, it could indeed rival the bright moon, a staggering notion. Clearly, at that time, Lu Jianming was merely at the inception of his swordsmanship spirit, and this was but a superficial manifestation. The intricacies of this swordsmanship spirit had yet to fully reveal themselves. Nonetheless, Lu Jianming still relied upon a lower-tier version of the cloud outside sword soul, which impeded his swordsmanship to its fullest potential, indicating that this sword soul was extraordinary. Shi Wanjin hastily asserted, I have followed my elder brother's command, and I have not spoken of this matter from beginning to end. However, my brother is the leader. He understands our true desires. He stated that one must be a singular elder, for he was the second generation of the Longbi swordsmanship spirit. Yet, a conundrum arose. He declared one could not practice this sword soul technique, as the Danfu had deteriorated and could no longer refine Qi. Unless that do not hesitate. Unless something occurs. Li Kaizhou's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 39. Missing what a pity. It was said that the noblewoman Lu Mingli of the Liuli Mingyue Sword School had relinquished her cultivation. By the way, have you heard what transpired with the Li family? Several guards stood beside you. I gazed at you, and ultimately, we all shook our heads that Li Jia is the first prominent family of Yunzu. However, the notion of being the first esteemed family is merely a reflection of accomplishments over the past decade. The primary reason for this is the name Li Jianji. As long as the Li family bears these three characters, they encounter little to no obstacles in any business endeavor, with their competitors readily conceding. Even the influential Jinfu, who commands the clouds, must afford them a modicum of respect. Li Kaizhou arrived at a magnificent mansion while leading his horse, where he beheld a grand plaque adorned with two large golden characters. He tethered his horse and approached the bronze door encircled by beastly motifs. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open unexpectedly. A figure was about to exit, but upon seeing someone at the threshold, he recoiled in astonishment, taking 3 steps back. This was a short, stout man, seemingly in his 50s. Li Kaizhou noticed the man wore a smile. "Uncle, what a surprise to see you." At that moment, an elegantly dressed lady emerged from behind him. She stared at Li Kaizhou in disbelief before welcoming him with a smile. Oh, a stranger. Prior to his ascension as Wu Di, Li Kaizhou's true name was Li Maching. The woman's voice was somewhat melodious, yet her smile remained rigid. Li Kaizhou instinctively understood the underlying reason for her demeanor. His brow furrowed as he sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared. The woman glanced into the distance, and the short, stout man waved his hand impatiently at her. Li Kaizhou gazed at the distant figures, his mind awash with confusion. Upon turning, he discovered a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This individual was Li Yunfan, his half-brother, dressed in a resplendent suit. Li Yunfan's sallow complexion suggested he had been drained by the effects of alcohol, and his typical vague expression indicated he was a reckless wastrel. Li Kaizhou felt no fraternal bond towards him. When he heard the man's cold remarks, he paid little heed to his own name that a fleeting pain crossed Li's eyes. However, as he listened to Li Yunfan's words, he became increasingly convinced that he was entangled in a conspiracy, for it was evident that his father was not, as some had claimed, murdered and missing. "Where is father now?" Li Kaizhou inquired coldly. "Sister, you are right here. This dog is exceedingly audacious. Listen, he struck me, bloodied. You must avenge me." Li Yunfan whistled sharply, calling out that Li Yunxiao regarded her brother's puffed-up visage with a glint of coldness in her eyes. "Li Maden, I shall grant you but one opportunity. Kneel before me and kowtow an apology to my brother. Extend your head for him to strike. Should you dare to resist, do not blame me for the consequences." Li Kaizhou smiled lightly. "Li Yunxiao, the last time you uttered such harsh words was before my ascension to Ziji Jinzhou. What has emboldened you now?" Li Yunxiao scoffed. "Simply because I am a cultivator on the 7th floor of the Qi refining factory, while you are but a waste, lacking even the strength to cultivate that my patience is finite. I grant you 3 final breaths to contemplate. Li Maden, will you not kneel and kowtow to me?" Li Yunfan grinned broadly. He wiped a smear of blood from his face, appearing altogether menacing. Accompanied by his elder sister, he summoned the courage to step forward and approach Li Kaizhou with pride. "Kneel down. Allow me to unleash my fury upon you." He bellowed angrily, pointing a finger at Li Kaizhou's nose. "You relish seeing others on their knees. Today, as your elder brother, it is imperative that you personally experience this." He lifted his foot and delivered a gentle kick to Li Yunfan's calf with only a fraction of his strength. Yet, to Li Yunfan, it felt as though he had been struck with a metal rod. A sharp scream escaped his lips as his soft leg thudded against the ground. "I am your elder brother, and as such, you must kneel and bow your head to me twice. This is not an act of humiliation. Li Maching, you have courted death." Li Yunxia, standing 10 paces away, suddenly turned cold, drawing her sword from its sheath. "Stop. What are you doing, second uncle?" Li Yunfan, kneeling on the ground, saw his savior appear before him. His leg throbbed with pain, rendering him unable to rise. He could only crawl towards the figure before him. "That beast struck me first, leaving me bloodied and broken, and then forced me to kneel before him in the street. This is utterly outrageous. You must seek justice for me, second uncle." Li Yunfan knelt on the ground, clutching the man's leg, tears streaming down his face, snot running from his nose. Li Kaizhou offered no excuses and remained silent, Li Yunxia, with a cold expression, approached to support her brother, casting a dim gaze at Li Kaiyo. You were fortunate today, but do not let it end like this. As Li Yunfan's exaggerated cries of agony echoed, the two pursued the figure ahead. Li Kaiyo too sought to uncover the root cause and repercussions of the entire incident. Keeping a close watch on them. Li Clan Ancestral Hall. Chapter 40, Progress. The Grand Hall was bustling, crowded on both sides. Li Kaiyo's father was the eldest son of the Li family, and the 6 brothers of the Li clan were the current heads of the family. However, today, aside from the current patriarch, 5 others had gathered. Furthermore, the Li residents had also appointed 2 stewards, a dozen elderly guests, and over 30 foreign relatives, all of whom had contributed to the Li family. Without exception. As the oldest and most significant figure among the audience, the short and stout man sat at the head of the table. The leader of the assembly, this diminutive and rotund individual, declared, "Today, all esteemed members of the Li family have gathered here, united by a singular purpose. Separation." It was evident that he struggled with the last 2 words. After all, decades of familial bonds were about to be severed, and no one would feel sorrow for it. He continued speaking, yet most of what followed pertained to the distribution of the Li family's assets and the specifics of their value. Li Kaiyo listened intently, gradually comprehending the underlying reasons. Ultimately, it all traced back to him. The name Li Jianji had once been the thread binding the Li family's interests and unity. Everyone was tethered to this bond. With Li Jianji's passing, it signified the dissolution of the ties that connected all interests. The man seated at the high table persisted. Ultimately, we are members of the Li family. We must strive to avoid causing unrest. Each faction shall appoint a representative. The future belongs to the youth. Let us resolve the issues of property for the sake of our descendants. Excellent idea. A man suddenly rose to his feet. Li Kaiyo gazed quietly, his excitement prompting him to rise to his feet. It was his 4th uncle. 3 years prior, a member of this family had the fortune of visiting Lei Yunjian. This individual evidently held great confidence in his son. Several others nodded in agreement. Li Kaiyo's knowledge. The circumstances of his uncle's household were quite similar. The children in his family were all idolized by a predominant force, their physiques nearly identical. No need for that. The 2 uncles above stood up. In the corner, Li Kaiyo couldn't help but ponder. At that moment, he heard his words. It seemed that his father was not at home. Yet the Li family possessed only 200,000 spiritual stones. If everyone were to know that my ring contained 1.1 million spiritual stones, those individuals would go mad. Just as his thoughts settled, a voice emanated from above. The bar where Li Kaiyo sat buzzed with chatter, rendering him speechless. At that moment, a contemptible voice suddenly emerged from behind him. The lineage of the sickly seed belongs solely to me. I dream of acquiring it, even when I am amidst your beasts. It is but a daydream. When you are on the brink of starvation, I shall show you pity and offer you some dog food. Hearing Li Yunfan's scornful remarks, Kaiyo's lips curled into a cold smirk. He thought to himself, I have no interest in the so-called family inheritance. Since you are so miserly, I shall ensure you experience what it means to draw water with a bamboo basket. Very well. It has now been decided. The sword competition will commence tomorrow at noon. My nephews have participated in the main training since childhood, and this will be a rare opportunity to gather through the sword competition. Ha ha ha. My brother speaks wisely. I shall promptly send a message to my son and then observe the progress he has made through years of diligent effort. Speaking of his son, he brimmed with pride and confidence. Waste of space. How about it? Do you have the courage to step onto the stage and compete with the sword tomorrow? Li Yunfan exaggeratedly patted his head, exclaiming, Oh, I forgot. You were abandoned. How could a person who has lost their swordsmanship possibly partake in the first battle for power? Wouldn't that be akin to seeking one's own demise? Ha ha. Li Kaiyo glanced at him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he retorted, I shall speak after I step down, but I believe you will not be able to do so. A person who can soar with their palm is hardly comparable to a mere waste. Li Yunfan's expression shifted, a glint of resentment flickering in his eyes. Those who are deeply insecure often exhibit the greatest arrogance. Li Yunfan was indeed a waste of resources. Since his self-cultivation began, he had been unable to practice swordsmanship. Seemingly recalling something, a smile returned to his face. I may not have cultivated sword energy, but I am superior to you. I have a sister, and she remains a prodigy, having reached the 7th level of gas refining. As long as she is present, my father's household is mine. Prodigy, Li Kaiyo chuckled. Shaking his head slightly, he chose to disregard the fool and exited the ancestral hall. Fool, if you laugh too hard, I shall make you cry tomorrow. Li Yunfan glared at Kaizhou's retreating figure, rubbing his swollen forehead and whispering menacingly. That night, the following day at noon, Li Jiadong erected a platform. By this time, people had gathered from all directions, and the news of the Li family's separation from Jianjian rapidly spread throughout the city. In the city, various factions, both large and small, along with all the leading powers, command respect. Relinquish your ambitions. Li Chunfeng's swordsmanship is swift, and he quickly identifies a flaw. He pierces his opponent's fists and fingers. This individual possesses quick reflexes, both in his eyes and hands. To safeguard his own hands, he relinquishes his sword, thereby preventing them from being fractured by it. Li Chunfeng aims to wound his adversary's palm. Yet he is taken aback by his opponent's rapid response. He flows with the current, but remains unperturbed. After all, victory belongs to him. You give. Li Chunfeng's pride is further accentuated. The man leaps from the platform, casting a glance towards his father, his eyes reflecting a sense of guilt. A middle-aged man seated at the edge of the platform lets out a deep sigh. This man is Li Kaizhou's sixth uncle. Chapter 41. Unexpected developments. Li Xiujia's expression shifts. Indeed, this aligns precisely with what he had previously conveyed to the individuals before him. The person before him, in the blink of an eye, reveals this unexpected turn of events. What is happening? A mental short circuit occurs among the onlookers. Has Li Mod never been disqualified? If he were discarded, would he not be striking his own face while uttering such words? Does he not realize that Li Xiujia has slain him? Clearly, the one who was abandoned has been rendered obsolete. Presently, no one is aware of the entirety of the sword realm, and the information is abundantly clear. This individual, even Danfu, was cleaved by Lumingli, rendering him incapable of further practice. This is no fabrication that I understand. This must be this person's scheme. He intends to stealthily seize the belongings and remove his armor, yet he has chosen the wrong opponent. Who would dare to intimidate him with mere words? Not even the Black Mountain Republic. That is sheer naivety. Li Kaio hears the audience's jeers, his face betraying no signs of emotional fluctuation. Li Xiujia declares, regardless of what you say, today I wish to witness your swordsmanship, to ascertain its authenticity. Very well. We are both descendants of the Li family, bound by the ties of blood. Today, I shall grant you the rare opportunity to face me in full. He caresses his left hand's ring finger, and the Heihua sword materializes in his grasp. What a lengthy sword it is. Below the stage, Li Kaizhou's sword is loudly proclaimed. Yet this is a long sword. While ordinary swords measure merely 3 feet in length. However, the hilt in his hand stretches a remarkable 5 feet. It embodies all that is dark, its appearance ominous. A monstrous weapon, poised for destruction. Observe how this hybrid meets his demise in but a minute. In the audience, Li Yunfan watches the scene on stage with a smile, his eyes wide with anticipation, as if fearing to miss the moment of Li Kaizhou's tragic end. But this moment, a man, in despair, squeezes in front of Li Chunfeng, his face concealed, and asks, "Forgive me, my vision is too clouded. I do not know whom Li Xiao favors in the ensuing duel on stage." Li Chunfeng is naturally aware of it all. Yet if he claims that Li Mukin will perish, the outcome is already apparent to everyone, thus failing to reflect his own prowess. He ponders for a moment, as if contemplating deeply, and finally states, "Without me, Li Mu will undoubtedly perish, as everyone knows. However, my judgment is that only a sword shall die." He flatters the man, asserting, "Li Xiao's assessment is indeed accurate. It is not to say that I can merely await the outcome." A smile graces Li Chen's lips, and his expression once again swells with pride. He lifted his gaze towards the stage. Li Xiujia deftly drew the sword from behind her, gripping it horizontally. This was no ordinary sword. It was a great sword, longer than typical blades. More remarkably, it possessed a single edge, with the tip curving in a mystical arc, endowing it with enhanced slashing capabilities beyond that of an ordinary sword. From the esteemed Master Eagle Eye, I learned of a legendary eagle that could sing and pierce through blood with its blade, a creature of unparalleled ferocity. Caution is paramount. Since the moment I transformed into a sword, I have wielded it over 100 times. Never has there been a living mouth beneath its blade. In the audience, Li Yunxia scoffed and chuckled, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is not what I desired." If he emerges, Li Xiuji will surely eliminate him. Li Maching appeared to harbor an unspoken enmity. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that he would resort to such murderous intent. Today, Li Maching's fate seemed sealed. Li Yunfan nodded, as if grinding garlic. "Fortunately, my father is absent today. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly try to extricate this malevolent seed. Should he perish today, all that exists shall belong to me. He trembled with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Qinfeng also laughed. What transpired moments ago? Someone muttered in astonishment that it was only when Li Shouji vanished into the distance that the crowd began to recover from their shock. Was it not said that he was a failure, a sword as formidable as that wielded by Li Qinfeng and Li Yunxia, had been vanquished by Li Shouji's blade? How could such an incredibly strong individual be felled by a mere sword? Is this truly Li Maching? He had been deemed a discarded remnant. Beneath the stage, terrifying whispers echoed in succession. Impossible! This cannot be real. How could this wicked seed possess such strength? Li Yunfan's face turned pale with fear, and he gasped softly. Beside him, Li Yunxia was already beaded with sweat. Her expression still caught in astonishment that she heard her brother's cries. Her focus gradually sharpened, yet she remained like a specter, lost to reason, muttering to herself. If one were to listen closely, her words mirrored those of Li Yunfan. Recalling the various crude remarks she had previously directed at Li Madan sent chills down her spine. Now, she understood that his reluctance to converse was not out of fear or timidity, but rather a deep-seated disdain. Had he been serious, she and her brother would now be mere corpses upon the ground. Simultaneously, Li Qinfeng was equally astonished. His predictions had once again been thwarted. The sword he spoke of was indeed a sword. Yet it was not the one he had anticipated from Li Shouji. The entire battle had been completely overturned. How could such a person exist in this world? He was rendered speechless. Li Shouji's prowess, even before he had gained profound experience, was evident. Though he had spoken boldly, he knew in his heart that even in the same realm, he could not contend with her. Yet, to him, this seemingly invincible individual had, through mere subterfuge, been bested by a sword wielded by one deemed scrap metal, leaving him ensnared in a state of oblivion. Dust. Several of Li's uncles, visibly startled, had risen from their seats, their voices dry and strained. Unaware that their tones had grown more intimate than before, Li Kazhou stood upon the stage, poised to speak. Suddenly, his expression faltered, his gaze fixated on the grand entrance of the Li residence at that moment. He became the focal point of the entire assembly, every flicker of his demeanor instantly capturing the audience's attention. Who dares to impede me? A middle-aged man, approximately 53 years of age, forcefully pushed aside the guards of the Li estate, cradling a small girl in his other arm, whose countenance bore an unpleasant expression. Brother Lu, what brings you here? As Li Kazhou's uncle beheld the intruder, his brow furrowed slightly before he ultimately greeted him with a forced smile. What? You dare to cross this threshold? Dream on. My daughter desires something, and what hero cannot be found? Will you concede to relinquish a lost cause? To be frank, I am here today for my retirement. The man clearly recognized Li Kazhou standing at the podium, his voice noticeably rising in volume. Chapter 42. Indignation. The world is not lacking in people. Some believe that upon witnessing the decline of the Lu family, they immediately called out for Li Kazhou. Lu Mei, your name is well known. Who could forget? Zhao Rui even claimed it himself. You cannot entice him with extreme measures. You must be utterly disfigured and devoid of status. Generally, he is too indifferent to bother with you. Li Dashaoi's eyes blazed like torches. Do you think you can deceive him? Well, to my knowledge, you've seduced nearly every attractive individual in town. That I recently heard whispers that you enticed the esteemed elder Stewart in the city. He might as well be your grandfather. I genuinely do not understand how you speak of these matters. The Great Wall has crumbled under the weight of many, and an array of explosives has continually emerged. The members of the Li family listened, their expressions darkening. Under her father's fervent promotion, Lu Mei had become a household name, widely recognized for her engagement to the Li family. In this instance, the man's behavior was so brazen that it undoubtedly tarnished the Li family's reputation. Bloodshed, you wretched creature, I shall remember you. You have no justification to slander and disrupt my daughter's celebration. I shall ensure you are cut to 1,000 pieces. Li Kazhou remained silent throughout, primarily because the situation had left him feeling unwell. To utter a single word would undoubtedly place him in the same sordid predicament. Where are the guards of the Li family? Li Kazhou bellowed. A multitude approached from all directions, kneeling on one knee. I shall await the Lord's instructions. When a rabid dog bites at your door, how do you type? The Li family has violated the marriage contract, and my Lu family shall not allow you to succeed. My daughter will also perish at the hands of your Li clan. In the eyes of the people, both father and daughter are scorned, cast out from their home. Li Kazhou's countenance remained unchanged as he gently replied. Very well. As we part ways, let us indulge in a complimentary meal. What? The Li family's expression shifted dramatically. Parting. Such a notion is but a fleeting shadow. How, pray tell, does my Li family sustain itself today? Firstly, through the protection of strangers. Otherwise, could our business thrive so effortlessly? Secondly, my Li family is united enough. Should we sever ties today, the Li clan would face utter ruin. How could we defy our ancestors? Upon hearing the word separation, several uncles of the Li family instantly erupted with indignation. Their excitement naturally hinted at the promise of substantial gains that as for fear, it stemmed from their impending union with the offspring of Jinzhou. In the eyes of these individuals, merely a flicker of Xing Jianfu was sufficient to render them feeble. Now, even Xing Jianfu kneels to seek an audience with Zikishan Jianfang Zonkinghao. The intimacy of such relations left them feeling as though they were in a dream. Li Kuzhou observed the characters of these individuals closely, yet they were, after all, his relatives, and he was too apathetic to utter harsh words. At this juncture, the biting wind thickened. Allow me to inform you of your father's plight. What has befallen the master of the house? The demeanor of everyone in the Li family shifted dramatically. The cold wind howled as I merely wished to utter a few words. Towards the grand entrance, a blood-soaked guard rushed forth, clutching a box, his heart racing with urgency and fervor. This is dire. What has transpired with the master of the house? As the crowd beheld the guard's appearance, their expressions transformed. Uncle Li hastily inquired, "What is it? Speak." The guard collapsed before the throng, breathless, uttering, "The master of the house has been caught in a tempest. He demands that we gather 1,000,000 soul stones in a day, or else we shall procure coffins to collect the dead." With trembling hands, he opened the box. A hand. It was the left hand of a man. A collective gasp echoed throughout the vicinity. The gust of wind. Li Kuzhou's eyes were filled with a murderous intent. He had heard of this tempestuous name during his time with Jianzhou. This was a genuine elite horse-thieving gang, consisting of 12 individuals, all masters at the 9th level of gas refining, including their leader, Yan Qifei, who was of the initial strength of Ningdan. This group of horse thieves, known as the first batch of Yinyun horse thieves, was a fearsome force even within the district of Zuanfeng. 1,000,000. How much gold does one need to exchange for a single stone worth 12,000? Could the Li family possess such wealth? Upon hearing this figure, Li Kuzhou's mind began to clear. The horse thieves were not fools. They understood that the Li family could not yield such riches. Yet while the Li family could not, Li Kuzhou could. He extorted 1,000,000 soul stones from Lu Jianming, and it was evident that they were coming for him. However, an unsettling premonition lingered within him. This was not an ordinary kidnapping, nor could it be resolved with a mere 1,000,000 soul stones. He pondered for a moment, gazing into the face of the biting wind. How could this sudden gust of wind tear apart the agreement? Each year, we bestow upon them a certain quantity of ethereal stones or gold, ensuring their perpetual tranquility. Why have they chosen to act in such a manner now? Is this not akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? 1,000,000. Even if I were to liquidate all the assets of the Li family, I could scarcely gather one or two. The entire Li family gazed eagerly at Li Kuzhou, clearly awaiting his resolve. Following Li Xiujia's words, they have now discerned another facet of Li Maqing's identity, that of the conqueror who vanquished Lu Jianming. Li Kuzhou. Yet, they are aware that Li Kuzhou possesses 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Indeed, most importantly, beside Li Kuzhou, there stands the venerable matriarch of the Zizi clan. For the Zizi, 1,000,000 spiritual stones is but a drop in the ocean. These individuals fix their eyes upon Li Kuzhou, while he, in turn, contemplates the wind and the chill. The biting wind declared, "You are correct. This matter is far from simple. It is not convenient to discuss here. Let us find a quiet place where I may divulge the details to you at length." Upon hearing his words, Uncle Li promptly began to make arrangements. Lifud in an elegant chamber, Li Kuzhou inquired of the cold wind. "Who orchestrated this maneuver? Is it the Li Yu Swordsmanship Academy, or perhaps an adversary from my own school?" The chilling wind replied, "As far as I know, there has always been a shadow of the Liuli sword sect behind this tempest. The caravan and the bandits seized the spoils, and nearly 99 of the loot has fallen into the pockets of the Liuli Yu sword sect, were it not for the protection of the sword sect. This band of horse thieves, so brazen and audacious, would have been eradicated by all the swordsmen long ago. The Liuli Yu sword school, such a rogue among swordsmen. But why could I not conceive of this notion within the Li household?" Li Kuzhou blinked in disdain. The wind replied, "With the Li family present, and the jurisdiction firmly in the hands of the Xinjiang house, which has pledged allegiance to my Zizijian house, it is, strictly speaking, within the domain of my Zizijian house. Naturally, The Liu Sword School would not dare to act recklessly and could only resort to such horse thieves. Guizhou nodded. So, the spiritual stones are a ruse, while the invitation to enter the coffin is genuine. They must be awaiting my departure. The cold wind nodded. This is indeed the purpose of my visit. I fear you may hear of your father's mishap and rush to his aid without regard. I had no inkling of the murderous machinery behind the caravan. Li Yuchen's face betrayed neither joy nor anger. Nonetheless, I must proceed. This band of horse thieves has the Liuli Moon sword as their backing and is not at all intimidated. I assert that if I appear doubtful tomorrow, it will surely bode ill for my father. The cold wind nodded. I am well aware of that. Certainly, we must go, but we should prepare meticulously to ensure everything transpires smoothly. Li Kaizhou slightly inclined his head. In this predicament, Jianzhong has no one to assist him, thus he must seek external support. Excellent. We can seek the aid of the Knights Alliance. The Chivalrous Alliance? Li Kaizhou was considerate. Chapter 43. The Alliance. As long as this organization exists in the world, no one is privy to its knowledge. This is a loosely knit organization composed of world wanderers, wherein the masters float like clouds. And as long as one steps forth from the stones of the spirit, assistance can be found. This chivalric alliance stands in stark contrast to a rival faction known as the Tangzhou Club, both of which are recognized as the two prominent alliances of the Wufang Sword District. The chivalric alliance refrains from mentioning the Tangzhou Club, primarily due to the distinctions that have emerged between the two forces. Unlike the chivalric alliance, which is a loosely organized assembly of knights from various corners of the world, the Tangzhou Club casts a significant shadow over the Wufang Sword District. Should they seek assistance from the members of the Tangzhou Club, they may not find themselves waiting long, for their intentions might be anticipated in advance. Li Tsuezhou nodded and remarked, such matters are thus resolved. Although the caravan possesses some strength, it is, after all, not aligned with the forces of light. The true peril lies in the malevolent plans devised by the Liuli Moonsword sect, lurking in the shadows. I shall do so, Feng declared. As a member of the Chivalric Alliance, I am well versed in martial valor and can seek out additional masters to ensure that our endeavors are foolproof. Li Kaizhou scrutinized the woman before him and stated gravely, it is indeed quite cold. You have rendered me a significant service once more. I am certain a substantial reward shall follow. Just as Li Kaizhou was about to speak, he was interrupted by a gust of cold wind. You have deceived me once. Your promises hold no weight with me. She opened the door and stepped outside, and a melancholic light flickered in Li Kaizhou's eyes. He understood the woman was referring to Lu Mingli, yet he could not disclose that he was not himself at that moment. I find myself in a dire predicament. Once the affairs of the Li family conclude, I must swiftly devise a means to procure the sword bone of the severed dragon sword. When I carve the sword bone, its power will equate to that of Ningdan, thus granting me the true strength for self-protection. He muttered despondently to himself, Uncle, please come in. Upon hearing the voice emanating from within, the person outside was momentarily taken aback and hastily pushed the door open. The two uncles sighed deeply. Hearing such words reveals your profound affection. Esteemed Li family. I fear you may mock me. I have come here at the behest of your other relatives. They wish to convey their deepest apologies, trembling in the face of your resentment. Hence their reluctance to visit you. Li Kaizhou smiled faintly and replied, what the second uncle says is true. I have never truly cared. By the way, concerning my father, the matters involving Li father cannot be interfered with or meddled in. I will take charge of this situation. I assure you. I will find a way to rescue my father and dismantle the caravan smoothly. The two uncles nodded in agreement. After all, the Li family is a small enterprise. With you at the helm, we can rest easy. Li Kaizhou nodded, unable to refute their words. Ultimately, these two were indeed his kin. Homicide was out of the question. Imparting a painful lesson was feasible, yet he did not take it too seriously. That afternoon, Feng and Han brought with them the essence of the 4 layers and 9 layers, representatives of the early Ning Dan chivalric masters. Although there were only 6 of them, not a single one was an inconspicuous master. Li Kaizhou, understanding the situation, did not hesitate to request their assistance. The spiritual cost incurred by Feng and Han was undoubtedly no trivial matter. He has resolutely decided to return the spiritual stone to its rightful owner once this matter is concluded. 8 individuals, accompanied by 8 steeds, emerged from the ancient city of Yellow Sands. Wait a moment. A sudden chill in the air prompted her to raise her hand to halt the crowd at that moment. She had already disguised herself, donning a sturdy garment suitable for traversing the sandy terrain, with a scarf wrapped around her face. What about the others? Li inquired skeptically. The biting wind prompted a nod. The chivalrous individual I mentioned to you before has promised to assist me. We shall await his arrival here. Li Kezhou's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he subtly nodded in agreement. Chivalry, a title of noble virtue, necessitates both strength and renown. As Li Kezhou well understood, those who bore the title of chivalrous were typically transformed into paragons of integrity. The mere possession of such an honor rendered any skepticism unnecessary. For if an individual bore any blemish upon their character, it would be utterly impossible for the League of Chivalry to bestow such a title upon them. Undoubtedly, with the aid of such a master, my confidence has been bolstered. The scorching sun blazed in the sky, casting sand into the air. With a gust of wind, darkness enveloped the land. Amidst the fragrant air, Li Kezhou suddenly declared, "Well, it is nearly time for us to depart. Perhaps those of chivalry cannot evade certain matters. We shall be on our way shortly." Beneath the veil, the biting wind caused her delicate brows to furrow. As the anticipated individual failed to arrive at the appointed time, she felt an inkling of unease. She gazed at Li Kezhou, her thoughts swirling. In this situation, the absence of the other party was indeed peculiar, as Li Kezhou had remarked, for it was evident that the individual could not simply avoid certain matters. It was likely they were aware of something significant. This, naturally, was the essence of Li Kezhou's contemplation. The group, no longer willing to wait, immersed themselves in the golden sands, riding and walking forth. The yellow sand stretched far into the horizon. A sand dune, towering over 10 feet, extended for miles, while a black steed ascended laboriously, its eyes wide open. Soon, an individual approached, urging his horse forward for another mile until it came to a halt. The world felt desolate, with only the wind and sand howling. Suddenly, the guest spoke. "Since you are seeking me, why now conceal your face and reveal your tail?" No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous sound echoed, and a figure burst forth from the sands. The person had only 2 visible eyes, and in hand was not a sword, but a hefty cleaver. He raised his curved blade, immediately fixing his gaze upon the stranger, unperturbed by any reprimand. "Are you Li Kezhou?" The individual rasped. "I have no patience for idle chatter. Given your demeanor, you must be a sentinel investigator. Surely, you have disseminated news of my presence here." A flicker of surprise crossed the stranger's eyes. "Your eyes are truly captivating." "Yes, I am an investigator, but I am also part of a band of thieves. I pose a question. We require 1 million spiritual stones. Can you procure them for us?" Li Kezhou cast a sidelong glance at him. "Who are you? What makes you worthy of conversing with me? If the swallow cannot soar, would you dare to seek Ling Shi?" The man's eyes flickered with a fierce expression of rage. "Li Kezhou, you truly are as mad as the legends suggest. Yet do you not recognize the peril of your words here, on the land of the swallows? Do you not fear that I might bury you in this very place?" Li Kezhou stood tall, his countenance one of scorn, retorting, "As you just stated, it is today. Had it been in the past, you would have perished in the wilderness, and not even the capital would remember your name. Madman, I dare say you are courting death." As the detective's furious declaration echoed, a cacophony of wild laughter erupted. "Ha! He is worthy of defeating Lu Jiaming. This is the first notable achievement of the Zizi Jinzhou. Even when abandoned, one does not lose their audacity." With this proclamation, the first figure emerged from beneath the sand dunes. A guest arrived on horseback, astride a rare exotic horned steed, adorned with a dry headpiece. Following suit, 12 more individuals appeared, each mounted on similar steeds. Li Kezhou paid no heed to the 12 behind him. His gaze was fixed upon the leader who had spoken. A gust of wind swept through, revealing the horse thief's brazen demeanor. The thief's face was fully exposed, as if he bore no fear of recognition, but a scar marred his visage, extending grotesquely down his neck, reminiscent of a terrifying centipede. "Yan Zi rides high." Li Kezhou called out the man's name. As he regarded the man, the latter returned his gaze. Moments later, the man inexplicably chuckled. "Lu Jiaming is quite the celebrity. I thought he could vanquish his foes without the use of swordplay. What a remarkable and unique individual he was. But now, look at him, and yet. Li Kezhou, unperturbed by the banter, replied coldly, "And what of my father?" Yan Shifei raised his hand. A thief seized a bag from behind and hurled it to the ground. The bag burst open, revealing a pallid middle-aged man who lay motionless, seemingly unconscious. Upon seeing the man, Li Kezhou's expression shifted abruptly, for he noticed the man's left hand was crudely bandaged. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and a savage aura enveloped him. What infuriated him further was the apparent satisfaction of the thief's leader, who boldly stated, Before we engage in serious matters, you must first satisfy my curiosity, the man laughed. I am genuinely intrigued as to how one devoid of sword energy could possibly defeat a ninth-floor chi master. He is no ordinary master. He is regarded. Two horse thieves exhibited no fear whatsoever, for they stood opposite, having vanquished the delicate deer sword ridge on the very first day. One of them dashed away, while two horses galloped wildly. These were no ordinary steeds, even upon the soft yellow sands. They raced with the swiftness of a tempest. A gust of wind sliced through the air. The two equine brigands, with their short statures and exposed blades, resembled a fierce gale sweeping through, bolstered by the 9 layers of refined chi they possessed. As practitioners of the Ningdan sword, they maneuvered with an ease rarely encountered in their lives, a source of unwavering confidence. There, a band of horse thieves, led by Yin Qifei, bore sinister grins upon their faces. Some even licked their lips in anticipation of the sanguinary spectacle to come. Death could be delivered in the blink of an eye. Li Kaijo, languidly raising his sword, faced the horse thieves, unleashing a roar that echoed like thunder. With a crack that resembled a bolt from the blue, the two men, along with their steeds, soared through the air, bursting forth in a shower of blood as crimson rain fell, splattering limbs and debris across the ground. This scene was as gruesome as the thieves had anticipated. To kill 2 chickens. I shan't even bother with my sword, Li Kaijo remarked coldly. Yin Qifei, both astonished and enraged, exclaimed, "What a tremendous sound, such a terrifying display. I have witnessed Yin Qifei in action, and now I understand how you managed to defeat Lu Jianming." His face twitched, scars rippling across his features. Li Kaijo smiled faintly. "If I cannot slay these 2, I suggest you gather the remaining 10 hands, and I shall gladly eliminate one." Behind the throng of horse thieves, the truth of their well-deserved reputation dawned upon them as they exchanged faint yet warming smiles. A chill creeping into their hearts. Such smiles were far more ferocious than the grins they typically wore. Yin Qifei, once grinning widely, now found his signature laughter absent. "There is no need for your strength, as it has gained my recognition. Shall we commence the exchange? Have you brought the spiritual stones?" Li Kaijo produced a bag, tossing it into his hand. Yin Qifei nodded. "Excellent. You are well aware of the current affairs. Upon receiving 1,000,000 spiritual stones, you must realize that such an unexpected fortune is not rightfully yours. Discard it." Li Kaijo chuckled. "Discard it? Your thoughts are rather naive. Would I toss away spiritual stones? If you do not hand over a person, shall I foolishly swallow the bitter pill? I tossed the bag away, and yet you allow someone to escape." Yin Qifei's lips curled mockingly. "Why not? The death of your father means nothing to me. Let them proceed." At his command, one of the thieves seized the individual on the ground and hurled him outward. Simultaneously, Li Kaijo, calculating, tossed the bag into the AI. Li Kaijo grasped hold of his father. Retreating 3 paces, Yin Qifei, equally swift, snatched the bag from the AI. An uproar of laughter erupted between heaven and earth. Suddenly, a figure, akin to a fleeting shadow, darted below. Yin Qifei flitted about like a bird, rushing forward to greet the newcomer. This was a towering man with a leopard-like head and piercing eyes, his bald crown notably striking. The towering figure stood there, arms crossed, casting a scornful gaze upon Li Kaijo. "You little brat, I never anticipated encountering both your grandfather and you here, did I?" Li Kaijo perceived the terror he wished to evoke. "It is you." Xiao shot out a month prior. This bald man had rescued the elders of the Liuli Yu sword school at the mountain gate. Witnessing the horror in his opponent's eyes, Xiao Shahu erupted into maniacal laughter. "Haha, you fool. You are an imbecile. Have you not utilized your feeble brain to ponder how Yin Qifei executed the original method of killing? It is as simple as slaying a dog. Why not kill you outright instead of negotiating with you?" Xiao Shaha chuckled maliciously, declaring, "I'll tell you why. Because he received my orders, it is not an easy task for him. Today, your head shall surely roll. Who can save you now?" Ha ha ha. The terror in Li Kaijo's eyes had long vanished. He stared blankly at Xiao Shao. "Resembling a simpleton, I thought it was someone else who had slain the moth. It turns out it was your foolish self that I previously proclaimed I would sever your head. You have eagerly delivered it to me. So under these circumstances, your head, I begrudgingly accept. Beast, do you even comprehend the words you utter?" Xiao Shahu observed the pallor of Li Kaijo's face, which had turned a ghastly shade, leaving him utterly unresponsive. "This is bad. We have been deceived by this child." Suddenly, Yin Zi, who had been standing aside, roared in alarm. He shook a bag up and down, causing a cascade of sand and stones to spill forth. Li Kaijo offered a faint smile. Today, a gust of wind shall claim both horse and thief. The foolish Xiao Shahu will be the one to bury you. Beast, you seek death. Now, Xiao Shahu realized the situation had shifted, prompting him to wish to silence his opponent first. However, at that moment, a soft whisper was heard, and 6 figures leapt forth from the sand dunes behind Li Kaijo. You little beast, have you found reinforcements? Xiao Shahu exclaimed, astonished. As the 6 charged forward, he sensed at least 2 of them were beyond his control. Xiao Shahu, I told you. You fool, you should not have doubted. Everyone knows Yin Qifei attained mastery during the Ningdan period. Do you believe I would be foolish enough to come unprepared for dinner? I shall slay you. Xiao Shahu was incensed. Yet, at that moment, Li Kaijo, having already supported his father and retreated, surged toward the 6 with the disaster relief funds in hand, no longer engaging in idle chatter, and was swiftly struck down. The 2 masters from the early Ningdan period, Yin Qifei and Xiao Shahu, were essential for the battle involving the 4. The remaining 4 had employed 9 layers of refined chi sword practitioners, while the other 10 mounted the horse thieves. These horse thieves were all, without exception, of the 9-layer refined chi. Yet, they were adept at slaying mounted foes, the type of assassins who charged with lightning speed. The situation descended into chaos, a solitary struggle, with no one able to assist. The 10 could bind the 4 together simultaneously. After observing for a while, Li Kaijo unsheathed his sword. He seized the opportune moment, swiftly dispatching 3 adversaries in succession. Before long, the balance was disrupted, and the pressure exerted by the 4 riders employed by the alliance was significantly alleviated. Seizing the opportunity, they commenced their lethal tactics. At that moment, each of them had completed 1 task, while the remaining 3 held destinies that were all too predictable. There was nothing to be done. Qianguang rode on horseback, gazing at his own hands. Feeling as though his breath had ceased multiple times, his heart sinking, he repelled his adversary with his sword, let out a loud cry, and leapt into the 10-foot deep sand dune. Just then, a peculiar purple light emanated from beneath, startling Yinzi and her mount, prompting them to desperately resist with their swords. Chapter 45. Intimate Relationships. Perhaps this is fate. The first of the 5 minor rank marks I received in my previous life was bestowed upon those with whom I shared a close bond. He slowly etched the blade into the woman's heart, her body quivering slightly throughout the process. For Li Kaijo to carve this symbol, it would ordinarily require at least 3 hours. However, after his reincarnation, with the assistance of all the living soul pearls, his soul power ascended to the 2nd realm. This process was akin to traversing through clouds and flowing waters, without any pause. After finishing a cup of tea, Li Kaijo gradually took the engraving knife, a cold breeze sweeping past his mouth, suddenly producing a glimmer of light. In an instant, the tattoo resembled a living moth, transforming into a 6,000-foot-long creature that vanished within his body. The next moment, in Li Kaijo's eyes, the long, black, waterfall-like hair was visibly changing at the roots, becoming a shimmering white silk. In just a few breaths, that dark hair appeared to fade completely, transforming into pure white silk, delicately emanating from the tips. Simultaneously, his skin underwent a strange transformation, the original jade white gradually shifting to a glazed light blue, even his once dark pupils turning a grayish white. Within the narrow stone cave, a sudden clicking sound echoed from the surrounding stone walls, layers of frost forming instantaneously, transforming the cave into an icy chamber. How do you feel? Li Kaijo inquired as he gazed at her. He pointed to the sky, and they heard a distinct click. Before them stood a grand hall. Hong Kong Lin. The wind was biting cold, and for the first time, he recognized the individual. Upon hearing the name, Li immediately discerned the identity of the newcomer. It was Zuanfeng Jinyu, a legendary figure from the Chivalrous League. Previously, the cold wind had sought this person's assistance, but he had not appeared until now. Inexplicably materializing before them, he surreptitiously observed the individual. This figure exuded strength and resolve, adorned with a standard chivalrous topknot, emanating an aura that was both open and trustworthy. Li Kaijo silently commented on the individual. Yet, inexplicably, this person imparted a peculiar sensation to him, a strange feeling that stemmed purely from perception, ineffable in words. When Kong Lin heard the wind and cold call his name, he regained his composure and burst into laughter. Wind Girl, it is a pleasure to see you unharmed. I had arranged to meet you at the gates of Huangsha City, but on my way there, I was besieged by a group of individuals clad in black. It took me a considerable amount of time to vanquish them, and thereafter, I made no delay in my arrival that as he spoke, he gazed into the biting wind. The frigid air had evidently transformed his visage. Though his exterior remained unchanged, the texture of his skin and the fine hairs reminiscent of silk evoked an unusual sensation. The wind was so cold that he inhaled deeply and remarked with a smile. Indeed, it seems we are fortuitously awaiting your arrival that I assumed you had pressing matters to attend to. Hence I proceeded with my own affairs. Kong Lin nodded in acknowledgement. I surmised as much, and thus I have been here all along. Regrettably, I arrived a moment too late. I learned from a mysterious individual that you had been poisoned by that person, prompting me to survey the surroundings. Upon my arrival, I witnessed the chilling eruption, which compelled me to investigate. The wind was both frigid and startling. Have you encountered that enigmatic figure? He inquired, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes that I overheard him mention that the Wind Maiden was in his icy grasp. Is it true that you did not succeed in acquiring that poisoned item? The wind's cold gaze sparkled as he smiled and nodded. Ah, that individual may have intended to frighten you, fabricating lies. Were I to be captured, I would presently lack the strength to converse with you. Kong Lin chuckled softly and nodded in silence. His expression shifted, and his gaze finally settled upon Li Kazhou. Earlier, in my haste, I neglected to inquire about this young fellow. Who is he? Li Kazhou slightly inclined his body and introduced himself. Upon hearing Li Kazhou's name, Kong Lin's countenance reflected surprise. It appeared that these rumors had tarnished the reputation of the young hero who once conquered the tempestuous skies and the clashing swords upon the land. Showing such disregard and disrespect, he bowed respectfully. Confucius chuckled. This too is my fault. I have committed numerous transgressions over the past 2 years. Upon my departure, I am certain I would have been intercepted by unidentified forces, which delayed today's significant event. Fortunately, none of these were mere accidents. Otherwise, I am Confucius. What constitutes chivalry? He abruptly turned, exclaiming, It seems I have been deceived by that mysterious individual. He is not my adversary. Yet he first claimed that the Wind Maiden seized his finger, and then stated that the person who fled with her was slain within 3 minutes. Who could have known that this was all nonsense, merely a ruse to escape from my grasp? Li Kazhou continued to smile, by this time already attired. Cold poison, that fool. All his self-cultivation is in vain. Afflicted with hysteria at that moment, he relied on the completion of Ningden to attempt my demise. Yet he is not only a fool but utterly powerless. His blade merely nicked me. This man spoke grandly to the chivalrous, attempting to mask his own ineptitude. Confucius chuckled, though his expression was somewhat stiff. That individual is truly ordinary. Had I not been in a rush to seek you, he would have perished long ago. Confucius hesitated. This is not right. This time I have arrived late that I cannot assist you. And I truly feel ashamed of myself. The shy girl has arrived. Chapter 46. Confusion. The atmosphere seemed to solidify abruptly. Xiao Qihu's countenance shifted repeatedly. He neither fled nor made a move. Instead, he appeared somewhat perplexed. Li Kazhou remarked with a smile. The little Qihu was saved last time by that enigmatic individual, and while the head of your dog was temporarily preserved, your life was spared. You did not flee, but rather, you returned from the brink of death, now rendered more foolish and terrifying. Today, you leapt into the tiger's den without succumbing to death. Just as little Qihu was about to speak, Confucius interjected. If I am not mistaken, this person must be little Qihu from the Enamel Moonsword School, correct? Has this individual previously had dealings with them? Li Kazhou chuckled. Not only has he participated, but he was also the principal architect of the affair. Just now, Confucius' brother mentioned feeling guilty for arriving late. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, this person has no choice but to capture him. When he mentions his head, he believes he will no longer refuse my invitation. Hong Kong Lin, do you dare to kill me? Xiao Qihu exclaimed. The individual seemed oblivious to his own folly. Not only did he fail to seize the chance to escape, but there lingered a threat in his eyes that was incomprehensible to outsiders. Li Kazhou jested. Indeed, you are foolish. Even if you are naive, you will eventually emerge from the Sun and Moon Sword School. The Confucius brother will find it exceedingly easy to stir up trouble if you proceed in such a manner. In that case, let Luhan go. This time, we are fortunate in our misfortune. To break through to the later stages. Eliminating this product is easier than slaying a chicken. Kong Lin, finish him off. Xiao Qihu was incensed. Just about to shout, when a sudden burst of laughter interrupted him. Simultaneously, the treasured sword in Kong Lin's hand was sheathed almost with a grin. It was a side-stabbing sword, sharp in angle and swift in speed. The two stood side by side, and Xiao Qiu had no chance to evade the tiger. A crimson light flickered, and a long red sword silently pierced through little Qiu's throat. Gagging, Xiao Qiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Filled with fury, he wished to utter something, yet his throat was severed, rendering him speechless. Confucius twisted his sword, and Xiao Qi fell lifeless amidst the flames. The fire blazed fiercely, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred remains. As Xiao Qiu's bones were consumed, this fire belongs to the swordsmanship. Li Kaizhou paid little heed to the demise of Xiao Qiu. Yet as he beheld Kong Lin's sword, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Kong Lin chuckled thrice. "Ha! This individual is quite a fool. Ever since my collaboration with the Swordmaster Academy, our friendship has dissipated. Yet, both Sister Feng and I share a sense of anguish. I feel honored to be part of the Knights Alliance and to bestow the title of Knight. Such ingratitude is something Kong Lin would never exhibit in this lifetime." Hearing this person's words of justice and righteousness, Han's eyes glimmered with a hint of envy. To know Brother Kong in this lifetime is a privilege for Han. With a stern expression, Kong Lin replied, "This is exceedingly difficult for me. I am honored to witness Miss Feng as a young master of Zikajian's Hong. It brings me great joy to meet Kong Lin." During the conversation, Li Kaizhou blinked and fell into contemplation. After Kong Lin's entrance, he found this person somewhat peculiar. Although this sensation was vague and lacked any concrete reasoning, he almost simultaneously drew an equation between this individual and that enigmatic figure. To him, Confucius might have once been that mysterious person. But at that moment, with this individual present, he began to question the validity of his judgment that it was not merely because this person had slain Xiao Qiu, but due to his swordsmanship. The mysterious figure had once exhibited a cold and venomous sword spirit, while Kong Lin had demonstrated a sword spirit that was diametrically opposed to extreme cold. The Yinlin sword spirit. The cold wind howled as he casually sat at the table, his thoughts swirling in a myriad of directions. Yet he was uncertain where to begin. Li Kaizhou had entered Jinzhong at the tender age of Six that time. She was 2 years his junior. They were childhood sweethearts, and she had already belonged to this man. Following the awkward scene in the grotto today, her heart had grown even more resolute. However, such matters made it somewhat awkward for a woman to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, the room fell silent, and after a dozen breaths, the wind, biting and frigid, remarked, "Do you have nothing to say to me?" Li Kaizhou hesitated slightly before responding. "How did you come to know Confucius? What does the pain in his words signify?" Upon hearing this, Li Kaizhou's complexion shifted. He had never considered that his rival had sacrificed so much of his 9-year life to help him discover a suitable sword technique for practice. The more he pondered, the more he felt burdened by debt. He adjusted his train of thought and inquired, "I find this swordsman rather peculiar. Each time I see him, it feels as though I am gazing upon the mysterious figure who harmed you that day." Li Kaizhou nodded. "I am indeed aware. You may not know this, but my soul is 1,000 times stronger than that of an ordinary person, which is why I experience certain inexplicable sensations. Their powers are undeniably different. Yet I believe that even if this individual is not that person, he is undoubtedly connected to him. Otherwise, I would not experience such peculiar feelings. You must be cautious of him in the future and not place too much trust in him." The cold wind nodded. If the two individuals are indeed one and the same, then what has Kong Lin endured all this for? Is it truly worth it, even to the extent of confronting the enemies of the Lyle Sword School and slaying Xiao Hu? Li Kaizhou would undoubtedly observe her closely. While the cold wind appeared perplexed, Li Kaizhou chuckled. "Perhaps you are unaware of how alluring you are to a man. Countless individuals in this world would not hesitate to die for beauty." The cold wind felt her cheeks flush, a hint of embarrassment washing over her as she glanced at him. Chapter 47. The Art of Transformation. Li Kaizhou laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I speak the truth. Let us entertain the notion that if two individuals are, in fact, one and the same, then the initial encounter with Lin Hanlu in Hong Kong was but a ruse to lead you astray. Perhaps they sought you out later, yet remained oblivious to my identity as Yang Changsheng, allowing me to disregard his chilling poison. Thus, in his eyes, I met my demise." Before Li Kaizhou could finish his thought, his expression transformed, as if a cold wind swept across his face. For if what Li Kaizhou proposed were indeed true, then Shirku would play the role of Li Kaizhou, and her familial ties would undoubtedly link her to Kong Lin. Should this individual harbor malevolent intentions, far graver consequences could ensue. Aware that she comprehended the gravity of the situation, Li Kaizhou remarked, "This is merely my conjecture, devoid of any evidence. After all, the swords wielded by these two individuals represent opposing forces. At any given moment, It seems improbable that they could be one and the same. Yet, one must remain vigilant of this person. The frigid wind solemnly nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, she appeared to have an epiphany, gazing at the prone figure of Li Kazhou. Indeed, now that you possess such extraordinary skills in bone carving, why do you not wield a sword? Li Kazhou regarded her silently for a moment before responding. The artistry of bone carving lies in the allure of sculpting the very essence of life that I intend to uncover a skeletal spell, to carve a sword from bone, thereby reclaiming the sword's power. Thus, I have yet to commence this endeavor, sword bone. As the wind grew chillier, the prospect of Li Kazhou's practice plan ignited a spark of joy in her eyes. Li Kazhou nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I have previously carved the symbols of ice for you. Since that time, you have possessed a smooth ice bone. As you delve deeper into your practice, the purity of the ice vein's power will intensify until you attain the innate skeletal structure of the ice path. At that point, your sword spirit will truly chill, and the same principle applies to my sword bone." The wind, with a glint of determination in her eyes, responded, "Indeed, your ancient mastery of bone carving is unparalleled. Do not divulge this knowledge, for it could cost you your life." Li Kazhou nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, unless faced with life or death, I shall remain silent." The wind nodded in return. "Fear not. Your secret shall be safe with me, even from my father." Early the next morning, as Li Kazhou stirred from his reverie, a thunderous sound echoed from outside. "Beast, we must depart." With that proclamation, two figures materialized at the threshold. "Qinsha, are you there? Father and I have come to see you." Upon hearing the voice, Li Kazhou recognized the visitors as his father. He had joined this family at the tender age of 6, although there existed a blood bond between them. Their relationship was devoid of intimacy. Moreover, during his time as Li Jianji, his father's gaze had always held a respect reserved for strangers. He understood that their encounters were infrequent, and apart from their familial ties, they were but familiar strangers. "Father, let us converse." As the door swung open, a youth stumbled inside, ushered in by one of the figures. Human beings are innately like Li Yunfan. At this moment, his countenance was as pale as parchment. Seated upon the ground, too fearful to raise his gaze, As soon as Li Kazhou's father, Mr. Li, entered, he let out a long sigh. "What a transgression! Both my father and I have heard from your uncle that this wretched creature took advantage of my absence to trip you. All for the sake of a trifling inheritance, seeking to do you harm. Fortunately, this brute is blind, and you still possess the will to fight. Otherwise, I would be utterly ashamed to face your deceased mother." The man spoke, tears streaming down his face. He cast an indignant glance at Li Yunfan, who was trembling on the ground, a mere speck of dust. "This wretched creature has committed too many sins this time. Should you utter a single word, today I will ruthlessly annihilate my relatives and slay the beast's accomplices, ensuring he will no longer tarnish the honor of my family." Li Kazhou's expression remained calm. Yet Li Yunfan, collapsed on the ground, trembled at the severity of his father's words, crawling on hands and knees to Li Kazhou's feet, pleading for mercy. "Elder brother, I am a slave to greed. Devoid of vision, I acted foolishly. I implore my father to show mercy and spare my life. Every misdeed I committed was under the encouragement of my sister. It is not my fault. Wretched creature. You lack the understanding of how to repent, yet now you must shift the blame to your sister. I shall kill your little beast. Li she screamed. The man's fury was palpable, yet there was a theatrical quality in witnessing Li Kazhou, who, despite not being as cultivated as before, now held a higher status. Whether in seeking alliances or arranging a betrothal with the daughter of Tang Jianji, all reflected the significance of the Li family. To foster a sense of belonging for Li Yunfan within the Li clan, this was nearly a performance set to unfold today. As Li Yunfan approached the Li family, thorns in tow, seeking retribution, Li Kazhou perceived everything clearly, both in his mind and heart. He softly stated, "Father, this matter is past, yet he has indeed acted improperly, bringing disgrace upon our family. The masters of the world are numerous, and regarding his character, I know not when it may bring forth calamity upon our lineage. It is indeed time for strict discipline." Li Shuoyang nodded. "My son speaks rightly. I have labored for 2 years towards the advancement of the Li family, neglecting the education of this creature. Thus he must possess the courage to confront the consequences of his actions. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter with utmost seriousness. What measures of discipline can you recommend for my son? Or what disciplinary actions towards his father?" Li Kazhou declared. "He is inherently impulsive and must learn to cultivate himself. In this situation, He should be suspended for 3 years. After 3 years, when his spirit has calmed, he will regain his freedom. What? 3 years? Li Yufan was taken aback. This man could consume 5 kinds of poison, could drink and gamble without a trace upon his person for a single day. Yet this meant he could not leave the Li residence for 3 years to to him. This suffering was akin to 1,000 blades. Beast, Li Shi bellowed, causing Li Yunfan to tremble in terror. Li Yunfan, trembling in fear, shook his head and tapped his temple, exclaiming, I do not object to staying at the Li residence for 3 years. Thank you, my brother, for saving my life. Witnessing this, Li Shi felt a surge of anger and remarked, aside from this creature, there is also that girl named Yunxia. She knows you remain resilient, yet your identity has changed. She is both frightened and timid. In chapter 48, decisive. The 2 uncles, upon hearing these words, were filled with elation, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they turned to Li Kaizhou, who played a pivotal role in the matter. Li Guzhou nodded slightly, affirming, very well, let it be as you say. Those surrounding the Li family looked on with envy at this scene. In their eyes, Feng and Han were revered as the 3 sword maidens, a title befitting a proud swordsman. After yesterday, they realized that this individual bore the formidable title of Ning Dan's late master. Not to mention being the sole daughter of a swordsman. At that moment, it dawned upon everyone that the Li family had truly soared to great heights, all thanks to this 6-year-old girl. Feng Luhan interjected at the opportune moment. In my Jinzhong, there exists a rule. I cannot accept a disciple until they are 6 years old. When she reaches that age next year, I shall send someone to bring her to Jinzhong. Ah, thank you, Miss Feng. My daughter will be seated under your esteemed guidance. This is indeed a rare opportunity, especially considering your connection with strangers. Henceforth, I can rest assured regarding that girl. In the fading light of the cold wind, he cast a glance at Li Kaizhou, his lips curving into a gentle smile. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Should the Li family encounter difficulties in the future, they may send someone to Jinzhong to seek me. As the throng of people dispersed, they raised their eyes once more, gazing enviously at the 2 uncles. Second master, your future is indeed secure. Indeed, in the future, Jinzhong will have no hierarchy. From this moment on, aside from Mo Chun, my Li family shall have another illustrious figure. Their laughter echoed heartily. How could my daughter ever compare to a stranger? Yet if she can join Jinzhong, her future will be bright. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the crowd. Jinzhong, as the preeminent force in the land of Zuanfeng, to enter such a realm and spend one's life in the eyes of others. This seems implausible. The other uncles of Li Kaizhou wore strained smiles, apprehensive not only of the other's status but also fearful of being rejected by Li Kaizhou, leading them to deliberate cautiously, hesitant to act. However, they had never anticipated that the first to muster the courage to speak today would find such a grand opportunity, only to experience a moment of regret. On the official road, 2 horses galloped past. Cold. Thank you sincerely for earlier, Li Kaizhou suddenly spoke. Presently, his status in Jinzhong was somewhat awkward. Although he faced no rivals during his enhancement period, he had not been acknowledged as a formal disciple due to the wind was brisk, and Feng merely shook her head, her smile unwavering and her lips sealed. Suddenly, it seemed Li Kaizhou recalled something, as he touched the ring on his left hand, producing a small package from within. Here lies 1,000,000 spirit stones, which, before you invite the 6 masters, will inevitably be consumed. You have already assisted me abundantly. Regardless of the quantity, you will accept it. The wind is frigid, and he did not even spare a glance. As she hurried past, she declared, you owe me nothing, but if you once saved me, bestow upon me a cold sword, and all will be forgiven. Li Kaizhou, well aware of her disposition, understood that she would refuse. Even if she were to cast it aside, she would not retrieve it. The cold wind howled fiercely, and suddenly, he gravely remarked, do you realize that now, with this year's cold sword in my possession, I feel far superior to my purple sun sword. Perhaps it may rival my father's purple sword. Li Kaizhou nodded. That piece of ice belongs to the emblematic pattern. I had not anticipated such immense power. However, it can only be wielded once in a lifetime. As the biting wind swept through, upon hearing the final word, a flicker of joy was scarcely detectable in her eyes. Such power, she naturally wished to possess. Most importantly, this power was granted by the person before her, whom she did not desire. Li Kaizhou recalled the introduction to the Assassin's Guild. The Blood Feather Assassin Guild is one of the 4 major assassin organizations under the Zhongfeng sword field. All its assassins are masters, with none beneath the rank of Ningdan. Many among them have achieved terrifying feats in cross-domain assassinations. How to traverse a kingdom. This pertains to the assassins of the early Ningdan stage and the masters of the mid-Ningdan stage. Though it seems merely a realm, there exists an insurmountable chasm in strength. These assassins possess the capability to bridge that gap. Clearly, in the art of killing, they have attained nearly horrifying accomplishments. They are capable of slaying, often exceeding their own limits. This is the very essence of an assassin's existence. In Li Kaizhou's eyes, the stature of the assassin before him felt somewhat sensational, observing that this individual's feet barely touched the ground. He stood with arms poised, yet one could discern clearly that a flurry of floating feathers supported his entire being. Hidden beneath the black robe were eyes that, like a gentle breeze, swept across Li Kaizhou, finally settling upon his icy visage. The intelligence may not be 100% accurate, yet this marked the first occurrence of such a large-scale leak. The third miss of the Ziji family, Jianzhong, was notably frigid. She did not employ the purple yang sword technique, instead relying solely on the wintry elements to extinguish my assassination of the flying fish. With her cold sword technique, the man's voice was distinctly altered, rendering it impossible for anyone to recognize the speaker's identity. The assassination of Feiyu, in fact, stemmed from the very feather that had just descended. It appeared as a fluttering plume, yet only those who had truly perished beneath it understood its terror. This blood feather is renowned as a dark weapon across the world, famed for its ability to remain unsullied by sword spirits. The more one resists with a sword, the swifter their demise. It is said to be the most intrepid of dark weapons globally. Yet, the adversary evidently misjudged the intensity of the cold wind. Unexpectedly, the anticipated sharp edge did not manifest, but rather an extreme chill. Before the feather could commence its slaughter, it was extinguished mid-air. Who sent you? The cold wind inquired. Chapter 49. 100 steps. The winds were fierce and the chill was biting. Today, I did not anticipate your formidable strength. Your cultivation is not akin to the legendary Purple Sun Sword Spirit, nor is it from the mid-phase of the Ningdan period. Yet this has become inconsequential. My purpose today is not to engage you in battle, but to claim the head of this child. And you, even with your elevated level of cultivation, are destined to be unable to thwart my intent. The wind and cold permeated my entire being. As a vast expanse of white frost spread across the ground beneath me, his soul was strong enough to perceive the environment, even the very essence of qi, far exceeding the typical stage of condensation. In his eyes, this canyon spanned no more than 100 meters, concealing at least 2 individuals lurking within. Were these not the same people who had come this way? Those who sought to take my life possessed 2 forms of power, the enameled moon sword school and the sword school. Listening to this individual's earlier words, it was clear that this assassin was not designated by Li Yuejian. Just as he pondered this, the cold wind and the assassin had already converged. What a terrifying chill! No, it was not merely cold. It was a venomous cold. The wind was frigid, and you, hailing from the righteous path, have nurtured such a toxic sword spirit. He wished to rely on his physical prowess to distance himself from Li Kaizhou. But as he charged forward, his body trembled, the pervasive cold infiltrating his limbs and bones. His agile form faltered in an instant, revealing his true self. The wind and the cold shattered both sword and blade. Any weapon that traverses the heavens must inevitably bring forth snow. The assassin dared not resist at all. He had a foreboding sense that should he be swept by the sword, he would meet his demise in the next moment. Yet, even if he evaded the blade, the cold rendered his body rigid, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. After a dozen exchanges, the assassin's heart turned cold. Let alone the head of Li Kaizhou, they had barely the opportunity to wreak havoc within 100 steps. There was nothing but misfortune in the past. The advantage of today had vanished. He retreated several steps, flashing 100 paces away, as people called out in haste. Come and save me. The wind is so frigid. The sword's so powerful, I cannot approach within 100 steps. Ha ha. I knew you would seek my assistance. Li Kaizhou chuckled, saying, You foolish one, have you heard of chivalry? The giant appeared somewhat skeptical. Chivalric spirit. Child, do not presume me a fool. Your attempts at delay are far too naive. Let this woman eliminate him, and let her return to see me. Li Kaizhou nodded, replying, You are indeed clever. But at this moment, being in the right place is of no avail. Tio, speak the truth. There is another master behind me, one who is more affable. He is the chivalrous Confucius. That he faced a direction and continued. Brother Kong should be regarded as chivalrous. Impetuous yet just. After the banquet concluded yesterday, I could not find Brother Kong. He is always by my side, thoroughly protecting me. Brother Kong is well versed in the ways of the world. He must have foreseen that I would be intercepted by the blood feather assassin today. Thus he has come to aid me. In the distance, a concealed rock lay hidden. Cursed, discovered, a voice, enveloped in black attire, muttered to himself unexpectedly. But how could this be? I arrived here early this morning, lying in wait to ambush that beast. I arrived even before those two assassins. It is impossible for him to have found me here. As he pondered whether the other party was deceiving him, Li Kazhou's voice resonated once more. The two blood-feathered assassins believed themselves to be concealed, yet everything was laid bare before Confucius. Unbeknownst to him, Confucius had inadvertently contracted the colorless maggots of my gas-detecting larvae. Had it not been for this fact, these larvae would have alerted me to your proximity. Even today, I would still be kept in the dark by Confucius. I remain oblivious as to who rescued me today. In the place where secrets reside, the visage of that individual bore bruises of blue and purpled. That moment, a sudden scream pierced the air. The assassin, battling against the biting wind, was swiftly engulfed by the icy sweep of the cold blade upon his left arm. Instantly encasing him in frost, the figure decisively swung the sword, shattering the elbow of his left arm, which fell to the ground with a crack, reduced to mere fragments. The assassin, stricken with terror, fled. If you collaborate with such fools, you shall never find respite. You are unworthy of being an assassin. The canyon has but a single path, yet if it does not advance, it shall retreat. That individual turned and fled, fortuitously arriving at the hideout of Confucius. He would expose himself, yet he cared little for it. He pulled down the towel and maneuvered with Yanlin's sword through the air. The assassin's focus was wholly directed behind him, fearing the cold wind that pursued, never contemplating a dash past another individual. Thus, he was completely unprepared. A sigh escaped, skulls flew about, and before they could touch the ground, they were incinerated to ashes by the fiery breath of Yanlin's sword energy. Hong Kong Lin, the fool, was utterly astonished, bolting like a bull. Yet this private law had already been established. Even before that, 12 men had not emerged, and having rushed only 5 steps, 2 large feet transformed into 2 icy pools. The man collapsing like a tower, thunderously crashing to the ground, his head grasped by the earth. As the cold seeped into his body, he was not spared from the onset of freezing. He was sculpted into an ice statue. Subsequently, a colossal roar shattered him completely, reducing him to mere ice shards. Li Kaizhou approached with a mocking expression, chuckling. My assessment of the gas-detecting larvae was indeed correct. It is Confucius without a doubt. Chivalry is indeed worthy of its name, and a sense of justice is undeniably pressing. Surely Confucius and his brethren had heard that these 2 individuals had intercepted me, prompting their timely assistance. Confucius Lin nodded. However, my information is not precise, and to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, I donned this black attire. I had just seen the Wind Girl, who is quite adept, and has no intention of exposing herself. Yet that individual seeks to flee. Of course, Confucius Lin could not permit her to escape. Li Kazhou brimmed with admiration. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Confucius, who seemed reluctant to squander further time on trivialities, he opened his mouth to depart. Indeed, Confucius Lin appeared to recollect something, his expression subtly shifting, saying, Brother, you. Chapter 50. Danger for Li Kazhou and his wife. The journey through the canyon was indeed perilous. Aside from these 2 blood-feathered assassins, the true danger lay with Confucius. Li Kazhou now possessed a 70% certainty in confirming that Confucius was the enigmatic figure of that era, should he not deceive this individual, compelling him to assume the guise of a chivalrous man. When this person emerged as a mysterious figure, he would be condemned as a successful man. The current cold winds were undoubtedly no match for him. It is evident that Confucius was resolute in his intention to eliminate him. Li Kazhou felt as though he had been cast into the depths of despair. They dared not linger any longer. They exited Feihu River, fleeing with great urgency. Upon entering Jinzhong, Li Kazhou and Feng Lianghan were overcome with grief, their voices choked with tears. Look, that person resembles Miss Jian-san. How has Miss Jian-san transformed so drastically after just a few days? Her hair now glistens like crystal, her eyes have turned an enchanting blue, and her skin seems to emit a faint azure glow. Surely, she is not prone to fits of anger. Passers-by murmured a plethora of idle gossip. The cold wind carried a voice that only the 2 could hear. I will first see my father. Concerning the sudden change in my swordsmanship, I have already devised a method to manage it without exposing your capabilities. Li Kaijo nodded, awaiting the departure of the biting wind that he seemed to sense something. Casting a sidelong glance into the distance, it was not far now that Ji Su trailed behind the four, walking on tiptoe, and observed as two individuals entered the mountain gate. Their faces were aghast, resembling phantoms. Brother, this scoundrel, how the heart and gallbladder of Chao Kuan shattered. And he hastily whispered his inquiry. Ji Su raised his hand to silence him, his expression shifting. Let us proceed. The moment Li Kaijo stepped out, he encountered them. Not good. Discovered. Gu Su was taken aback. Since their initial confrontation at the mountain gate, his fear of Li Kaijo had intensified, making him reluctant to meet him again. Li Kaijo approached him with a smile. To Gu Su and Chao Kuan. The smile upon his face bore little distinction from that of a devil. Guin, you truly are a miraculous being. The last time you were struck by Lu Jianming, you nearly met your demise. Yet here you are, resurrected after merely a month. Gu Su's countenance darkened and remained silent, though his gaze remained icy. Good dogs do not intrude. Li Kaijo, if you have any nonsense to release, do so. I am disinterested in your drivel. Chao Kuan, aware that he was confined by the gate's restrictions and thus fearless, mockingly retorted, Li Kaijo, what do you even look like? If we were to defeat Lu Jianming, what could we accomplish in Denver? It remains a dire situation. Cannot we extract natural gas? Li Kaijo, arriving at this juncture, naturally chose not to engage him in conversation. With a faint smile, he remarked, you are far too tense. I merely wish to share my experiences from this trip to Jianzhou. Share experiences? Gu Su's brows furrowed slightly. I must apologize. I have no interest in your experiences. I advise you to converse with dogs, for only they would heed your prattle throughout Jianzhou. Li Kaijo's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I am well aware of that. Which is precisely why I wish to share with you. Ancient myths and tales are widely disseminated. Ji Su had initially intended to leave with his companions, but upon hearing the term bloodfeather assassin, he abruptly halted, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. Ji Su, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, coldly inquired, what do you wish to convey to me? Do you believe I have invited those two assassins? Certainly not. The price I have set is 100,000 spirit stones. Not mention 100. Li Kaijo has no chance to accurately and honestly remember the rules of the Dragon Bone. Now, the Elder demands him to do so, and he has no reason to refuse. As for the Elder's ultimate purpose after his memories are completed, he can only take one step at a time. Of course, he did not reject the capital. This ancestor from Zichi, renowned for his immortality, has evidently transcended the realm of terrestrial swordsmen and entered the domain of ethereal swordsmen, becoming an ancient great cultivator who has ventured into the realm of celestial might. Faced with such a formidable individual, even if the other party's body is flawed and his strength is lacking, Li Kaijo feels he is still far from being able to resist. The patterns of the sword bone are extraordinarily intricate, a fact that Li had indeed anticipated. The inherent complexity of the swordsmanship markings far surpasses that of the original 7 malevolent dragon's blood markings. An hour later, sweat poured down his forehead as he reached the final stage. Although he found himself in a perilous situation, akin to a marionette, a fish caught in a net, the joy within him remained uncontainable as he drew ever closer to reclaiming the sword. Why? How could this be? Suddenly, the cry of the Elder in purple garments pierced the air. Observing the sword bone lying across the Elder's knee, one could visibly witness the rapid depletion of jade essence, swiftly deteriorating until it resembled nothing more than an ordinary, desiccated bone. A crack. Under the Elder's gaze, a faint popping sound caused the sword bone of the severed dragon to splinter inch by inch. Panic flickered in the Elder's eyes as a withered hand emerged from his long sleeves. The moment his hand brushed against the sword bone, it crumbled to ashes like charred wood, silently disintegrating. No, how could this happen? Terror and despair filled the Elder's gaze. As if he beheld the last straw of hope being severed, he suddenly lifted his head, only to lower it once more. Almost at the moment the sword turned to ashes, Li Kaijo had fully completed his recollection, the runes etched into the depths of his soul. Upon awakening, Li Kaijo was met with the transformation of the sword bone. A sense of astonishment washed over him. He had never encountered such an occurrence. He had branded the inherent sword markings, yet the markings within the sword bone had vanished. Without the power of the runes to sustain them, the sword bone instantaneously reverted to a state of existence. This is Chapter 51. The Demon. Li Kaijo sang a little, aware of a few things in his heart. As far as he knew, all 9 true dragons were unique. There has never been 2 dragons coexisting in the world. Likewise, two sets of rules cannot coexist simultaneously. If two sets of rules were to exist, they would inevitably vanish. The elder in purple gazed at Li Kaizhou as if he were a refreshing spring in a vanishing desert, clearly embodying the final thirst for life. Little demon, hurry, continue your demonstration. Let me see how you possess the sword spirit. If you can harness the sword spirit, I shall grant you a significant opportunity today. Hurry. The elder appeared increasingly impatient. Li Kaizhou, observing his demeanor, sensed an underlying danger. Jesus spoke. Please forgive the disciple for not undertaking this matter. What did you say? A cold light flickered in the elder's eyes. Feeling as though he were dangling from a precipice, on the verge of being cast down, Li Kaizhou hastily proclaimed, "It is not the disciples who fail to act, but rather my current abilities that render me incapable of depicting the symbols of this sword. If compelled to do so, there can only be one outcome, the violent demise of my corporeal form." However, what Li Kaizhou asserted was not entirely accurate. He had last refined the essence of all living souls. Yet those souls had never ventured into the second indescribable realm. Given his present spiritual strength, he had not yet dared to attempt it, nor was he certain it could be unlocked. Nevertheless, the elder radiated an intense warmth. Though he sensed something peculiar and was naturally reluctant to descend in any case, the innate sword incantation had been acquired, and he could experiment with it gradually in the future. There is an insufficiency of souls. The elder muttered to himself, resembling a devil to bolster his credibility. Li Kaizhou reiterated, "Indeed, this innate sword mark is perhaps the most intricate thing I have witnessed in my lifetime. It deserves the heavenly scars of a sword cleaving the dragon. Yet the disciples have altered it to a lamentably low degree at present. Such a feat is unattainable. Little devil, seize it." The elder interrupted him, raising a hand as something flew forth from his sleeve. Li Kaizhou, perplexed, hastily reached out to grasp it. A jade vial materialized in his palm, containing a liquid that shimmered with a faint milky luster. This is the jade essence of 10,000 years. A celestial elixir for nurturing the soul. Hold it and commence your cranial carving skills at once. Should you dare to claim your spiritual power is insufficient, I shall shoot you dead. In the elder's fervent gaze, greed lingered subtly. Before him stood a fencer who had transcended this land. Now, Li Kaizhou found himself compelled to draw the bowstring taut. He could only produce his carving knife and embark on his task. Although he understood that upon completing the carving and birthing the sword soul, the elder would reveal his true malevolent intentions, he realized that failing to comply could result in his own demise at the hands of his adversary. After countless days and nights of contemplation, he had finally reached this juncture, yet he could hardly fathom such a turn of events under these circumstances. As he carved, an enigmatic pattern began to take shape. Suddenly, the soul of the third scene emerged. As he depicted this design, an endeavor devoid of significance, the entire process akin to flowing clouds and running waters, in the latter half of the incense sticks burning. The carving knife fell to Li Kaizhou, with countless pores, was abruptly forced open, and an invisible sword was drawn forth. The sharp edge of this blade pierced through the hardest obsidian floor of the hall, creating thousands of holes, while the surrounding dragon relief walls were shattered, scattering debris. The elder's face registered shock, his eyes brimming with ecstasy, as his violet irises emanated a purple aura, fixating upon Li Kaizhou below. The sword bone. The body of the sword bone is splendid. Though it is merely the first, it surpasses the sacred root bone. The heavens bear witness, and I, in my purple extremity, shall re-emerge into this world. The elder, in a fit of rage, exclaimed excitedly, "Little devil, as disciples of the progeny of Jianzhong, you are both my disciples and descendants. Today, my ancestors have bestowed upon you a grand creation, so you may witness the resurrection of my forebears' lives." Li Kaizhou stood in astonishment. The arcane art of seizing dwellings has not permeated the realm of the Zunfeng sword, yet it runs rampant within the Yingyuan sword arena. Moreover, the execution of this enchantment is fraught with challenges. We must procure a vessel of exceptional quality. Firstly, should the body be feeble, it cannot sustain the soul of the sword immortal. Secondly, this method, which demands a sacrifice of life, offers but a singular opportunity for practice. If the sacrificial body proves inadequate, the celestial being will perish mid-ritual, and the practitioner will utterly lose their soul and the chance for reincarnation. The progenitor of the Zichi lineage possessed formidable power, invisible to the ordinary eye until the moment he beheld Li Kaizhou, who sparked unprecedented hope, transforming yang into yin. Suddenly, mummies began to emerge, one after another, each enveloped in a violet aura. with only the size of a palm manifesting as a wraith. At some point, Li Kazhou found himself entirely frozen, as if bound in place. No matter how he struggled, he could not move a single finger. The ethereal violet infant approached him, emanating an unusual purple radiance from its abdomen. That was Xian Yuan, and he heard the elder's voice once more. With a flash of purple light, the infant vanished into Li Kazhou's brow, leaving the latter with echoes of the elder's words in his mind. Li Kazhou steadied himself, yet this did not hinder his soul's rebellion. Why? Suddenly, a delightful surprise surged from the sea. You little demon, truly peculiar. The soul is not merely a common form of mist, but a vibrant eye. Nevertheless, it shall not deter me from my intentions. Witness how I will dissolve your essence. The confidence of the progenitor was not unfounded. Li's soul now resided in a third, unknown state. With such immense spiritual power, he distinctly sensed an all-pervasive force striving to disintegrate his soul into the formless. Chapter 52. Flowing clouds and waters in the elder's eager gaze, there lurked an insatiable greed. Before him stood a swordsman who had transcended this realm. Now, Li Kazhou found himself compelled to shoot arrows from the bowstring that he could only retrieve his sculpting knife and commence his own intricate carving. Though he was aware that upon completing the bone sculpting and birthing the sword soul, the elder would reveal his true malevolent intentions, he understood that failure to act could result in his demise at the hands of his adversary. Countless days and nights had passed in contemplation, leading him to this pivotal moment. Yet he could scarcely fathom the unfolding of events under such circumstances. As he carved, an enigmatic pattern began to materialize. Suddenly, the soul of the third scene emerged, effortlessly delineating this design, the entire process flowing seamlessly like water. As the latter half of the incense stick burned, the carving knife fell. Li Kazhou, with millions of pores suddenly forced open, unleashed an invisible sword that sprang forth. This blade, a manifestation of spiritual sharpness, wore down the hardest obsidian floor of the hall, while the surrounding reliefs of dragon walls were cleaved into fragments, scattering debris. The elder's visage was one of astonishment, his eyes brimming with ecstasy as a violet mist emanated from his purple orbs, fixated upon Li Kazhou below. The sword bone. The sword's essence possesses a remarkable body, although it is merely the first fragment. It surpasses even the sacred root. The heavens possess eyes, allowing me, Ziji, to re-emerge in this world. The elder, driven to madness, cried out with exuberance, "Little demon, as disciples of the lineage of Jinzhong, you are also my apprentices and progeny. Today my ancestors bestow upon you a magnificent creation, enabling you to witness the rebirth of my forebears' existence. Let your lives rewind. This old fellow truly has a way about him." Li Kazhou stood in astonishment. Such a technique of seizing bodies is not widely disseminated within the realm of the esteemed sword, yet it runs rampant on the battlefield of the Yingyuan sword. Moreover, manifesting this magic is no trivial endeavor. We must locate a vessel of exceptional quality. Firstly, if the body is too frail, it cannot sustain the soul of the sword immortal. Secondly, this sacrificial method offers but a singular opportunity for practice. Should the physical constitution of the vessel be inadequate, the half-finished immortal shall perish, and the sacrificer will completely lose their soul and the chance for reincarnation. The ancestor of the purple pool was also a formidable force. Ordinary mortals naturally cannot perceive the eyes of such might until they beheld Li Kazhou, who then glimpsed unprecedented hope, transform yang into yin. Suddenly, the mummified corpses emerged one after another, enveloped in a shroud of violet mist. With phantoms the size of a palm darting forth at some point, Li Kazhou found himself completely immobilized, as if fixed in place. Regardless of his efforts, he could not move a single finger. This was the seal formed by the elder's hand gestures during the cultivation of his profound technique. Known as the stasis seal, specifically designed for the sword immortal's arts, the ethereal purple infant soared toward him, its abdomen radiating an extraordinary violet luminescence. It was the celestial garden, and once again, the elder's voice echoed. Li Kazhou steadied himself, yet this did not hinder him from resisting with his own soul. Why? Suddenly, a surprise emerged from the sea. "You little demon, how peculiar. The soul is not merely a common form of mist. It is a vibrant eye. Yet, whatever it may be, it cannot deter my actions. Witness how I shall dissolve your soul." The confidence of Ziji's ancestor was not unfounded. Li's soul now resided in a third, unknown state. With such immense spiritual power, he distinctly felt an omnipresent force disassembling his soul into the intangible. The cloud dragon dining method is a form of internal breathing technique. Li Kaijo had only just begun to practice it. Unexpectedly, wisps of violet mist began to emanate from his entire being. The dragon energy he had cultivated in his previous life inexplicably generated a devouring force, rendering the violet gas intangible, as the purple mist refined. The dragon energy began to grow noticeably. This violet gas.it seemed to originate from a purple fairy. Li Kaijo clearly sensed that this purple mist was, in fact, Zixia, a form of celestial haze. Only when the immortal body of the Sword Immortal is created can it come into existence. Had this dragon deity stripped the old specter and the immortals of their powers? Just as his spirits waned, the elder's voice rang out amidst the ocean of knowledge. What is amiss? What has transpired? What force is consuming beneath my sword? It was evident that a measure of panic had infiltrated the elder's tone. He had just uttered that as long as his fairy remained alive, his power would be boundless. Yet, he never anticipated that the moment his words fell silent, an inexplicable force would strip him of the celestial radiance he had cultivated throughout his life. Although the speed of this force was not particularly swift, in comparison to him, it was but a mere fraction, yet he could distinctly sense the waning of his ethereal glow. If this insatiable devouring continued, he would ultimately be consumed by the pure light of day. However, at this moment, Li Kaijo did not relent. Although he possessed the ability to absorb the celestial radiance, his pace was too sluggish, and the weight of his age was too great. Thus, his current soul lacked the strength to continuously gather the weary remnants of his old fairy fate. Leaving him unable to escape the clutches of the relentless force, the hall was shrouded in a profound silence. In the midst of this stillness, Li Kaijo stood like a statue, his body motionless, save for his eyes which occasionally trembled, a testament to his vitality. Suddenly, amidst the depths of the sea, the elder erupted into a fit of excitement, laughing heartily. Child, no matter your capabilities, no matter how peculiar you may be, you cannot thwart me. You have reached the end of your tether. Witness how I shall dissolve your very soul. Li Kaijo's complexion turned ashen, his soul on the brink of exhausting its oil and light. He began to perceive the omnipresent force within the ocean, encroaching upon his essence. Li Kaijo emitted a mournful groan, feeling as though he were being scorched in a furnace, ready to burst forth at any moment. Concurrently, above his head, the vertically positioned eye, before vanishing, regained its control, opening wide and radiating a beam of black light that illuminated his entire being. Upon this light entering his body, the pressure upon Li's consciousness significantly diminished, and the searing sensation vanished instantaneously. His heart was blessed, filled with an ineffable sensation. It seemed as though he had gained mastery over his soul's power, infusing its application with an air of mystery. His heart fluttered slightly, and the solitary soul within the ocean underwent a transformation. Under the influence of his thoughts, the threads of the soul began to entwine layer upon layer around the immortal essence that breached the ocean's surface. Ultimately, like a cage, they suspended the immortal treasure in midair. This is soul silk. This is impossible. How have you lost your ancient sorcery? The elder's voice trembled, ensnared by the threads, regardless of whether they were his own immortal powers or the grand methods of yin and yang transformation. They were confined and rendered ineffective. For him, the most desolate realization was that the force of devouring still lingered, and his fairy tale-like celestial glow continued to be methodically stripped away. How can this be? Who are you truly? I know you must be the reincarnation of an ancient sorcerer's soul. Otherwise, you would not possess such a soul, nor would your essence wield such power. The gods will annihilate me. The ancestor of the purple pool let out a sorrowful wail. Just as the elder was ensnared by the soul's silk, Li Kaijo regained his freedom. His complexion was as pale as parchment, as if he were about to collapse to the ground. This unexpected twist, fraught with peril, had led him through a harrowing near-death experience, ultimately bestowing upon him a method of soul silk, a miraculous escape from the jaws of death. What had just transpired? Soul silk. What is this? Li Kaijo pondered to himself as for the power of soul threads. He was at a loss as to how he had acquired such an ability. Moments ago, the elderly man employed the method of melting the yin to dissolve his own soul. He bestowed blessings upon his spirit, which, in an inexplicable manner, grasped this extraordinary ability. Such peculiar occurrences had transpired in his past life, granting him the capacity to perceive runes with his eyes and master the art of bone carving. At that moment, he found himself unable to comprehend the situation, nor did he delve deeper into his studies. His soul was nearly depleted, The oil of his lamp extinguished, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He swiftly closed his eyes and knelt, practicing the cloud dragon dining method to emerge from his reverie. His entire being was enveloped in a violet mist, and a wandering dragon danced along his meridian. Chapter 53. Disappearance. Li Kezhou once more encountered the vastness of the sea. How audacious! You, the younger generation, dare to ensnare me and show me such disrespect. Release me at once, or else that I shall ensure your demise without a burial. The voice still bore the frenzied tone of superiority, yet it was evidently intense. What? Are you serious? The old man's voice brimmed with excitement. Li Kezhou stated. You have no alternative that I ask you. Are you familiar with the spiritual method I employ? You claim he is an ancient sorcerer. What of it? The elder seemed at a loss for words, and calmly replied, Your spiritual technique, known as the spinning silk method, was practiced by a sorcerer who specialized in spiritual arts in ancient times. It is said that this method is exceedingly difficult to master. The first step involves nurturing a spider larva, and then infusing spiritual power into the venomous silk spun by the spider day and night. However, the specific nurturing techniques and the method of raising the larva are long lost to antiquity. Li Kezhou, upon hearing this, was filled with great confusion and inquired if the practice of this method is so arduous. Why have I never practiced it, yet possess such an ability? The elder replied. Thus, I surmise that you may be the reincarnation of a great ancient witch. You must understand, soul skills differ from sword skills. Even in the face of physical death, the imprint of soul skills remains etched within the soul. Do you comprehend? Li Kezhou absorbed this revelation, realizing that his soul did not belong to this realm. Now, he was astonished to learn that the mystical capabilities of his spirit could rival those of the great ancient witch in this world. Indeed. However, this is contingent upon your past life as a celestial being. Otherwise, if the soul is too fragile and devoid of memory, the concept of a previous existence simply ceases to exist. Upon hearing this peculiar notion of self-proclaimed secrets, Li Kezhou mused, there truly exists a realm of understanding that transcends comprehension. Curiosity piqued, he asked, Do you recall who you were in your past life? The elder fell silent, finally responding, Perhaps I was nothing grand in my previous existence. Perhaps I did not engage in the same practices. Upon entering the pillar of heaven, although I unraveled the mysteries of my former self, nothing remained. Not even a memory. He seemed reluctant to elaborate further and quickly added, Do you wish to know? I have divulged everything to you, child. Now grant me my freedom. Li Kezhou asserted. My words are eternally binding. If you release me, you shall be free, but now is not that moment. What? How dare you deceive me? You little demon, the elder seethed with fury. You are quite useful to me now, Li remarked. Once you have exhausted the celestial mist in the fairy garden and bestowed upon me all your capabilities, I shall release you. You beast! How dare you? The elder was driven to the brink of madness, believing himself to be the supreme master of swordplay from his generation, only to be deceived by a mere imp. Discovering that he had been transformed into such a dreadful demon, most importantly, if we were to truly follow the other's instructions, when the celestial mist was depleted from his immortal essence, it would undoubtedly equate to a life of self-cultivation. And even if we allowed him to depart, there would be no way to continue living. Little demon, as the ancestor of the Purple Sword Academy, I command you to release me at once. Otherwise, I shall shatter the net with you today, igniting that immortal essence and obliterating your soul. The elder's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. What? Is there no other option? Li Kezhou was astounded to find himself a sword immortal. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, his voice steady as he spoke. My predecessors have practiced for centuries under all conditions. Have they not? I am but a few years old. I am honored that my predecessors would choose to self-destruct alongside me. If they deem it a worthy transaction, they shall self-detonate. Beast, you. The elder loathed this notion vehemently. Naturally, he had no desire to self-destruct, for such an act signified the demise of all souls, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Li Kezhou, at the tender age of 9, finally encountered an extraordinary opportunity, an undeniable sense of comfort washing over him for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Lifting his gaze, the elder had transformed into a lifeless corpse. One eye gleaming brightly as he charged forward with an arrow, this old wretch had entered the sword of the celestial being. Surely he possessed the most ancient treasures. Li Kezhou mumbled, beginning to scrutinize his own body. The elder, in an unguarded moment, had lost a bottle of millennial-old jade dew. However, after extensive searching, He found no object as he had envisioned, whether it be a mundane pouch or a more exalted artifact. There were no traces whatsoever. Strange. Li Kaizhou stroked his chin, his face a mask of bewilderment. Upon arriving at Sword County, is there no need to store items anymore? I seem to recall. Previously, it appeared as though he was raising his hand, and the dew seemed to be flying forth from his sleeves. Li attempted to feel the area of the man's sleeve, yet sensed nothing unusual, as if nothing were amiss, and no reason. He rudely yanked at the man's sleeve, tearing it halfway. The sleeve was black, simply styled, and had been observed for many years. What is this? Akin to a diaper. Li Kaizhou held it in his hand, turning it over to examine. He struggled to comprehend the situation. Thus, if the ancestor trapped in the sea were to learn of this, a surge of ancient bloodline would inevitably erupt. This sleeve, known as the Qiankuan sleeve, was capable of containing all that could be stored. For this purpose, ancestors had slain both foes and allies. After 9 deaths, this sleeve was taken. Now, it was regarded by Li Kaizhou as nothing more than a urinal. Li Kaizhou was no fooled. As memories of the jade dew bursting forth from the sleeve thousands of years ago surfaced. He could not help but mutter to himself, does this item possess the ability to store things? He endeavored to penetrate his thoughts. In the next moment, his eyes illuminated as if he had entered a new realm. A world shrouded in darkness. The first sight that greeted him was a towering mountain, standing 100 feet high. It turned out that within his sleeve lay a universe, yet the old specter had nothing to do. So he accepted the mountain as a substitute. His spirit had just shattered, and 3 items lay before him. The first was a blade belonging to a glorious body. However, the scabbard of the luminous sword was merely half the size of a door panel. It was crafted from a purple wood, intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs, captivating to behold. Needless to say, this must be the sword of the purple fairy. In reality, Li Kaizhou extended his hand, and the sword materialized in his palm. After gazing at it for a moment, he gently shook his head. The sword must possess the essence of immortality, but alas, such a sword is beyond my control at present. The sword was tucked away into his sleeve, and the second item manifested that it was a small booklet, no thicker than 3 fingers, and Li Kaizhou curiously opened the first page, where 4 fervent characters leapt to his eyes. Purple sword. Li Kaizhou's eyes sparkled with realization. This must be the renowned Wanzhong Jianqi ranking, specifically the training methods for self-cultivation in Jianqi. He flipped through it a few times. The records were exceedingly detailed, clearly the notes of his ancestors. After a while, he closed the booklet. The methods for cultivating sword souls were truly exhilarating, but my ambition lies in attaining the 5th rank of the Longbi sword soul. This can only serve as a contingency plan. Should I wish to pursue the Longbi sword soul in the future, it would be futile without proper preparation. The booklet was stowed away in the cosmic sleeve, and the final item appeared in his hands. What sort of egg is this? Li Kaizhou gazed at the object, inspecting it repeatedly. It was evidently an egg, the nature of the creature within unknown. Strangely, the surface of the egg was adorned with fine scales, entirely green, the size of a head, yet weighing over 100 kilograms. In the hall, swordsmen were capable of wielding such a substantial item. Yet he found these 3 objects to be of varying utility. One was useless, another not. For the last one, he was at a loss as to its purpose. With resignation, Li Kaizhou placed the egg back into the cosmic sleeve. Observing the vast expanse within the sleeve, capable of accommodating even a mountain, he began to comprehend the value of this item and tucked it into his embrace. He looked at the corpse before him, ready to obliterate it. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the hall. How is the master? Someone has arrived. Waiting at the door, the voice was grating, more discordant than the cawing of crows. Li Kaizhou's heart raced violently. The voice was unmistakably that of the coachman from the night prior. Inspired, he parted his lips to speak. Chapter 54. A moment of silence. The old servant retreated a few steps, and the fissures in the wall slowly sealed. Li Kaizhou descended from the heavens. Are you well? The figure draped in a yellow robe, with hair that appeared ancient, had been muttering to itself since its arrival, incessantly uttering something. Now, it had heard Li Kaizhou's lament. Its lips ceased moving, its eyes wide. Fixating on Li Kaizhou, who stood nearby, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, rasping in a hoarse voice. Old man, have you changed your ways? Should I employ this trick to deceive the Longbi sword? Li Kaizhou was taken aback. Suddenly, this individual seemed to regard him as the deprived ancestor of the purple extreme, but he chuckled. The ancient ancestor of that bygone era truly yearned to usurp my body. Yet this person underestimates me greatly that I have rebelled against him. Now, I find myself ensnared in a sea of knowledge. The old man's snowy white eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Li Kaizhou. After a moment, he erupted into a fit of raucous laughter. Ha! The old man chuckled through his tears, finally weeping to completion. Good. You are not that spectre. One's gaze pierces the soul. This old ghost lacks eyes like yours. Pray tell, child, how have you achieved this? That ancient relic is treacherous and cunning. Even at life's end, you cannot contend with it. Li Kaizhou nodded slightly. My forebear did not anticipate such malevolence. Today, I can scarcely perceive your ancestors. But just as this individual put the harmonious law into practice, I inexplicably acquired a certain power that I beg your pardon. Esteemed ancestors, earn the trust of others. One must naturally exude an air of mystery. Others lightly closed their eyes, and suddenly, a surge of black mist erupted forth, coalescing into a silken thread of darkness. What is this? The old man's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Li Kaizhou remarked. I heard the old ghost mention this. I merely relied on this object to ensnare him. The elder nodded slightly and regarded Li Kaizhou once more, as if eager to understand him better. The old man appeared somewhat dubious, remaining silent, yet nodding in acknowledgement. Behold your predecessor. Li Kaizhou swung his sword, a choked cry escaping him as he lunged forward, leaving a scar upon the wall as debris cascaded down. The old man's eyes widened again, his astonishment deepening. Remarkable. Now that I have developed the spirit of swordsmanship, do you truly wish to pass it on to me? Li Kaizhou's heart raced with excitement. After all, it was the fifth most powerful sword in the world, a fact that could not help but thrill him. The elder's eyes abruptly sharpened, as if he had discovered a general, exclaiming in astonishment. What a naturally gifted sword bone. Boy, the last time I saw you, you were not like this. Why do you suddenly possess such remarkable sword bone now? Li Kaizhou vaguely replied. This is the dragon bone of the sword of cracked dragon. I have relied upon that bone to elevate myself. He merely stated that he had achieved success through the dragon bone, but refrained from elaborating on how he accomplished it. Firstly, it was his secret, and he was unwilling to divulge more. Secondly, the matter was too intricate to discuss endlessly. Just as the old man was about to inquire further, his expression shifted abruptly, his gaze sharply directed towards the sky. He then appeared quite anxious. Child, your high credentials are rare, yet you are worthy of my Longbi sword. Today, I shall bestow upon you the first Longbi sword in existence. The elder clasped the sword tightly, his veins pulsating throughout his body. Blood reversed its flow. That moment, a thunderous sound erupted as a dragon-shaped bloodlight burst forth from his back. Longbi sword spirit, one barrier, one demise, one barrier. Boy, let me ask you, do you wish to revere me as your master? However, at this moment, Li Kaizhou found himself utterly perplexed, hastily dropping to one knee. The younger generation must revere their elders as they would their predecessors, and never should they belittle the spirit of this sword. Seize the sword. The old man, inebriated beyond measure, exuded a dragon-like bloodlight that pierced through his body, vanishing upon Li Kaizhou's spine. Suddenly, a beam of bloodlight shot forth from his back, casting an eerie reflection upon his spine. A howl echoed, an inexplicable roar of a dragon resonated throughout the hall. The roar seemed distant, yet distinctly cleared. In an instant, a colossal dragon silhouette materialized, enveloping his entire being. The dragon appeared as if sculpted upon a jade wall. Upon witnessing this scene, one would suddenly grasp the reason behind it all. Li Kaizhou observed that the old man had fallen silent, his gaze tinged with melancholy. If he merely idolized his master, seeking to attain the essence of the dragon wall sword to some extent, he would have passed the sword to him after their recent conversation, affirming his master's worth throughout his lifetime. Yet, he never anticipated that they merely bore the titles of teacher and disciple. With a mere turn, heaven and man were forever separated. What did the master's earlier words signify? Did he comprehend who I am and what I represent? The ancestor of Ziji claimed that I was a great witch in my past life. Could this truly be? It seemed implausible. I am not of this world. Even if I possessed a previous existence, it would bear no relation to this realm. He muttered to himself, momentarily bewildered by the circumstances. In his confusion, he ceased his entanglement and began to delve into the dragonwall sword soul he had just inherited. He drew forth his sword and, in the darkness, discreetly channeled the sword's spirit through his veins. Li Kaizhou's brows furrowed slightly. As he infused his sword's spirit into the blade, he sensed an unsettling stagnation. akin to a great river intermittently dammed in its course. That it recalled to him the words he had spoken to himself months prior during his travels to Lingnan, when he was regarded as the world's foremost swordsman. According to the old man, my treasured sword harbored certain issues, necessitating restoration with a rare iron known as dragon horn-shin silver. It appeared this individual was not merely rambling before this sword. His master had been a figure known as the white-faced black swordsman. That it seemed this person had undoubtedly endured a monumental battle before his demise. The sword had been damaged in the fray. Previously, devoid of swordsmanship, he had regarded the sword merely as a burdensome weapon, and thus failed to perceive its faults. Now, with the acquisition of swordsmanship, he instantly sensed abnormalities. Li Kaijo was suddenly engulfed by a surge of resentment. That storage-style 10 treasures was as good as life itself. How generous I considered him, gifting me this sword, only to discover it was flawed. I had wasted 10 years on him. What a folly! He redirected his attention to his sword, with a swift motion. The sword danced, its techniques surging forth like mighty waves. Boom! The sword's aura shattered against the stone wall 10 feet away, producing a thunderous sound. The entire hall trembled violently, dust and debris cascading down like a long waterfall. How formidable! Li Kaijo felt an inexplicable tremor within his heart. Without employing sword techniques, this sword's power was no less than that of my previous blade. That it had been fully restored to its mid-Ningdan state. This sword granted him a rudimentary understanding of his current combat prowess. At present, if he were to embrace the spirit of demons and monsters, or employ a massacre tactic akin to piercing 9 legs with his blade, it would be nearly impossible for him to find an equal in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, he comprehended the profound enigma of the dragon by sword spirit. Li Kaijo experienced an epiphany, whether it be the ancestral spirit of the purple extreme sword or the emergence of the Liuli Mingyue sword school. Both underwent a protracted process of cultivation. Although the spirit of the sword is formidable, it is cultivated over time. As with all forms of refinement, one may possess both commendable and unworthy qualities. Different individuals yield different levels of cultivation. Yet, his dragon by sword soul was evidently not of such nature. When the sword soul is inherited through the sword seed, it reaches completion at the moment the sword seed is bestowed. Provided one attains the requisite level of training, all mysterious sword techniques can be manifested. The excitement within Li Kaijo was palpable. The immense commotion stirred by this sword immediately drew the attention of outsiders. Congratulations, Master! You have acquired the 5th dragon by sword god in the world. The voice of the old coachman lingered. Li Kaijo, now aware of his ancestor's legacy, let out a maniacal laugh, glancing at his master's corpse. Before the universe seemed to close in around him, he then proclaimed, "Enter." The walls parted, and the old man, hunched with age, stepped inside. Li Kaijo addressed him. "There is a task I require of you. Be my master's command." The elder held deep respect for the ancestor of ZG, daring not to raise his head throughout the interaction. This humility was surely the cause of his frail condition over the years. Li Kaijo instructed, "You must assist me in locating a spiritual iron known as Long Jiaochen In. If it cannot be found in Lingnan, seek it in other realms of swordsmanship. Regardless, it must be procured." He produced a pouch of treasures and tossed it forth. The elder picked it up. Chapter 55. The sword platform. As the two men shouted at one another, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. As if a pin had dropped, they sensed this peculiar atmosphere and instinctively halted. Glancing behind them, a figure stood there, fixated on the sword platform. Li Kaijo. In the last moment, as Li Kaijo's 4th-tier disciple successfully refined the chi, a face abruptly turned pale. Trembling uncontrollably, Li Kaijo shifted his gaze from the sword platform and approached the M and an invisible momentum enveloped him, causing beads of sweat to form on the man's forehead. "I hope I did not mishear. You said that when we meet again, not only should I avoid you, but also walk on my knees." The man trembled, unable to articulate a coherent response. Observing his demeanor, Li Kaijo coldly remarked, "I would honor you with one knee. Yet, I still demand one knee from you. Since you have proclaimed thus, I present you with 2 choices." A profound silence enveloped them as he awaited the man's response. "Firstly, you shall kneel before me in the future. Secondly, conversely, you may witness me kneeling before you in the future. You may choose one of the 2. The disciple of Jianzhong was certainly not a fool. Yet he found himself intimidated by the character of the opponent who had bested Lu Jianming. Choosing the former option would be tantamount to suicide. His expression shifted ever so slightly, casting a glance at the remaining light that swept across the surroundings. Every pair of eyes was fixed upon him, each gaze laden with a sense of schadenfreude regarding his misfortune. Especially poignant was the moment he had just rebuked someone. They reveled in the spectacle. Today, all disciples of Jianzhong had gathered. Should he choose the latter option and witness one another kneeling, he would undoubtedly become the first laughingstock of Jianzhong, a fate he could hardly bear to contemplate. As he wrestled with his thoughts, a flash of determination ignited in his eyes that a person clenched their jaw, and the flesh at their waist suddenly tensed. Li Kuzhou, what merit do you possess? I would rather die standing than live on my knees. He spoke defiantly, and courage seemed to surge forth once more. He lifted his gaze. Li Kuzhou, long time no see, yet you have only deteriorated. A voice called out from behind Li Kuzhou, exuding confidence. Ji Yuzonglong, the second son of the sword. It was said that he had recently slain the fearsome evil Buddha. This malevolent figure had committed numerous heinous acts, relentlessly pursuing him, leaving him with no refuge in heaven or earth. Ultimately, he had no choice but to flee to the Black Mountain for survival, yet even that proved futile. In the end, he was captured by the evil Buddha, who bore a golden visage. What? Such a thing is unfathomable. It is astonishing that the golden-faced evil Buddha could so callously take lives. It was rumored that at least 10 people perished each day, all renowned masters. Unexpectedly, he had finally grasped the forehead of the second son. Raising his head in acknowledgement, this is what it looks like. The second son of the sword, as the tales suggest, had indeed surpassed the late stage of Ningdan. In the twilight of Ningdan, the evil Buddha had proclaimed himself rampant and invincible. Who could have imagined that he would ultimately fall at the hands of my swordsman? The second son of the sword has truly elevated my swordsman's prestige. In that moment, a flurry of compliments echoed around him. As the disciples commented on his actions, the guests merely chuckled softly. Observing Li Kuzhou's silhouette, he smiled and remarked, for the past 6 months, I have been traveling afar, and I can only express my deep regret for your abandonment. Today's sword name has left me quite unsettled. I had intended to reclaim it from you personally, just as I did 8 years ago. Li Kuzhou turned around, gazing for the first time at his visitor. At first glance, this individual appeared both affluent and handsome. Clad in white garments, he was adorned with exquisite details throughout, not to mention the exquisite fabric itself. One could discern his extraordinary lineage, further evidenced by the white python skin that served as an inlaid sword sheath. Embellished with jade, this person was indeed the son of an elder from the inner sect. If we were to assign a rank to this venerable figure, he was nearly the third in line. As Uncle Jia's enterprise flourished, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration. Li Kuzhou, you beast, were you not just raving mad? Now that I am the son, do you have the audacity to make me kneel? As long as you nod your head, I shall kneel before you this very moment. Ha ha ha. He felt fortified by a powerful backing, his status now vastly transformed. Everyone believed that Li Kuzhou would not dare to force him to kneel again, which only emboldened him further. Kneel down. What? Uncle Jia thought he misheard. Are you insane? Do you realize this is a profound disrespect to Jenny's son? Li Kuzhou disdainfully replied, if I wished to slay your dog with a mere couple of swords. Do you truly believe that Gu Zonglong could save you? In no time, he would be bowing his head in supplication, let alone you. Just as Gu Zonglong was about to depart, he abruptly halted at Li Kuzhou's feet. Hearing this, Uncle Jia's expression shifted. Ji Yuzonglong coldly stated, do as I say. If he dares to evade today, I shall sever his other hand. Uncle Jia's courage was slightly restored. The thief and Mei Mei gazed at Li Kuzhou, slowly drawing their short swords from behind. They hesitated, weighing their options. Yi Han, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed, Jia BB0. If he has many hands, you shall lose a life? Uncle Jia trembled, gritting his teeth, and cautiously shifted his stance. Yi Han, satisfied with her appearance, smiled at Li Kuzhou and declared, today, you shall learn that misfortune springs from one's own words. Speaking the inappropriate can cost you an arm. Consider yourself fortunate. Uncle Jia, somewhat cunning, engaged in conversation with Yi Han to distract his opponent. A vicious sword sliced through the air, descending from above with little warning before its launch. Li Kuzhou was genuinely distressed. The two sons of the sword warned that should he dare to evade, he would indeed lose an arm. He could only blame this person for his reckless charge. He thought that after defeating Lu Jiaming, everyone would fear him, yet he remained oblivious to who stood before him. Jian Ergong, a revision from the later stages of Ningdan, truly commanded attention today. Confronted by Uncle Jia's sword, Li Kuzhou did not flinch. To those watching, It was evident he intended to embrace adversity, resolving the conflict with a single hand. Uncle Jia's eyes gleamed. Yes, in truth, this beast does not dare to dodge if I were to sever his arm. Gu Zonglong would regard it with greater significance. My future is not a dream. His heart sank as he realized he was about to slice through his opponent's right shoulder with his sword. Suddenly, Li Kaizhou opened his mouth. Crack! A thunderclap echoed. Onlookers glanced around, bewildered, as the ground shook and the lowly, bloodied, and shrieking remnants were mended. Some individuals have met their demise due to such circumstances. Gu Chonglong. You feign the error of misidentifying me, yet I am indifferent to the identities of those I eliminate. If you wish to extend your existence by a mere 2 days, you ought to carry yourself with dignity when confronted by me. I fear that one day, should I feel the itch of violence, your fates may become forfeit. For the first time, Gu Zonglong's expression grew somber. He did not even entertain the notion that his opponent would dare to evade him. Nor did he believe that the other possessed the courage to resist. However, upon witnessing the scene before him and hearing Li Kaizhou's words, he recognized that he had significantly underestimated his opponent's audacity. Murder in plain sight. Li Kaizhou, you have committed a grave transgression today. You ought to be met with a brutal punishment. Come now, hasten to report to the elders and apprehend this mad beast. The Han people clamored. Shout, shout, what is transpiring? Suddenly, an elder approached the sword platform, glanced in this direction, and inquired with an open mouth. Chapter 56. Difficulty. As a senior member of the inner sect, the disciples of Sikangshu always regarded him with great respect. Li Kaizhou, that old dog, forcefully suppressed his roar. Li Kaizhou calmly replied, I acknowledge that, in the face of this man's murder, I saved my own life and inadvertently took his. Yet, should I confess, Gu Chonglong must bear an additional second of guilt. If I were to sentence him to 3,000 lashes, he ought to receive 10,000. That if I perish, he should be condemned to 10,000 cuts. You wretched creature, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Sikangshu was taken aback. He was, after all, the father of Gu Zonglong. For him, condemning Gu Zonglong was more arduous than taking his life. As Sikangshu's countenance shifted slightly, he surveyed the situation and naturally understood that Li Kaizhou spoke the truth. Most importantly, nearly all the disciples of Jinzhong were present today. That if he sought to pull a fast one and extricate Gu Zonglong, it would undoubtedly lead to his own downfall. Moreover, with the chilling beam now present, even if he wished to proceed, success was beyond his reach. The Lord has arrived. With a sudden exclamation, the crowd knelt as if swept away by a tidal wave. 3 visitors, middle-aged men, represented the principal authority of Jinzhong Taijiquan. One chuckled on the left and smiled on the right, accompanied by 2 individuals. 1 was Li Kaizhou's esteemed disciple, the great alchemist. As for the other, his brows bore a resemblance to those of Gu Zonglong. This man could take his place at the left of Jinzhong's leader. Without a doubt, he must be the third figure of Jinzhong. The elder of the inner sect is Gu Zonglong's father. Gu Zongtian. What has transpired? Taijiquan, the principal authority of Jinzhong, swept across the scene and posed the question. On the sword platform, Sikangshu first scanned the ironclad figures before him. He was too diminutive and jogged over to greet them. He gazed blankly at the venerable Jinzhong master to his left, where a pair of ancient immortals appeared before the elder. Feng Taiji's demands were not high, and he nodded. Conflict is not necessarily a negative occurrence. The disciples of Jinzhong in recent years have been like flowers in a room, fish in warm water. They cannot withstand even the slightest tempest, for life in Jinzhong has been too comfortable, leading them to forget the purpose of the sword. Arise. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Gu Chonglong's eyes as he lowered his voice and said, Li Kaizhou, very well. I have learned your skills today. I hope that when we next meet, you will still have the opportunity to speak to me thus. Fear not. As long as you remain alive, you shall hear it next time. The audacious remarks of Li Kaizhou left Gu Zonglong speechless. Accompanied by Yi Han and a few others, he approached Jiantai. Thus far, the tragic demise of Jiao Bingshi had essentially declared his death to be in vain. This matter involved Gu Zangolong to avoid entanglement. Sikong Shu could only turn a blind eye and let it pass. The wind elevated Taiji to a lofty position, surveying the assembly, and proclaimed, Today's selection of the 7 swords pertains to 2 significant matters. The first concerns a frigid marriage. She is no longer in her youth and has reached the age for matrimony. This time, the sword is wielded by my son-in-law. What? The first words of Master Jinzhong detonated like an underwater bomb, provoking an uproar among the crowd. Son-in-law. Such an intention had existed since the inception of the sect, Yet it was entirely reasonable. Miss Jin San is a daughter of destiny. Among my swordsmen, only upon earning the title of Swordu I merit the Emperor's attention. However, this is evidently a mere formality. None could foresee that this time, Jian Yi was unmistakably linked to the second son and the inner consort, Gu Zonglong. Excellent. Observing the smile upon the elder chieftain's face on stage, it was clear he was already privy to this information that it appeared that the lord and the elder had established a clandestine agreement. But today they merely presented it, seeking honor and justice. When Li Kezhou heard this unexpected news, his countenance abruptly shifted, and his gaze turned towards the distant wind and cold. The wind was frigid, her eyes were wide with shock, and her complexion pale. Clearly, she had been unaware until now. How could this be? All the disciples silently observed Li Kezhou and Gu Zonglong. Having been disciples of Jinzhong for several years, they were well acquainted with the affairs of these three individuals. Li Kezhou and Feng Lianghan had grown up together, akin to childhood sweethearts. Although none dared to openly declare their affection for Li Kezhou, their sentiments were apparent to all who were not blind. The second son of the sword, Gu Zonglong, had never spared any effort in expressing concern for Han Feng. The heart of this man, now at the age of 99, had naturally not escaped public scrutiny. One disciple murmured, "These three individuals rank among the top 3 martial experts in the realm. Their emotional entanglement seemed to finally be reaching a resolution. In the past, when Li Kezhou was known as Li Jianji, the emperor had evidently intended to betroth Jian San to him. However, now defeated, the emperor could match Jian San with 2 sons. Excellent. Moreover, the father of the 2 sons of the sword is an elder of the inner sect. They all traversed together under the leadership of the clan chief. They were truly in the right place. Gazing at Li Kezhou, they had completely exited the stage. The 2 sons of the sword were simply incomparable. This remark was deliberately made with a throat-clearing gesture, neck craned towards Gu Zonglong, evidently fearing that the other party might not hear. Gu Zonglong, with a troubled expression at the last moment, once again revealed a calm smile. On stage, after Feng Taiji concluded the first matter, he paused slightly and, with a blank expression, stated, "The second matter pertains to the final 7 swords of my swordsmen. Only these 7 are qualified to know. Elder Sikanji T. O. obey. Sikong Shu shall comply with the order. This is nearly the moment. Following the previous protocol, let us commence forthwith. Heed the commands of the Lord." Upon receiving the decree, Sikong Shu addressed the 10,000 disciples gathered below, stating, "Before the commencement of the competition, I shall first elucidate the rules. Every individual qualified to ascend the stage is, without exception, among the most exceptional and gifted disciples of Jinzhong. The loss of my sword, whether through death or injury, would be a tremendous blow. Consequently, the forthcoming sword contest must not result in fatalities." Halt. Suddenly, the voice of an elder resonated from the platform. Situ Shu, witnessing this turn of events, inquired anxiously, "What should the chancellor say?" The venerable Gu Sangtian remarked from within the chamber, "The ancestors have proclaimed that my disciples of Jinzhong, over the years, akin to fish in warm water, have lacked experience in matters of life and death. To my mind, this sword contest is no different than a child's play. I propose an amendment to the rules. Once one ascends the sword stage, whether in life or death," and no sooner had the words left his lips than a chill of apprehension swept through the audience. Gu Sangtian slightly turned his face. "What are my sentiments towards the sect leader?" Feng Taiji, furrowing his brow in uncertainty, inquired, "Elder Situ, what is your perspective on Elder Gu's proposition?" After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, conceding, "There is merit in what Director Gu articulates. Lacking experience in life and death, even if one possesses great talent, they may never truly become their own person. However, during the years of Jinzhong, the number of my disciples has remained constant. If life and death are to be battled over, would they not face the peril of losing more than half? The loss to my Jinzhong would be incalculable." This individual spoke little, merely weighing the pros and cons of the 2 scenarios, and offered no substantial opinions. Feng Taiji appeared somewhat conflicted. Gu Sangtian interjected timely, "The sect leader's concerns are understandable, yet the rules must not render my swordsmanship insufficiently formidable. As far as I am aware, the Liu swordsmanship school stipulates precisely this. Only disciples nurtured in such an environment can grow fierce like wolves. Otherwise, what purpose is there in raising my swordsmen as sheep?" Feng Taiji seemed to concede some validity to this argument, ultimately nodding. "Indeed, the rules necessitate revision. Very well. In today's inaugural world contest, the disciples may engage freely in combat without fear of repercussions for endangering each other's lives, nor shall there be a division into life and death. Should one party concede, they must no longer inflict harm upon the other's life. His decision evidently represented a compromise. Chapter 57. The utmost effort. Gu Songtian erupted into hearty laughter. Ha! In truth, this patriarch has exerted tremendous effort, and it is certain that there will be valiant souls beneath the so-called rewards. One can foresee that the swordsmanship competition will be nothing short of spectacular. Elder Situ whispered for an extended period, seemingly concerned that the disciples remained unaware of the preciousness of Yao, until at an opportune moment, he interjected. He dedicated 3 years to gathering all the spiritual materials. And thereafter, alongside the elder who burned for 6 months upon this land, we finally procured 3 pills of elixir. The master produced a pill, awaiting your recognition of it, as a magnificent gift. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into exuberant shouts. Chu Fengdan. I had only ever heard its name, yet who could have imagined such a priceless treasure resided within my Ziqi Jianzhong? No wonder Elder Gu is so invigorated. Clearly, whether it be the astonishing Zhongshuan sword incantation or the invaluable Fengdan forging, neither could possibly be the acquisitions of his son. These 2 treasures would grant a tiger wings, potentially making us the foremost masters in the realm of swordsmanship among the younger generation. From the stage, the crowding Gu Changlong's eyes sparkled with delight, his face betraying an uncontrollable ecstasy, evidently treating it as something of great personal value. Beside Yihan, a glimmer of greed flashed, soon followed by a hearty laugh. Congratulations. Brother, after today my strength will surge exponentially. In the realm of swordsmanship, no one can rival my brother. Gu Zonglong, suppressing his inner excitement, nodded slightly. Yuhan people, choosing to obey me is the wisest decision of your life. I have received word that this time, my Jianzhong disciples have broken through to the mid-stage of Ningdan, with 8 more achieving this milestone. Should you attempt to defeat them through sheer force, you may encounter considerable difficulty, but with my guidance, rest assured you will secure a place among the 7 swords. That Yi Han, beaming with joy, hastily bowed his body, declaring, my brother's grace has been restored. In my lifetime, I, Yi Han, pledge to exert my utmost for my brother. Jiu Zonglong appeared quite pleased, nodding with a smile. The rules were established, and the rewards reinstated. The forthcoming 7 swords competition garnered immense attention. On the stage, as the referee, Sikong Shu loudly proclaimed the official commencement of the fencing match. The wheel battle was undoubtedly an exception in the competition on the platform. Only by standing victorious in the final bout could one claim the sword from the first battle. Yuhan people, you shall go. Seeing that no one wished to take the lead, Gu Changlong promptly commanded Yihan to take the lead. Having just received Gu Changlong's promise, Yihan was aware that the 7 swords would have its own ranking. He felt no anxiety within. Upon hearing these words and leaping onto the platform, he spoke little. Health. Yihan's loyal companion, Gu Su, mingling within the crowd, waved and shouted upon seeing the national flag. Following this, the voices of Chao Kuan and Arung rose and fell in succession. Sword 7. Yilong. He was the first. 8 years ago, he had won the sword, finishing last. Today he appeared confident, eager to prove himself. However, as far as I knew, there were no fewer than 100 core disciples in the Ningdan period, and Qingdu belonged to the early Ningdan stage, where there was hardly any courage to seize power. The remaining 30%, or approximately 30%, comprised the main participants in this contest. Yet, it was foreseeable that this sword would not be too fierce until a decision was made, for once Gu Zonglong appeared, those standing above would have to concede. That was certain. After all, Gu Zonglong's cultivation level in the later stages of Ningdan was distinct, determining who would perish based on the very foundation of life and death. Amidst the voices of the public, Yihan's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the entire scene. I stand here among Yuhan people, and if you wish to contest the number of swords with me, you may resort to warfare. But do not claim that I did not forewarn you. My swords, akin to their name, are wielded by hands that forever remain oblivious to what empowers them. All aspire to ascend the stage, weighing their own worth. At the very moment the announcement of the Azure Sword commenced, the 7 swords of Jianzhong were reset to 0. Yi Han was the first to roll them up. He is now nominally Sword 1, unless someone defeats him and seizes the sword's hilt. Yuhan people, you speak as though I fear you. Let me test your Jianji devoid of tears. With a resounding crash, a figure leaped onto the sword platform and fell. Yi Han's countenance darkened. Ji Mei Yulei, what has granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner today? Ji Mei Yulei, devoid of arrogance and weakness, embodies a ferocity that is ruthlessly unparalleled. Whether it is Gu Changlong's haughty cold sword technique or Ji Meiyulei's blood-soaked swordplay, both are mercilessly fierce. Their methods epitomizing cunning to its utmost. This so-called sense of superiority can only be felt by two warriors engaged in battle. For all disciples below, their circumstances are fundamentally the same. Ji's name is worthy of living without tears. It is said that this person resides in Dongshan Jinyu. Though not as formidable as the legendary Four-Seasons sword, he at least ranks among the top 3. I once doubted this, but today, it proves not to be in vain. The cold leaves are perilous, the strengths of both individuals are comparable, and their comprehension of swordsmanship is nearly identical. The ultimate decision will undoubtedly rest in their final grasp. Whoever conceals a hidden hand shall claim victory. In the midst of the court, the teacher holds an unfavorable position against him. He believes he can catch up, yet never anticipated that the first match would be a protracted war, which starkly contradicts his prior boastful declarations that Yi Han intercepted the sword shot from the opposite side. Simultaneously, he pinched his fingers, positioning them behind the sword. He made a clear gesture to commence his sword incantation. "This is your sword." Li Kuzhou could distinctly observe that the proud sword techniques of Lang and Ku Fei belonged to Zhang Xuanxia's swordsmanship. He knew that these two sets of sword techniques had been refined by a few swordsmen, elevating the skills of their predecessors. From their demeanor, it was evident that they were intentionally engaging in mutual slaughter within this swordsmanship. As for victory or defeat, it naturally hinges upon their understanding of swordplay. A chilling sword, blood and rain. Yi Han's treasured sword erupted into a vast expanse of white, while Ji, devoid of tears, transformed his sword's aura, turning it into a curtain of rain that swept momentarily. Alas, with a burst of swordplay shattering the heavens, the curtain of blood and rain was swept away, and the swordsmanship resembled a blade without tears. Impossible. Yi Han, you deceive, at the brink of life and death. Ji, stifling tears, shouted, clutching his treasured sword in a singular spot. She exerted her utmost effort to escape. Yet the white silk moved with greater swiftness. Almost as Ji prepared to evade, it had already crossed his chest. Blood splattered, and Ji leaped from the sword platform midair, uttering not a single cry. "Yuhan people." Chief Judge Kong Shu promptly opened his mouth to announce the result. Only Ji Wulei knew that at the moment when the two swords exchanged harsh words, the clumsily skilled Yi Han suddenly surged forward, delivering a fierce blow. "Ji has no tears. Do you doubt my fairness?" Upon hearing these words, the referee's expression darkened. Ji Wulei's countenance shifted slightly as he clasped his hands together and said, "Disciple certainly did not mean that. Just now, I felt the chill of the sword. The sword spirit suddenly surged, and I suspect he has ingested a tempering pill. I implore the overseer to thoroughly examine this individual." He saluted towards the distant high platform. Yi Han chuckled with pride. "Ji Wulei, he is a king. Having lost to his adversary, I fear not in revealing to you that I have been concealing my strength until now, only to deliver a final blow to awaken you. Yet, unexpectedly, even in defeat, you remain obstinate. Yi Han, you are speaking nonsense. You must have ingested a tempering pill. Otherwise, had my sword not frozen you just now, would you have had the chance to utter such drivel?" Ji cried, devoid of tears and anger. "Lock up the villain." Upon hearing such unpleasant words, Sikongshu immediately intervened. In the first battle, Yi Han emerged victorious. Yet he bore no semblance of anger. He slightly bowed his hands towards the podium and declared, "Lord, because Ji was unwilling to shed tears in defeat, he resorted to slandering me, accusing me of taking the lethal Wuchi Dan, which can slay enemies." Chapter 58. Simple Characters. Xiao Yang. Upon the stage, this individual, having cultivated in Beishan, is undoubtedly among the top 3 disciples from the Ningdan period of Beishan, widely acknowledged. Although he does not shed tears, as far as I know, his strength is certainly not to be underestimated. This not mere folly. If his power were inferior to Ji Wulei, would he still possess the audacity to appear on the stage? The rules of the platform have now shifted. Once one steps onto the stage, life and death are disregarded. Those who dare to step forward are not to be taken lightly. Amidst the voices of a throng of disciples, the two combatants on stage exchanged little idle chatter. The battle was imminent. In the eyes of the public, compared to the previously tearless Ji Wulei, the atmosphere was entirely different. In this contest, Yi Han was clearly at a disadvantage, spending noticeably more time on defense than offense. Sweat began to bead on Yi Han's forehead. Xiao Yang, having learned from past experiences, heightened his spirit. employing a sword incantation unheard of by anyone in the vicinity to counter it. However, as the two exchanged barbs, his expression shifted immediately. In his perception, Yi Han's sword incantation power surged dramatically by 40, even surpassing the strength he had shown when Ji Wulei had not shed tears for her. Confronted with Yi Han's sudden enhancement of lethal capabilities, Xiaoyang promptly found himself ensnared in Ji Wulei's dust. Yet, he remained cautious of his own heart, though he inevitably suffered a tragic defeat. His injuries were lighter than Ji Wulei's. Yi Han, witnessing his opponent's defeat, refused to relent. He raised his sword, eager to strike again. However, Xiaoyang was decisively resolute. He first cried out his surrender. The previous sect leader had stated that whoever admits defeat can no longer harm the other, compelling Yi Han to halt. Unlike Ji Wulei's furious complaints, Xiaoyang remained silent. Regarding his defeat, he uttered not a single word from beginning to end. He could not discern the mixture of joy and anger that accompanied his descent. "You, Han Sheng." Uncle Sicken announced the results of the competition with a smile. After Yi Han's victory, I was perplexed as to why his complexion paled, and his smile had lost its previous subtlety. This leaf had grown excessively cold. Having already lost 2 masters, this individual appeared robust, yet I found his behavior somewhat peculiar. Given that he was stronger than Ji and Xiaoyang, devoid of tears, why did he not hasten to make a decision and fully exert his strength to vanquish his opponent, instead of waiting until the last moment to defeat the enemy with his sword? It was indeed strange, but perhaps it was merely a matter of personal preference, intended to demonstrate their sufficient skills. Upon hearing his remarks, Li Kuzhou's lips curled into a smile. Moments ago, he had been intently observing every movement of Yi Han. His insight was 1,000 times sharper than that of the average person, and he keenly perceived that when Yi Han pushed his opponent aside and flickered backward, there was a momentary disarray in his breathing, as if he were simultaneously operating in 2 different modes. As this man's swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds, he glimpsed what others could not see, a needle, 100 times finer than a hair. Yet invisible, Li